He was exiled from his homeland, offered as a sacrifice to the demons. But instead of death, he found something else: respect, freedom, and a workshop like no other. Now, this kind-hearted alchemist is building miracles in the demon realm. Every formula is a step toward the future he wants. Can the world he left behind handle what he's about to create? Let's find out. This story begins in the mansion of Duke Rigus. Barca Rigus, the father of the protagonist named Thor Rigus, informed him that it had been decided that the great empire of Dulgaria would send him to another country as a hostage. The protagonist was surprised. What did he say? His father continued that the carriage had already arrived. He thought that it was an insignificant sacrifice for the glory of the Rigus family. Thor was surprised to think that this was the first thing he had heard from his father in the last 3 years. He said that he did not understand why he had to go to another country. Barca said angrily, "It would be better if he were dead." Thor could not believe his ears. What did his father say? One of his father's confidants could not hold back his laughter at these words. The protagonist thought sadly, why? After all, he had broken off relations with the Duke's family. At the age of 13, he found a job and left home. He lived as a commoner and did not intend to return to the Duke's house. 3 years had passed since then. Right while he was working, his father's soldiers broke in and dragged him home without any explanation. And now, his father tells him this. He shouted that he had already said it once. Their family does not need anyone who does not have combat skills. The Duke called out to the captain of the guard, the butler, and ordered him to report his son's misdeed. The captain readily reported that when the protagonist was 10 years old, he passed a skill test in the temple, and he did not have any combat skill. This is unacceptable for the eldest son of the Duke's family. Another subordinate of the father noted that at 12 years old, the protagonist had a second skill test. A magical skill was detected, but it has nothing to do with offensive skills. This is unacceptable for an aristocrat. The rest of the court servants began to support their allies. Each of them noted that this was a disgrace to the nobility. Thor must be removed from the country as soon as possible. This is unforgivable. He cannot stay here any longer. Barca said with annoyance that they had high hopes for him when he was born. Their family had a long history of possessing powerful combat techniques, and his son was supposed to lead this empire one day. Despite this, he had disappointed them. He didn't have a single combat skill. He couldn't use offensive magic either. The eldest son of a duke whose grandfather was a holy sword had turned into this. Did he even understand what it was like for the parents of such a child? The protagonist thought dejectedly that this was the fate of someone who had no combat skills. Thanks to their military might, the Dulgaria Empire had been able to greatly expand its territory. His Highness, the first emperor, was also an ordinary brave warrior who fought for their empire at first. Therefore, everyone highly valued combat skills, regardless of class, especially aristocrats who always had more powerful skills. Therefore, everyone looked down on an aristocrat without combat skills. The protagonist bowed before his father and said, indeed, he does not have the necessary skills, but he does have the skill, alchemy. Thor, already irritated, continued that his alchemy skill allows him to repair and restore items. At the moment, he is in charge of items in a government agency. In the future, he will be able to create items himself if he hones this skill. And also, he is saving money so that he can open his own workshop. The Duke slammed his fist and shouted at him to shut up. Everything he says is ridiculous. The protagonist, barely holding back his anger, said, what did he say? The father mockingly continued that the Empire has a holy sword and a holy shield created by heroes. When two of the strongest items exist, he is going to create a new one? Let him not laugh. The Duke broke the table in rage and continued that he will be sent away as a hostage, and this is not up for discussion. Thor thought with despair that they are not going to listen to him. At least he should try to get information. Thor told his father he understood that his father's decision was final, but what did he mean by insignificant sacrifice? Barca was silent for a moment, and then said that he would be going to rather dangerous lands. That's what? The protagonist was surprised. Dangerous lands? The Duke told him that the Empire had sent hostages many times, but they all went missing. Not a single one returned. The protagonist, not fully believing his assumption, asked the Duke, were we talking about the lands of the Demon King Rukey Everhard? Barca told him that his insight was his only virtue. The father added, although if he really were insightful, he should have ended his life long ago. Thor thought with irritation. He didn't care what his father thought of him. Was he really going to send him to the demons? He said out loud. He didn't know that the Empire was conducting a cultural exchange with the demons. The Duke already more calmly added, according to rumors, the demons are very bloodthirsty. They must somehow coexist with them. Therefore, every few years they appease them. The Duke's subordinate noted that the demons are like animals. They are happy that they can kill people, thereby proving their superiority. The protagonist doomedly understood that this is why his words do not reach them. They really wanted him dead. The father said that the conversation with him was over. He could disappear. Immediately after that, he pushed him so hard that Thor flew to the side. Without turning around, the Duke ordered his subordinates to take Thor away. The protagonist shouted with hatred at his father's back that he hated him. Barca angrily replied that he was already dead, and dead people do not talk. That's how the protagonist was exiled from his home country. He was taken away on a cart accompanied by guards. MC, sitting on a bench, was overcome by sad thoughts. Once upon a time, the demon kingdom was at odds with humanity. Several hundred years ago, a war for territory broke out between demons and humans. The powerful army of the Demon King invaded the southern domains. At that time, humans summoned a hero from another world. Ruki and his army were strong, however, the hero was not inferior to them. It was a fierce battle, but the humans managed to gain the upper hand and expel the Demon King. After that, a strict border was drawn between the demons and the human world. The lands in the south began to be called the human world, and what stretched beyond the forest in the north was the Demon Kingdom. After the border appeared, no serious conflicts arose. However, they say that demons hate humans because of their exile to the north. Nothing is known about the Demon Kingdom yet. The protagonist noticed that the windows in the carriage were boarded up, so nothing could be seen through them. His guard consists of about 20 guards. In addition to them, there are several cavalrymen. Even if he tries to escape, he will be caught immediately. That is why he did not want to get involved with the Duke's family. After all, he almost managed to break ties with them. He passed the state exams, signing with his mother's surname. He was accepted to a job where he was responsible for paperwork and servicing some artifacts. In the Empire, a civil servant is someone who could not even become an adventurer. He had a low salary, and employees of other departments laughed at him, and yet he was happy. After all, he could use alchemy. The protagonist remembered his last job. He was servicing one sword. The maintenance of that weapon is still not finished. If only he could, he would return it to perfect condition. But now that will not happen. His father's words that he was already dead were pulsating in his head. The protagonist grinned and took out 3 spoons. This is what he stole, taking advantage of the soldiers' inattention. The protagonist looked at them and used alchemy activation. In an instant, the spoons turned into metal, from which Thor created a knife. This was his alchemy skill. With it, he could transform various materials such as metal and create new items. The concept of the skill name included the purification of materials, synthesis. Processing the material allowed you to create new items by synthesizing materials. This skill also allows you to evaluate the alchemical properties of materials. He still had room for improvement. He was going to master this skill perfectly, and then open his own workshop and call it Alchemist Thor. Therefore, he could not allow himself to die in the realm of the Demon Lord. At that moment, Thor heard one of the guards say that they will soon be at the border. Everyone, be on guard. After some time, the carriage stopped. The door opened, and the escort informed the protagonist that they had arrived. The protagonist got out of the carriage and looked into the distance. The road that leads to the Empire ends here, at this place where they stopped. And with it, the territory of people ends. Ahead is a black forest. This must be the border between the two worlds. He mockingly asked the guards what their next plan was. Who is the lucky one who will lead him to the demons? Maybe they will meet them themselves? Or are they going to continue to just stand there, rooted to the spot? The head guard ordered the archer to fire a signal arrow. The archer readily followed the order. Suddenly, the aura changed, and silhouettes appeared ahead. The guards began to whisper that demons had appeared. The protagonists stared in amazement at the newcomers. They were enormous creatures, and next to them was a girl, Mabel. Refrained. Compared to them, she seemed the size of an ant. She looked at her next victim with a smirk. The monsters also glared at the protagonist. The protagonist was sweating from the tension. It was the first time he had seen someone like that. They were minotaurs and an elf. The guards who accompanied the protagonist knelt before the fierce demons. Thor advanced to meet the newcomers, which surprised the people accompanying him. He decided that he needed to make a good impression on the creatures meeting him. He politely said that he came from the Dulgaria Empire. His name was Thor. The protagonist hoped to wait for the right moment and escape, and for this he wanted to lull the demon's vigilance. The girl curtsied and told him that her name was Mabel. Refrain. She was an elf. She was glad to welcome him to the lands of the Demon Lord. The girl added that, by order of the Demon King, she had come here to escort him. The protagonist was surprised to think how polite she was. It did not seem like they were treating him like a hostage or a victim. Meanwhile, the guards were perplexedly talking to each other. Was he completely crazy? Approaching demons closely and unarmed was the height of stupidity. Thor told them that they had only been greeted politely. Let them try to respond in kind. One of the guards indignantly insulted him as a moron and added that he knew nothing. With the help of their spells, elves are capable of burning 10 people in one attack, and the minotaurs are so strong that they could easily squeeze the brains out of him. Why would they approach this gathering? Is he out of his mind? One must always be on one's guard. The protagonist noted that the definition of a gathering suited them better. He thought that they had been carrying him around in a cart like cattle all this time, and had not even tried to say anything. Even the demons had been more polite. The protagonist turned to the demons and apologized for the rudeness of his escorts. He continued that he was the eldest son of Duke Rigus, and by order of His Highness the Emperor, he had to disturb these lands with his arrival. He knew practically nothing about their state, so he asked them to forgive him if he accidentally behaved rudely. Mabel stepped towards him and said with surprise that she had never heard such a polite greeting from someone from the Empire. Since the lands of the Demon Lord were in the very north, there were many places that were difficult to reach, but she hoped he would like it there. She is pleased to meet Mr. Messenger. The astonished protagonist replied that he was also pleased to meet her. He thought that he would leave the escape for later. First, he would conduct reconnaissance. The head guard, in a voice stuttering with fear, asked Mabel to sign the papers on the transfer of the messenger. The protagonist sarcastically remarked, "Messenger?" Well, he would not say, "victim." When the girl signed the necessary papers, she said that this was the end of the protagonist's transfer. She turned to the protagonist and said that from here they would have to go through the forest, and in places the road could be difficult. Therefore, they prepared assistants who, if necessary, could carry both him and his things. The demons, raising their hands up, told him to leave the transportation of the baggage to them. The guards watched in amazement. They perceived the demons' attack as a threat. The head guard shouted to his comrades to run. The demons are breaking the non-aggression pact. They will kill them. They need to run. And all the guards ran away from the place where they handed over the protagonist. The protagonist exhaled loudly. Mabel turned to him and said that, apparently, he was not afraid of them at all. She had never met such a brave man. Thor noted that he would not call it bravery. But after all, there was a non-aggression pact between humans and demons. And showing fear without an obvious reason would be, at the very least, impolite. And that's how it all happened. Now, he was walking through the forest accompanied by minotaurs who kindly helped him where it was difficult to come alone. Mabel warned him that if he got tired, he should tell her about it. Thor thought that if you compare them with the Imperial soldiers, it was like heaven and earth. He smiled at the girl and told her that he was fine. The protagonist noted that it was difficult to move around this area, but surprisingly, he did not feel tired at all. By the way, as soon as they entered the demon territory, his health improved significantly. For some reason, he felt a strange magical energy. He did not feel this in the Empire's territory, and now, this energy was overflowing him. The system notified him that the absorption of the magical energy of the dark element was complete. Together with the elements of light, earth, water, fire, and wind, the absorption of the 6 basic magical elements was complete. His alchemy skill was replaced by the high alchemy skill. The material preparation skill was fully awakened. The attribute addition skill was also fully awakened, as was the appraisal skill. He wondered in surprise, what was that? He asked the system to show his skills. High alchemy was available to him, which had the highest rank, was only available after absorbing the 6 basic magical elements. Also, along with this skill, the creation of equivalents based on information about the abilities and appearance of objects was available. Another skill was material preparation. It allowed one to create materials using one's own magical power. Synthesis and creation of new materials were available. Materials could be processed and given the desired shape. The materials available for creation depended on the level. Next, he had 2 more skills available. These were attribute addition, in which he could add any attributes to the materials being created. However, the number of attributes that could be added depended on the material. The evaluation skill gave the protagonist the ability to evaluate the attributes, material, and properties of an item. The information obtained during the evaluation was recorded in the skill. The protagonist, having read all this, was surprised. Had the alchemy skill evolved? In addition, he could now create materials using only his mana. The protagonist did not believe, did such a skill really exist? If it was indicated in the description, then it was indeed possible. However, this was even too convenient. He could only assume that due to his lack of combat skills, all his abilities went into the higher alchemy skill. Mabel, seeing the protagonist's confusion, asked him if something was wrong. She asked him to tell her if he suddenly felt unwell. Because the magical energy in the lands of people and demons is very different. Therefore, his health could deteriorate sharply. Thor was surprised. Magical energy? He asked the girl, isn't the demon territory the main element is darkness? Mabel said that he was absolutely right. She asked him, and for people, on the contrary, the main element is light, isn't it? The protagonist confirmed that this is exactly so. In addition, fire and earth also prevail in the Empire. Fire represents the power to fight invaders, and earth represents indestructibility. Suddenly, a guess struck the protagonist. The girl looked at him in surprise. Thor realized that his skill had awakened because he had absorbed the element of darkness in the lands of demons. The protagonist knew that in the lands of people, the element of light prevails over darkness. Here, everything is the opposite. Darkness reigned over light. Before that, he was in the Imperial capital, and could not accumulate the element of darkness in sufficient quantity. And to awaken the highest alchemy, it was necessary to absorb all 6 basic elements. Having stepped onto the lands of demons, the protagonist absorbed a large amount of dark energy. Thus, the condition for awakening the highest alchemy was fulfilled. This is what happened to him. At that moment, one of the centaurs turned to the protagonist and Mabel. He told them that from here the road becomes uneven. Let them be more careful. They thanked him for the warning. At that moment, the girl's foot fell off the edge of the road, and she almost fell down. The protagonist managed to catch her, but her chain caught on a branch and broke. When everyone calmed down, the girl looked sadly at her pendant. One of the centaurs turned to her sadly and said that her necklace had broken. She answered him sadly. It seemed that she had gotten caught on a branch. The centaurs apologized to her. They should have been more careful. Mabel objected that it was nothing serious. The chain was initially slightly broken. The centaur said that she treasured the necklace very much because her mother had given it to her. The girl, continuing to examine her pendant, reassured them that everything was fine, so they should not worry. The protagonist asked her if he could try to fix it. He had fixed broken chains many times. Mabel was surprised at what he said. So he was a craftsman? Thor hesitated with an answer. In the Empire, he could not even be called an alchemist. The only work he did was fixing objects using his skill. He did not have his own alchemy workshop, so he could not accept orders. However, this had always been his dream. So he answered the girl that he was an alchemist. He had always waited for this moment. He repeated that he was an alchemist. Thor Rigus, would she trust him to fix her chain? The girl and the centaurs stared at him in amazement. Mabel asked him with embarrassment. Could she really ask a favor of their guest? The protagonist assured her that everything was fine. She handed him a pendant and a chain, saying that this pendant had been passed down in her family for generations, a keepsake from her mother. Since it could be repaired, she asked him to do it. The protagonist took the decoration and told her that he would do everything in his power. Stepping aside, he sat down, opened his palm, and activated the highest alchemy. First, MC called for an appraisal. With its help, he realized that this pendant with a water spirit stone was blessed by the water spirits. It was made of a water magic stone, was damaged, the details were unknown. The chain itself was made of an unknown metal. The system was collecting data on this metal. The durability of the decoration was reduced due to old scratches. Thor understood everything. The chain was worn out, that's why it broke. And some details are unknown and it is missing links. The protagonist thought that it would be enough if he simply added the water attribute when creating. The system informed him that the preparation of materials was activated. Thor closed his eyes and thought that metals were born from the earth. This statement is true for any metal. With the help of the preparation of materials, he could create metal using magical power. He needed to imagine how mana was poured in, and then as if stir it. At that moment, the system informed him that the repair of the jewelry was complete. Centaurs looked at him in bewilderment and asked the girl how this could be possible. The chain became whole again? Mabel was as amazed as her assistants. Metal. He created it from nothing. The protagonist noted that the centaurs were very surprised. To tell the truth, he himself was surprised too. He did not think that the preparation of materials really creates material only from mana. Is this the power of higher alchemy? The protagonist gave the jewelry to the girl and told her that everything was ready. The protagonist added that this was the first maintenance, so there could be flaws. Later, he would inspect it again. Mabel, not believing her eyes, examined her jewelry. MC noticed her reaction and thought something was wrong. She said his name and thanked him happily. Her mother's pendant was now as good as new. Thor thought, as good as new? Maybe it was because he fixed the broken part of the chain? He answered her out loud that she didn't have to thank him. The girl noted with admiration, he must be a very famous alchemist. The centaurs also expressed their gratitude to him. He fixed it so easily, even the dwarves couldn't do it. An amazing person had come to them. The protagonist was amazed and thought that he was experiencing strange feelings. It was the first time he had received such gratitude for using his skill. In the Empire, his skill was considered useless and ridiculed. His own father considered him a non-entity and wanted him dead. Now he understood. So this is how alchemists feel in the world outside the Empire? He looked at the girl and thought, fixing something that was very dear to someone, seeing their happy smiles, it made him happy too. Maybe that's why the alchemist he read about in history books honed his skill? He heard that before the era of heroes, creating items such as magic swords and shields was a common thing for alchemists. Perhaps alchemists created more and more new items, trying to eliminate the mistakes of the previous ones. The girl brought him out of his thoughts and asked him to call her by name. The protagonist laughed and told her that, then, he can't wait for her to show him everything here. Mabel noted that it would be no problem for Alchemist Thor. And so his new life began, the life of Alchemist Thor. Then they were already moving in a carriage. The protagonist, looking around, thought, so this is what the lands of the Lord of Demons look like. Endless plains stretched outside the window. In the distance, there was a wide river with ships sailing along it. Thor looked closely and was surprised. There were fishermen walking on the decks of the ships. The protagonist activated his magic power and saw so many different creatures. He noticed that there seemed to be a lot of different inhabitants here. He thought that in the Empire, these lands were called the Domains of Chaos. They say that a person, not having time to set foot on this land, will immediately be devoured by monsters, and they also say that demons kidnap people. In fact, everything was different. Everyone here lives an ordinary life, and the atmosphere here is much more peaceful than in the Empire. The girl explained to him that in order to compensate for the lack of hands, each resident here does everything in his power. The reason is that the lands of the Lord of Demons are sparsely populated. Soon he will be able to get a job here too. Mabel asked him if he had already thought about what he would like to do. He asked in surprise if he had to. Of course, he had thought a lot about what he would like to do. He was puzzled. It was all strange. After all, he was sent here as a hostage. The protagonist turned to the girl and said he had heard that people had been sent here before. Where were they now? Mabel thought about it and then replied that it was about 50 years ago. She had not yet been born, so she had only heard rumors. It seemed that the previous one who arrived here went home almost immediately. The protagonist was surprised. Went home? She replied that it was so, because he did not find a suitable job for himself here. But trying to go through this forest alone is very dangerous. They wanted to see him off, but in the end, he just secretly left alone. The protagonist was amazed. That's how it was. Now everything fell into place in his head. In the lands of the demon lords, they believe that guests and messengers come to them. Therefore, they are treated with respect. In the Empire, everything is different. They send people as hostages and victims. That is why they try to escape. They fled, ignoring the order, so they did not return to the Empire. As a result, they were considered missing. Suddenly, the girl turned to him and asked him if he could stay here. He wondered what she was talking about. The girl took his hand in hers and told him that here, in their lands, there are no more talented alchemists like him. Please, let him help them. In response, she will do everything possible to make him live here comfortably. The protagonist did not immediately find what to answer her. Then he said that he came here as a sign of friendship between their countries. He did not tell her that he was also preparing to escape from here. He was going to come up with an escape plan as soon as they arrived at the castle. But now there is no point in it, because no one limits his freedom here. In addition, Mabel is an elf who gave him the opportunity to be called an alchemist. Thanks to her, he finally understood what it is like when someone appreciates him. He did not want to betray her hopes for him. Therefore, the protagonist decisively added that while he was here, he would do everything possible for the good of this country. Mabel's eyes lit up with happiness at his words. She began to thank him enthusiastically. Then, having calmed down, the girls said that in about an hour they would arrive at the castle. Upon arrival, an audience with the demon lord awaited him. Please let him prepare for it. Thor thought about it. The demon lord is a powerful demon who rules these lands. In order to stay and live here, he must certainly gain his favor. Mabel and the centaurs were friendly with him when they first met. He was curious about what the demon lord was like, what he represented. Finally, they arrived at the castle. They were met by the subordinate lords, led by Chancellor Kelv, who led them to the master. One of the centaur guards informed the demon lord Ruki Evergard that their guest had arrived. The protagonist and the king's subordinates who accompanied him bowed politely before him. A very interesting-looking creature sat on the throne. He looked at the protagonist and introduced himself as Ruki, the demon lord. And he must be Thor Rigus of the Dolgaria Empire? The protagonist answered him with dignity that he was. Ruki said that he would ask him directly. What can he do? Since the Empire chose him, does that mean he has some knowledge or skills? The protagonist said that he knows a little alchemy. Before arriving here, the protagonist had been thinking all along that if he were treated as a guest and not as a hostage, then he should try to come to an understanding. And maybe then he could finally take up alchemy, if the demon lord liked it. Ruki chuckled at his answer and said that it was interesting. Chancellor Kelv told the king that it was a craft that was not available in his dominions. The Empire was a scary country, since they had so many alchemists that they decided to send one of them to another state. The protagonist mentally objected that it was not so. It was just that the Empire considered alchemists useless. Ruki told the protagonist that if that was the case, they would prepare a workplace for him, which he could use at his own discretion. Thor asked him again in surprise, did that mean he would allow him to work as an alchemist? Ruki replied that it was. He asked the guest if he had any wishes. The protagonist did not hesitate and said that it would be convenient if his room was located next to the workshop. Ruki told him that everything would be done. Anything else needed? Thor replied that his skill required some equipment. He still could not believe that someone accepted him so easily. The demon lord told him to make a list of the necessary things so that they could prepare everything for him. Ruki added that he would be able to use his alchemical skills to their full potential and create anything he considered necessary. If something interested them, they would buy it. If it turned out to be useful to the people, they would organize its mass production. Did he agree with this? The protagonist bowed his head to the king and said as he wished. But he had one question. Ruki told him to ask. Thor asked him why he was willing to go so far. He appreciates his kindness very much, but he is an outsider and one who came from the Empire. Why is he so kind to an outsider? No matter how much he thought, he could not understand the reason. The demon lord was silent for a while and then answered him to learn new things from people. Thor was surprised. To learn? Ruki continued. Demons were once defeated by people because they had extensive knowledge. On their side were heroes summoned from another world. Surely, he already knew this. Yes, the protagonist knew. It happened several hundred years ago during the era of wars between demons and humans. At that time, to confront demons, people summoned heroes from another world. Heroes had powerful skills and fought bravely for the good of humanity. They strove to be the strongest on the battlefield. For this, they willingly fought demons alone to increase their levels. As a result, their thirst for power was transmitted to the people of this world. The idea of strength is everything became the heroic legacy of their empire. In the final battle, the heroes defeated the demon lord. The demons were banished to the northern lands, and the world became what it is today. Having fulfilled their duty, the heroes returned to their home world. Nowadays, heroes are no longer summoned. However, their items and knowledge remain to this day. Thor asked the demon lord, but wasn't that 200 years ago? He answered him that it doesn't matter how many years have passed. The demons were defeated by humans. They must learn from this. That's why they want to learn new things from humans. The demons don't want to fight humans anymore, but they must continue to learn from them. They lost many soldiers in this war, and they cannot let their sacrifice go to waste. Thor was surprised to think that this really does sound like the demon lord's policy. Ruki added that this is why they invite envoys from the Empire, so that one day their country could proudly stand side by side with the Empire. That's why they needed the help of someone like him. MC couldn't believe it. The demon lord is the king of this country, and he recognized his skills as an alchemist. He was really excited. Here, he would be able to freely create and make whatever he wanted, and that meant he simply had to try it. So the protagonist politely answered the demon king that with the highest alchemy, he would create many amazing things for his people. First of all, he would like to demonstrate what his alchemy is capable of. Let the Lord accept this as a tribute to his hospitality. Ruki said that he accepted his answer. Kelv turned to his lord and noted that their guest must be tired after a long journey. The king told him that he was right, so the Lord told the protagonist that it was a long journey and he should rest well first. The protagonist bowed his head in agreement. With these words, the audience ended. A little later, Ruki called his subordinates. The commander of the Elven Magic Squad, the commander of the Lizard Assault Squad, and the commander of the Minotaurs with their squads appeared before him. The demon lord informed them that the reason he had gathered them all was none other than the arrival of a new guest named Thor. He hoped that they themselves understood this, but just in case, he would remind them that they were forbidden to harm the guest. All the subordinates reported to the king that they understood him. Ruki continued that they should not forget the pride of their people. Let them treat Thor with respect, and let them try to learn a lot from talking to him. The commander of the elves apologized to his lord for arousing his suspicions. They did not intend to harm the guest, but is there anything to learn from him? The lizard commander tried to stop his comrade from saying these words. But the elven commander continued, saying that he thought they should remind their guest of the demon lord's power. For starters, he should show him the army of the Ifrits to let him understand how terrible the demons can be. Ruki, thoughtfully, in a wheedling voice that did not bode well, said, "Show the guest how terrible the demons can be?" Yes, that certainly makes sense. Taking the opportunity to show him all the power of their army, that was an excellent suggestion. The elven commander, unsuspectingly, expressed his joy that his lord approved of his proposal. But he did not have time to finish, because the lord stood up from his throne and growled angrily, saying that he only heard in his words a disdainful attitude towards the empire. Perhaps they forgot that their country began to prosper only because their ancestors were afraid of humans. The elven commander stuttered in fear, and from the lord's reaction, Ruki continued to complain that they were so many more. Plus, the humans wielded weapons that were far superior to theirs in strength. Let them take a close look at the current empire. This country continues to expand its borders and build up its military power to this day. So why, knowing all this, does the commander tell him that they have nothing to learn from the empire? The elven commander tried to make amends. He fell to the floor in a deep bow and noted that he was very sorry for his stupid words. The demon lord was literally raging. Thor, their guest, he was an alchemist who decided to work for the good of their country. He allowed them and Kelv to evaluate his products and distribute them for the use of the people. Thanks to this, they will be able to learn more about the culture of the Empire. All the subordinates, trembling with fear, fell on their faces before their master. Kelv, noting this, turned to the Lord and expressed his hope that his order had reached the ears of everyone present. However, Thor is from the Empire. Still, they should remain vigilant. Ruki, who had calmed down, remarked that it should be as he said. The Lord turned to Mabel and ordered her to look after the protagonist and support him. The girl bowed to the Lord and told him that she would fulfill his order with pleasure. Kelv asked her if the protagonist had fixed her pendant. The girl answered that it was so. Ruki wondered if her pendant was made of magic silver. Wasn't it? Mabel also confirmed that he was absolutely right. The Lord remarked in surprise. So Thor had fixed it without having the required materials with him? Kelv remarked that this could be determined with an assessment. He placed the pendant in his hands and used the skill appraisal. What he saw confused him. He asked the girl if this pendant had belonged to her mother, wasn't it? Mabel said in bewilderment that it was so. It has been passed down in her family for many generations. But, during this time, it had already completely lost its power, because the stone in it had been broken long ago. Kelv, having listened to her attentively, answered her that the protagonist had restored it too. All those present stared at the Chancellor in amazement. Kelv proclaimed that Thor Rigus had repaired the pendant with the water spirit stone. Not a single craftsman from the land of the demon lord could do this. Mabel said in bewilderment that she could not believe it. The Chancellor summarized that this was the truth. And from this, two conclusions could be drawn. The first is that there are alchemists who are able to repair a magic item in the blink of an eye. Second is that there are many alchemists of this level in the Empire, since they are ready to send one to another country. Ruki said that this was obvious. Would the Empire throw away valuable personnel? Kelv continued. Besides, perhaps the Empire wanted to show them its power in this way. After all, if they have many alchemists like Thor, then their resistance to the Empire is pointless. The commanders looked at the Chancellor in amazement. He said, "Or is it possible that the Empire is stupid enough to not appreciate his abilities?" Ruki objected to him. Let him not talk nonsense. It is impossible that the Empire does not know anything about his abilities. Do not underestimate people. Kelv, with a guilty look, agreed with the master and apologized to him for his assumptions. He noted that they would be vigilant as before. Demon Lord said that he relied on him and let him prepare a suitable room for their guest, as well as a workshop. At this time, Mabel came to the protagonist. On the way to him, she was worried that she was quite late. He must be very nervous in a new place. Having come to him, the girl apologized for making him wait. She offered to show him where his room was. The protagonist, looking at the contents of the room where he was waiting, picked up a vase and thanked her for her concern. The girl asked him if there was anything that interested him. Thor answered that he was interested in absolutely everything here. He began to point at various things. He was interested in what materials these things were made of. Who made them? Mabel smiled. It seemed that she had worried in vain. She told him that they would have as much time as they needed to discuss this. But first, she had to show him where his room would be. At that moment, two lizards appeared in front of them. They informed them that, by order of the Demon King, they would accompany them. Mabel was very surprised by this. Although these creatures did not have weapons with them, they could easily defeat Thor with their claws. Even if they were afraid of Thor, they should not act so obviously. Their guest would hardly like it either. At that moment, the protagonist approached them and thanked them. He expressed hope that they would become friends. The girl thought skeptically about this, or not. The main character turned to her. He said in bewilderment that he still did not know so much. She asked him if something had happened. MC confessed to her that he was meeting lizards for the first time, so he was a little surprised. Mabel, in turn, was surprised that she was meeting a person for the first time who called these creatures correctly. Usually people say much worse about them, two-legged lizards or nasty reptiles. The girl answered him that there was something to be surprised about. Lizards are very strong and they also have powerful protection. It is not surprising that they look unusual for a person. Thor said that he did not mean that. He just thought that it was probably hard for them to change clothes because the fabric clings to their scales. Mabel was surprised. What was he saying? The protagonist continued, saying that it was his duty as an alchemist to develop clothes for them that would be comfortable for them to use. Both the lizards and the girl listened to his speech in amazement. She asked him if he even thought about such things. The protagonist answered that he did. He really wanted to know more about how representatives of different races lived. Mabel listened to him in surprise. He noted that in the lands of their ruler, there were a variety of inhabitants, from demons to demi-humans, and for sure, all of them had their own problems that they faced every day. By solving their problems, he would be able to gain a variety of experience and hone his skills, and one day, he would definitely create something that could change this world for the better. He was grateful to the Demon King for allowing him to work here. He would like to thank him properly for this. Mabel realized with surprise that Thor was telling the truth. This becomes clear just by looking at his shining eyes. Races and countries do not matter to him. He really loves alchemy and is seriously going to help others. He is truly an amazing person. She said out loud that she approved of his desire, and she would help him in any way she could. The protagonist answered her that it was mutual. They would definitely become friends. Mabel could not believe it. Was it possible that she would help a person who could change the course of history? The girl had a dream. In it, her relatives accused her of being an elf if she could not use magic, all because she had human blood. Can she even be called an elf? The fact that she did not have the elementary is disgusting. She is a disgrace to their family. She is useless. Let her get out of here. Mabel jumped up on the bed and screamed to be left alone. Opening her eyes, she realized that it was just a dream. Those memories again. Will she ever be able to overcome this? The girl touched her feet and noticed that they were, as usual, like ice floes. If only her sensitivity to cold would disappear along with her childhood trauma. She looked at her warm socks. Although the girl was embarrassed to wear them in front of the protagonist, he couldn't see her now, so she happily pulled the socks on her icy feet. Meanwhile, the protagonist was surprised by the contents of the warehouse. He exclaimed with admiration that this was simply unbelievable. This was the warehouse of the Demon Lord's castle. The entire floor here was littered with countless interesting things. Before he could get closer to the scabbard to take a closer look at it, his eye immediately caught on the dented armored shield. The protagonist was overcome with real euphoria. He exclaimed that the Demon Lord's castle was the best. There was a whole gallery of treasures here. The king of these lands did not give him this room out of the kindness of his heart. He expects that he will be able to create something useful here. If he fails to live up to expectations, he could be returned to the Empire. To prevent this from happening, he wanted to create something that would please the Demon Lord and be useful to the people. The protagonist began to rack his brains. What could he make? Maybe something for the house? He couldn't wait to try. There were all kinds of things here. Many of them would be useful as materials. A book caught his eye. It was a product catalog. He had never seen such symbols. Most likely, no one could understand the content, so it was simply left here. He leafed through it and noted that both the letters and the pictures were done very finely. No technology in this world could do this. Most likely, this book is from another world, left by the heroes. One picture caught his attention. It depicted a woman sitting on a chair, with her feet in some kind of interesting vessel design. The protagonist cursed. He didn't think that there was such a thing in the castle. A book is useless if you don't understand what's written in it. He noticed the cover and thought, what is this, a product catalog? Is this the title of the book? Did he read it? The protagonist was stunned, wondering if this was because of the appraisal skill. This skill is able to read the properties of objects. Perhaps that's why he can read what's written here. Leafing through it, he realized that with the help of this catalog, you can buy unique goods, and they were delivered all over Japan. This must be the name of one of the countries where the heroes lived. He noted out loud that this thing definitely belonged to the world of heroes. The protagonist continued leafing through it and came across health devices. These seemed to be the restorative items from the hero world. They could relieve eye fatigue, eliminate shoulder pain, or improve sleep. The protagonist was surprised. Did the heroes really use this? He began to read about these items more carefully. Vision improving glasses in just 2 minutes a day improved vision by 20 times. The rapid recovery oxygen capsule in just 2 hours restored as in 10 hours of sleep. He thought no wonder the heroes were the strongest if they used this. He wondered if he could create something like this. The protagonist had just summoned the highest alchemy when at that moment Mabel came to him, bringing him something on a tray. He flinched at her appearance. The girl apologized for scaring him. She tried to say that she brought him tea, but he did not react. He was very focused. She asked him if he found something interesting. The protagonist showed her his find and said that it was a book from another world. He turned to Mabel. Could she read it? The girl looked closely at what was inside this thing, but regretfully noted that she did not understand what was written there. MC was not surprised. He thought that she would not be able to read. Mabel added that sometimes such things end up here. The Demon Lord said to bring here any things that might be useful someday. The girl muttered irritably that this was the logic of someone who did not need to clean up. She told him that they should not talk about it. How would he feel about having a cup of tea? The protagonist thanked her for her concern. He would definitely not refuse tea. At that moment, he noticed warm socks on her and was very surprised by this. The girl asked him, did he notice her socks? He wondered why. She explained to him that she was very sensitive to the cold. The doctor said that it was because of problems with her internal magical flow. Thor thought in amazement. Magical flow? He had never heard of such a thing. Mabel continued, despite the fact that elves are very good at magic, because the flow of magical power in her body is disrupted, she cannot use spells. Most likely it has to do with her grandmother. They say that she was a human. That is why the elves once threw her out. Luckily, she turned out to be good at housekeeping and cooking, which is why the demon lord took her in. The protagonist, almost crying, noted that she had such a hard time. Mabel stopped short, became embarrassed, and then asked him for forgiveness for blurting out too much. She assured him that she was fine now. Now she no longer cares about such things as the inability to use magic. Besides, now she is very glad that her grandmother was a human. Thor asked her in surprise, was that really why she came to meet him? Mabel smiled at him and replied that it was. She would really like to know what people are like. Therefore, she is glad that the first person she met was him. She is happy. After all, her grandmother belonged to such a wonderful race. The protagonist thanked her for the praise. She laughed shyly in response to his words. MC thought that, after all, the lands of the Demon Lord are amazing. It turns out that they had previously accepted people from other countries just as easily. And Mabel even got a job in the castle, being their descendant. Suddenly, an idea dawned on him. He turned to the girl, he asked her if she did not mind, would she help him with an experiment? He showed her 2 old shields, and said that in the book he found there was a restorative device for people with poor blood circulation. It is made in the form of a small, semi-closed container in which 2 feet are placed, and on the front part, there seem to be glowing symbols. The name of this device is a foot bath. The protagonist read her what was written below in the description of this device and its principle of operation. It said that vibration and a strong stream of water will warm the user's feet. He will get rid of cold feet and improve blood circulation throughout the body. In addition, the user will be able to improve the flow of energy through stimulation of acupuncture points. But there are contraindications. From the very first use, the user will feel the result, get rid of cold feet, and live a healthy life. The protagonist noted that this was expected from a book from the world of heroes. It sounded convincing. So, he will need magic stones of fire and wind. As materials, he will take old shields from this warehouse. Fire shield absorbs enemy attacks, after which it releases a pillar of flame. It is impossible to use it because its internal magic mechanism is completely out of order. Wind shield reflects enemy arrows with a powerful stream of air. It is also impossible to use. Its internal magic mechanism is also completely out of order. Will he be able to take out the magic stones from these shields if he softens the shields with a skill? The protagonist called upon the highest alchemy and activated it. The armored shields, like plasticine, easily crumpled in his hands. He easily obtained the stones he needed. He was going to make the base of the shield into the base of the bathtub. At that moment, Mabel called him and told him that she had found a beautiful cup. Seeing the crumpled shield in his hands, she exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" "This is the shield that was here. What happened to it?" The protagonist showed her what was left of the shield and explained to her that this was the result of using his alchemy. He took her cup and thanked her. The girl touched the former shield and noted that it was very soft. MC took it and said that now, using this material, he would recreate an item from another world. He activated the highest alchemy again, and the restorative item from the world of heroes, the foot bath, its creation. Based on the image that appeared, he began to prepare the materials. The protagonist imagined how the magic stones poured their power and dissolved in water. He understood that he would not be able to create an item exactly like the one in the world of heroes. The description was too short. However, using magical power and stones, he would create an item with similar properties. He visualized a powerful stream of water that would warm his feet and improve blood circulation. He also imagined stimulating acupuncture points to improve the flow of energy and heal the body. The wind stone would create a stream. The fire stone would heat the water. At that moment, the system notified him that the image was confirmed. Creation was possible. The item was successfully created. A bath appeared before his eyes, like from a book. Not like it was drawn, but very similar. The protagonist exclaimed that he did it. He created this item so he could see all its characteristics. He decided to see what he got. The system gave information that this item is a foot bath. Creation attributes are fire, water, wind. Rarity is 2 stars out of 3. The fire stone heats the water. The wind stone creates streams of water and bubbles. Magic stones need to be replaced regularly. They were consumables. They need to be replaced once a year. The item must be washed with fresh water. Do not use detergents. The damage resistance of this product is 3 stars out of 3. It cannot be destroyed without the use of a magical weapon. The service life of the product is 25 years. Thor turned to Mabel in surprise. He told her that this item will help get rid of sensitivity to cold. It's called a foot bath. The girl asked him in amazement, "What? He has already made it?" He told her that it is so. Everything is already ready. She spoke in bewilderment. Not even 10 minutes had passed since she came here. Are all the alchemists in the Empire so amazing? The protagonist hesitated with an answer. He could not tell her that he was a hindrance to the Rigus family, so he never had the chance to visit an alchemy workshop. The protagonist answered her that he did not know any alchemists, so he did not know this, and his father always told him not to be arrogant. There are any number of people with the same skill as him, that's what he said. The protagonist added that, most likely, many can do this. Mabel exclaimed in bewilderment. Many? She can't believe it. There are many alchemists in the Empire who have the same abilities as him? Thor noted that there is nothing surprising in this. He just copied an item from the world of heroes. Mabel did not calm down. In such a short time he created an item from the world of heroes? He smiled at her, handed the girl the tub, and told her that it was for her. The girl thought she was crazy. An object from the world of heroes for her? Thor said that he would teach her how to use this device. Would she show him where the bathhouse was? The stunned girl answered that she would show him everything. Arriving at the bathhouse, the protagonist showed her the leg structure and said that he would explain to her how it worked. At that moment, Kelv remarked that he would be happy to watch, too. Let him please demonstrate the operation of this device. The protagonist was surprised. Why was the Chancellor here too? Kelv told him that he wanted to see the work of the object he had created. Thor didn't see a problem with that. Anyway, this device was created for use in demon territory. An observer wouldn't bother them. He began to explain step by step what needed to be done, accompanying his words with actions. The protagonist explained that first, you need to fill the tank with water. Then you need to wait a while for the water to absorb the energy of the firestone. When steam appears, everything is ready. He turned to the girl and asked her to lower her feet into the bath. Mabel readily took off her socks, sat down on the bench, and lowered her feet into the container. She immediately noted that it was very warm. The protagonist told her that there was a magical windstone on the front of the body. Let her activate it. This is necessary to turn on the vibration mechanism. Mabel pressed the stone and suddenly shuddered in surprise. She noticed that the flow of water affected her sensitive spots, as if sparks were running all over her body. The girl was covered in sweat. Kelv, worried, asked the protagonist if this was normal. The protagonist explained to him that this was the result of the stone's work. Mabel said in a relaxed voice that it was a very amazing feeling. She was very pleased. Warmth was spreading throughout her body. After a while, the girl said that she could not do it anymore. She was like in heaven. The protagonist understood what was going on. Big changes were happening in her body now, like a hot spring in the bitter cold. Like a spring in the middle of the desert. As it was said in the book, the footbath drove away the cold. Kelv, watching her with concern, asked her in bewilderment, was she okay? Mabel answered him in a relaxed voice that she was fine. She felt like magic was moving inside her body. The Chancellor was surprised. Magic. He turned to Thor and noted, so what kind of healing item from the world of heroes did he make? The protagonist answered him that it was true. What was wrong? Kelv said that he also had some knowledge about heroes. According to his information, there were no records of heroes using any magical healing items. Most likely, this name was hidden by ordinary items for relieving fatigue. But why then did it have such an effect on Mabel? The protagonist answered him that there was nothing to be done about it. After all, it was an item from the world of heroes. The Chancellor was perplexed. Nothing to be done? Please let him think again. Thor objected to him. Heroes had powerful skills in magic, right? He doubted that in the world where such people came from, these were simple items for relieving fatigue. Kelv doubted. Did he think so? The protagonist noted that he was sure of it, although in fact, he also doubted it a little. The Chancellor fell to his knees and said that all this did not fit in his head. No healer in their lands could cure the girl of this affliction. And he did it in the blink of an eye with this healing item. Thor could understand the Chancellor's surprise. After all, they had all just seen with their own eyes the result of the work of an item from the world of heroes. How advanced was the technology in their world? He was still very far from it. Finally, the girl said that it was time to turn off this invention. It was too pleasant, she could not stand it anymore. Kelv asked her how she felt. She said that everything was fine. Her body seemed to have become lighter. She seemed to feel the magic circulating in her. The protagonist suggested that she try to use the spell. Maybe she would succeed at least a little. The girl was not sure that she would really be able to use magic. Ever since then, she had always given up without even trying. But now, she felt the strength in herself. Why not really try? Mabel concentrated under the attentive gaze of the protagonist and cast a spell in the name of darkness and wind. Then she activated the coal-black wind. A powerful black wave rose, from which even Kelv covered himself with his hands. It seemed that this wave would sweep away everything in its path. Both the Chancellor and the protagonist were amazed at what they saw. Mabel herself, not believing her eyes, said, "Did she just use magic?" The protagonist muttered in surprise, "Is she okay?" The girl noticed that everyone told her that she was no good, since she could not use magic. As if waking up, she rushed to the protagonist, hugged him, and thanked him with all her heart. Mabel admitted to him, in fact, she was always worried that she could not use magic. In her home village, everyone said what kind of elf was she, since she could not use it? But now, she can be really useful. she will be able to help everyone with her magic. She looked at the protagonist with a grateful look and noted that he was her benefactor. Kelv asked her if she had by any chance strangled the protagonist with her embrace. Mabel, realizing that she was still hugging Thor, let go of him and sheepishly asked him for forgiveness. Protagonist, having caught his breath, said that nothing terrible had happened. He thanked her. The girl was surprised. What was he thanking her for? He told her not to take it to heart. The protagonist asked her if not only her magical circulation, but also her susceptibility to cold had been cured. She noted that this was true. Her feet were now warm. She was not cold at all. It was simply amazing. Thor thought with satisfaction that he had not expected anything else from the world of heroes. And yet, how happy he was to create objects that could please others. He turned to her and said that she could have this bath for herself. Kelv objected that it was impossible. This item would be under His Highness's control. The protagonist was surprised. Why? After all, he made it to help Mabel heal her legs. The Chancellor noted that it was true, but if she needed this device, she could use it at any time. However, they could not leave an item unattended that could activate the magical power inside the body of whoever used it. If it fell into the wrong hands, it could upset the balance of power in the lands of the Demon Lord. Thor realized that there was nothing he could do about it. He would have to agree with it. If he started an argument with the Chancellor, Mabel could get into trouble. Therefore, giving Kelv the bathtub, the protagonist said that he understood everything. Kelv, taking the bathtub, noted that they would name a decent price for this invention. The Chancellor asked the protagonist if he would be okay with paying in gold coins. This is the currency used in the lands of demons. The protagonist stared at him in surprise. What did he say? The Chancellor in turn was surprised by his reaction. Thor asked him again, payment? Why? He simply created what he wanted. They were going to pay for it? Kelv, surprised by his reaction, asked him in surprise, is everything okay? MC cleared his throat and answered with embarrassment that he was fine. He thought, although in the Empire he received payment when he used his skills, it was mere peanuts. In addition, he could not choose how to use the skill. For the most part, he simply performed maintenance on the items that were brought to him for work. But here, everything was different. He could create things of his choice and receive not only gratitude, but also a reward for it. So he turned to the Chancellor with a request that they pay him with magic stones. Kelv said in confusion, magic stones? He hoped that the protagonist knew that, depending on how they were used, magic stones could also become dangerous weapons. Thor told him that in that case he would make a request, and they would give him only the stones that would be needed to create the items. If necessary, he would make a plan for using the magic stones. Kelv was surprised. A plan? The protagonist explained to him that he would create items for use in the demon territory. In exchange, the Demon Lord would supply him with consumables. How did he like that idea? The Chancellor thought for a moment, and then asked the MC in bewilderment if he didn't mind that his inventions would not be used by people. Thor noted in amazement. Should he be against it? No matter how amazing the item was, it would be meaningless if no one used it. He wanted everyone to be able to use his items. He would like to hear a variety of opinions about them, eliminate all the shortcomings, and thus bring his inventions to perfection. And then, one day, he would be able to surpass the technology of the hero world. Mabel looked at him with admiration. Kelv, after a short pause, said that he would talk to the Lord. When he told the king about the protagonist's proposal and what he had created, Ruki couldn't believe it. The magic item made by the Thor skill cured Mabel's illness? The Chancellor confirmed that it was so. He had seen it with his own eyes. The Demon Lord was perplexed. He still couldn't believe it. Doctors from all over the demon lands tried to cure her, while this alchemist did it in less than a day. Kelv guessed that the reason was that Thor used 2 types of magic in his device. Ruki said foot bath. If he understood correctly, the fire stone is used for heating, and the wind stone creates a flow and bubbles in the water. The Chancellor confirmed that this was the case. In other words, these 2 elements are mixed in water. The Lord doubted. Nonsense. How is this possible? Kelv told him that he had no other guesses. In addition, Mabel's predominant element is water. There is every reason to believe that it is easier for her to absorb magical power through water. Thus, the heat created by the fire element was able to spread through the wind element throughout the body, thereby curing the susceptibility to cold, along with improving the circulation of the magical flow. Ruki was surprised. He thought everything through to the smallest detail. Yes, a frightening young man. Kelv said he dared to believe that he could be among the top 5 alchemists in the world. The Lord asked him, on the other hand, he simply copied an item from the world of heroes, right? The Chancellor confirmed that this was so. However, in the legends about heroes, there is no mention of items that can heal serious illnesses or strengthen the body. Basically, it says that heroes used restoration magic and strengthening magic for these purposes. And even more so, there is not a single mention of an item that can perfectly establish the circulation of magic, which, at the same time, looks like an ordinary container with hot water and bubbles. What kind of alchemist is this? He makes him completely doubt his knowledge of history. The Lord said in response that he also does not understand much. It is better for them to leave this topic and let him give the bath to Mabel. Kelv was surprised. Was he sure of his decision? Ruki told him that he valued her as a subordinate. Therefore, he saw no reason to do otherwise. The Chancellor noted that the girl had become quite close to the protagonist. It was not at all typical for her to open her heart to someone else. The Lord was surprised. What was he saying? Kelv explained to him that due to the inability to use magic, she was expelled from her native elven settlement. And even after arriving at the castle, she was reluctant to get close to anyone. However, Thor was clearly an exception. In this regard, he had a proposal. Why not let Mabel marry the protagonist if she so wishes? In this case, the protagonist would have a good reason to stay in their lands. The Lord was angry at his words. He exclaimed that this would not happen. He has known her since childhood. She's his dear subordinate. Even though they now live in the so-called world with people, demons will never bend to them. Kelv went cold with horror. He tried to calm his master. But the Lord was furious. No, his patience snapped. He was going to personally evaluate what the alchemist Thor is. Meanwhile, in the mansion of Duke Barca, Rigus told his subordinate during a meal that they finally got rid of this parasite Thor. Even breathing became easier. The butler, pouring wine into his master's glass, answered him that he was absolutely right. He thought that by this time, the demons had already managed to tear him to pieces. The Duke laughed and noted that this was a suitable end for such scum. At that moment, a knight came to them and told the butler that the royal court had requested the magic sword that they had left for repairs. The butler was surprised. What? Did they accept such an order? The knight was puzzled. Had he forgotten? They were tasked with restoring a magical sword from the time of heroes so that Her Highness the Princess could use it. The butler remembered that he had left a repair request with the government service. He would check if the sword was ready. Sometime later, when he came to the workshop, he was indignant. They couldn't fix it. The manager began to justify himself to him that this was so. They sent it to the Alchemist Association, but they refused. The butler was indignant. The document said that the repair was 80% complete. The manager noted about this that, in fact, their employee was repairing the sword. The butler asked in amazement, what was he talking about? The master, covered in sweat, answered him, the fact is that their budget is cut every year. Therefore, as far as possible, they try to fulfill requests themselves. The butler softened and asked him to call that very employee. The manager said with a satisfied smile that he had been fired. The butler exploded again. What did he say? What kind of idiot let such an employee go? And after that, he calls himself the manager? The man stuttered again and began to justify himself to him. They did not want to fire him at all. The butler angrily told him to go to hell. Who is this man? The manager told him that his name was Thor Kanen. True, that was his mother's surname. Now, after returning to the Duke's house, he must have become Thor Rigus. He was a very valuable employee. One by one, he checked all the items that came to them, and with the help of alchemy, he repaired those that needed repair. The butler was indignant. Why did they not receive reports on this? The master reminded him that the Duke himself had asked for this. They were ordered to conceal the name and area of Thor Rigus' activities, so that rumors about him would not reach the nobility. Therefore, they could not keep reports on his work. The butler growled in frustration. The master added, if Thor had returned to the Duke's family, why didn't he ask him to fix the sword himself? The butler irritably shouted at him to shut his mouth. Let him not dare to tell the nobility what to do. This sword would be repaired in the best alchemy workshop. He could forget about its existence. And let him not dare to mention the name Thor Rigus anymore. He grabbed the sword and left the workshop. The next day, the butler came to another workshop. But he also became indignant at them. How could this be? They couldn't fix it. The master told him that he was very sorry, but it was not within their competence. The butler was beside himself with anger. He dared to laugh at him? This was the largest workshop in the empire. The master, after another inspection of the weapon, patiently explained to him that repairing a magic sword was a very difficult task. He pointed to the blade and asked the butler, did he see? There are cracks here, or rather there were. Now the cracks are closed, but the blade is still damaged. If it were an ordinary sword, they could ask the blacksmith to repair it. But this is a magic sword. When repairing, the elements of fire and earth must be added to the metal. Does he understand that? The butler nodded to him in agreement. The master continued, therefore to repair, the alchemy skill is required to bring the metal used in the work in line with the original. The butler did not understand since he knew this. Why did he not repair it? To which he received the answer that, in their empire, there were no alchemists of such a level. He was surprised. How so? The master said that they existed in the Age of Heroes. But over time, alchemists began to lose their status, and their number decreased, and their skill began to decline. In their youth, he and his comrades often talked about the fact that if they did not continue to develop their craft, then the techniques that were preserved would be lost to future generations. The master thought for a second, and then noticed but there was someone who practically fixed this sword. Why didn't he ask him to finish the repair? The butler was dumbfounded and silent. The master continued, examining the blade, that the work of the master who worked on this sword was beyond praise. There should have been a crack in the middle of the sword, but he didn't see any traces. The cracks were filled in so that it was indistinguishable from the main material. He began to beg the butler to introduce him to this man who did the repair. He would definitely like to learn from him. The stunned butler thought that he couldn't do this because he had disappeared in the lands of the Demon Lord. But the butler was indignant out loud. No way. He leaned towards the master and said threateningly that he should listen to him carefully. Let him just fix this sword. It's just a weapon. Let him just make it look like new. Did he understand? The master bowed his head before him and asked him if a complete repair was required. The butler answered that it was not required. He had understood everything correctly. The master objected. If unsuitable materials were used, the strength of the metal would decrease. The butler said that it did not matter for a sword that would only be used as a ceremonial one. Besides, he was going to refuse the duke's house. The master had no choice but to do as the butler asked him. He said that since the master insisted, he would accept the order. However, he would have to write in the application that he was making a request only for an adjustment to the appearance and not for a repair. The butler was surprised. Should he sign the request? The master answered that he had understood everything correctly. This was to relieve them of responsibility for the quality of the repair. The butler agreed to this and signed the necessary documents. Meanwhile, in the Demon Lord's castle, Mabel was trying to feed the protagonist with a spoon. He wondered what she was doing. The girl said that thanks to him, she could now use magic. And the pendant, too, was as good as new. She would like to thank him somehow. The protagonist, swallowing the contents of the spoon, asked her if she thought he could ask the Lord to allocate another room for him. Mabel, after thinking, answered him that it was possible, but it would take some time because there were no free rooms nearby. He sadly drawled that he understood. Most likely, the Lord thought that he would make this warehouse his workshop. But there are many valuable things here. In alchemy, it is often necessary to use fire and chemicals. Therefore, important books and materials from another world can be accidentally damaged. It would be better if he had a separate room for a workshop. He turned to Mabel and asked her to give him a tour of the castle tomorrow, and they would leave the topic of the room for now. The girl responded positively to his request. She added that she would spare no effort to fulfill any of his wishes. He was embarrassed and suggested that she do without it. Having collected all the dishes, she said that now she needed to clean up the place. After that, she would bring him tea. Humming, the girl left him. The protagonist thought about the workshop and began to look at the product catalog book. He thought that if only there were an item that could create a workshop anywhere. Oh, he wanted to look at this topic in the storage section. The protagonist remembered that the heroes had a skill that allowed them to store things in another dimension. What was it called? Storage box? Storage skill? Item box? You could put as many items as you wanted there and take them out at any time. In addition, you could sort the items in any convenient way. He sighed and lamented the lost technology of the era of heroes. If he could create a storage box like this, maybe they could even figure out how the hero skill worked. He should still try it. There was bound to be something like this in this book. As he flipped through the pages, he noticed that he seemed to have found what he needed. It was called a compact storage box. Its characteristics stated that it was compact on the outside, spacious on the inside. You could store anything. You could sort items in the blink of an eye, and take them out just by thinking about it. This invention was called the White Rabbit Compact Storage Box. The protagonist was surprised. Wow, it really was it. The same capabilities as the heroes. The book also indicated its dimensions. The height was 2 meters. The width was 3 meters, and the depth was 4 meters. It was made of metal and had a large sliding door. He was intrigued. Was this just the outside? Turning the next page, he saw an explanation there. After reading it, the protagonist exclaimed that this was simply amazing. The storage room could support the weight of up to 1,000 rabbits. It was also spacious, like another dimension. This was unique technology. Thor was surprised. Another dimension? Does that mean another dimension exists? The heroes used a bag or sack, but to get items directly from another dimension, it was impossible for them. This storage room is a next-generation item. We were talking about horned rabbits, weren't we? They were the first ones the heroes tamed when they came to this world. The body length of these creatures was more than 1 meter. The protagonist was amazed that this was amazing. This item could support 1,000 horned rabbits. He might not be able to create something so powerful, but he would definitely try. He activated the highest alchemy and called for activation. The system told him that creating a compact storage room was possible. Not enough magical power. The earth and wind elements were enough. The dark element was not enough. Thor was upset. He lacked dark magical energy. But creation is possible. The amount of darkness he can use is still small. Because until recently he lived in an empire where there is practically no dark energy, and light prevails. This was a problem. MC thought out loud. Where could he find an owner of sufficient darkness power? He did not notice how the Lord himself came to him at that moment. At that moment, the system notified him that the absorption was complete. The creation of the item was possible. The protagonist was surprised. How is this possible? What happened? At that second, Ruki apologized to him for his visit. He asked him if he had disturbed the protagonist. He had something to talk to him. The protagonist knelt before him and greeted him. Ruki noted that there was no need to bow. He did not come on an official visit. Thor thought that he felt it during the audience. The Demon Lord always holds himself with dignity. Also, his mask and robe are magical items. The alchemist's instinct told him that these were very powerful artifacts. The Lord said that, first of all, he wanted to express his gratitude to him for the fact that Mabel could now use her magic. He had known her since she was a little girl. She was very dear to him. He was grateful that he was able to relieve her of her worries. The protagonist answered him with embarrassment, saying that he was not worth the gratitude. She had always been there and helped him. Therefore, if he had managed to create something useful for her with the help of alchemy, he was already happy. Ruki noted that, after all, he was strange. Thor was surprised, wasn't he? The Demon Lord said that all the previous messengers were so scared that they couldn't even speak. In addition, they immediately ran back. However, he was completely calm. He was still wondering if he was up to something suspicious. The protagonist smiled and asked him, "So he noticed?" The Lord flared up. Was he right? The protagonist turned to him and said that he was actually thinking of making it. With that, Thor showed him the book that talked about the storage room. He read him the part where it said that it sorted everything in the blink of an eye. A storage room that wouldn't break even under the weight of 1,000 rabbits. The protagonist asked Ruki if he could make it. He needed more space to work. The Lord looked at him and said that he was really weird. Could he ask him something? MC readily replied that he could ask him anything. The Demon Lord noted that Thor said that he intended to create an item here that would surpass the technology of the hero world. Is that true? The protagonist answered that it was true. Ruki wondered if he was crazy. The heroes came from a world that was much more advanced than them. Thor countered that he was lucky for them. He had this book, a catalog of items from the hero world. There are many magical items shown here, including the foot bath he had created earlier. Ruki spoke in confusion. Is that so? The protagonist continued with fervor. He knew that the heroes were far superior to them in knowledge. But that is why he wanted to continue creating items of their world, and then perhaps they would be able to comprehend all their technology. He put on a determined look and noted that this would definitely happen. He would improve his alchemy skills, and then he would open his own workshop. He would hang a sign on it saying Alchemy Shop. He would collect all sorts of materials there to create amazing things. He would like the items he created to be widely used in the Demon Lands. Then he would be able to hear the opinions of users and improve alchemy even more. The Overlord cut him off mid-sentence, addressing him by name. Thor cursed. It seems he forgot himself and said too much. As soon as he touched on the topic of alchemy, all his inhibitions disappeared. But, to his surprise, Ruki smiled and exclaimed that it was a great idea. He liked it. It was the first time he heard of an envoy from the Empire trying for the benefit of demons. He was a very interesting person. Therefore, he gave him his permission. The protagonist, not believing his ears, asked him if it was true. Ruki spoke. Otherwise, he would not be a demon lord. Looking at his zeal and passion for the cause, he could only accept his aspirations. The protagonist addressed him by name, with all his appearance letting him know how grateful he was to him. Ruki continued. He said that he wanted to make a compact pantry? Let him make it. He gives him his permission to do so. MC, smiling happily, asked him if he allowed him to use it too. The Lord answered him that he allowed him to do that too. The protagonist thanked him with all his heart. He added that he had prepared some materials here. Ruki asked him in amazement, was he going to make it right now? The protagonist noted in bewilderment. He himself had only just allowed it to be done? Ruki did not take back his words. Yes, he had allowed him, but he did not think that he was ready for it right now. Thor had prepared the materials for this item in advance. He had softened and crumpled several metal shields into lumps. The storage room will be made of metal. The catalog listed the dimensions as 2 meters high, 3 meters wide, and 4 meters deep. But he didn't need such a large storage room. The element of darkness required for creation had accumulated enough. It was time to start making it. Ruki called out to Mabel and asked if he was seriously going to create an item right now. She answered with a smile that that's just how he was. If he got fired up about something, there was no stopping him. It is impossible to understand what is in the alchemist's head. The girl said that Thor was the one who could understand them. Recently, when she showed him around the room, he said that he wanted to create clothes for lizards that wouldn't cling to their scales. Ruki was surprised and asked, "A human wants to make something for lizards?" Mabel explained that she thought he was able to see the essence of things, free from prejudice. He was thinking about the difficulties that the people of the Demon Lands faced, and that he could really be useful to them. She asked him to believe in him. At this time, MC thought that the size was too big. He would make all sides 1 meter 20 centimeters. He would make the body of the storage room from the iron ingots he had prepared. Inside, he would pour the element of darkness to create a storage space, and with the help of the element of wind, he would fill it with air. The materials were determined. It was time to begin creation. Texture, weight, color, smell, hardness. He needed to imagine all of this. The protagonist activated high alchemy and created a compact storage room. The item description said it had the attributes of earth, wind, and darkness. With the element of darkness, the item creates a subspace inside itself. With the element of wind, the subspace is filled with air. With the element of earth, the subspace is fixed and closed. Compact pantry creates a separate space for storing items. Food placed inside the subspace does not spoil. Items are sorted automatically. When the item is in demon territory, magic stones are not required to recharge. The element of darkness is absorbed automatically. Durability 5 cannot be destroyed by a low-level spell. No magic can affect the items inside. The item's service life is 100 years. MC thought that the creation was complete, but it clearly does not reach the item from the world of heroes. The pantry from the catalog is much larger and more spacious, has a keyhole and a drain for rainwater. He could not think the item through well enough. It really is still very far from their level. But mistakes are also important, because he wants to surpass the world of heroes. The protagonist turned to the others and noted that the creation was complete. Mabel admiringly said that he did a great job. Ruki was surprised and said that he couldn't believe it. He just went and created an item right there. But isn't there not enough space in this item to store materials? MC replied that everything was thought out. Had he ever heard of the item bag that the heroes used? He agreed and added that this item had an infinite volume. The protagonist said that this thing had a similar principle. However, this was the first time he created something like this, so it turned out a little worse than expected. Ruki was perplexed and asked if he was joking. Were alchemists who could create subspaces common in the Empire? The protagonist thought that he wasn't sure about that. Come to think of it, the Empire doesn't have much of the element of darkness, so maybe not. He couldn't have created this item either, using only his magic power. He said that they would leave the conversation about the Empire. First, could he check the item space? Ruki replied that he didn't mind. MC smiled and noted that in that case, they were leaving. Mabel smiled and approached him and said that they would be back soon. After some time, they entered the storage room. The protagonist was surprised to notice that it was so spacious. The girl asked in surprise, how could there be so much space inside such a small box? She started running and shouted that it was amazing. Let him look. Even if he ran, the edge was still not getting closer. There was nothing like that, even in the castle's treasury. The protagonist explained that it was all because it was a copy of an item from the hero world. Yes, their technology was truly amazing. Mabel called out to him and asked if he had decided to learn their technique in order to surpass them someday. MC smiled and replied that it was still a long way off. He thought that the storage box has unlimited capacity, but his compact storage has a capacity limit. In other words, the space is not unlimited. His technique is still far inferior to the hero world. The protagonist said that, after improving this technology, he might be able to create a bag or backpack with storage space later. And if he succeeds, would she do him a favor by testing this item in action? Mabel excitedly asked, is it really her? But she is only a servant. She cannot accept such a legendary item. MC noted that she always helps him. He values her very much, so he would like her to be the first to use his invention. The girl embarrassedly replied that he never ceases to amaze her. But she is incredibly happy about it. Suddenly, Ruki, being in the ordinary world, shouted, what's going on with them? Why aren't they answering him? Are they all right? The protagonist excitedly apologized and replied that they are all right. He remarked that he was glad that nothing happened to them. So could he also enter the storage room? The protagonist asked if he wanted to check the item's operation as well. Ruki agreed and added that, as the ruler, he wanted to make sure that the item was safe. MC agreed and added that in that case, he could go inside. After a while, the demon lord found himself inside, and was surprised to note that he did not think that it would be so spacious. He was truly amazed. The protagonist replied that his praise was an honor for him. He continued that it was quite bright here, and the area of this item was about the same as a sports ground in the demon lands. Suddenly, Ruki's mask flew off. A system window appeared, which said that a rare SS rank item had been discovered. Automatic saving is in progress. Item, Cape of Concealment, increases defense from all elements. Mask of Concealment, increases damage from all elements. MC was surprised to think that this was the Demon Lord's true form. All this time, there was a girl hiding under the mask? After all, he thought the whole time that the Lord was a man. Rukia screamed in fear. What do you mean? After some time, the protagonist justified himself. The girl answered discontentedly that she generally understood the situation, so he was forgiven. The The protagonist thought that the fact that her robe and mask were removed was his mistake. He completely forgot that this item automatically collects items. This storeroom automatically detects and collects rare items. That is why when the Demon Lord went inside, her mask and robe were automatically collected. After that, there was a big commotion. Rukia sat, covering her face with both hands, and Mabel ran around her in a panic. And he continued to apologize, simultaneously trying to explain what happened until they both calmed down. In the end, the Demon Lord generously forgave him. The maid knew about her true appearance. Also in the know were Kelv, Rukia's personal maids, and her family. But if only someone had hinted to him that the king was a girl, no one else knew the truth. Rukia asked with displeasure, did he think that a demon lord could rule a country with such an appearance? So, on Kelv's advice, she took on a more befitting appearance, using magic items. Mabel excitedly called out to her and remarked that she was a worthy demon lord. As for her height, perhaps she would grow even more. Rukia replied that there was no need to console her. She wanted to hear the opinion of someone who came here from the outside. What did Thor think of the Demon Lord's true appearance? MC hesitated and replied that it was as if he was seeing a divine image. Seeing Her Majesty, the Demon Lord changed his mind about many things. He always thought that magic items were the most beautiful things, but he was wrong. And he realized it when he saw her true form. In front of the Demon Lord's natural beauty, the beauty of his creations compared to her, he felt ashamed that he couldn't approach that level with his skills. Rukia cried out in embarrassment that she didn't understand what he was talking about. The protagonist replied that he was just saying what he thought. The girl exclaimed that he was talking too much. She burst into tears and added that he spoke so highly of her. But how could he say that about a person who wears a mask and pretends to be someone he is not? The protagonist said that he was sorry. He hadn't told her much either. In fact, he was neither a guest nor an emissary of the Empire. The Empire sent him here as a hostage, and this was the condition for sparing his life. In his father's eyes, he was a disgrace and a nuisance to the entire duchy, so he told him to leave and die, not to tarnish the name of the family with his existence. In Bulgaria, the most important thing is strength. If he is not a fighter and does not have destructive magic, then he is useless. The art of alchemy is child's play for the Imperials and is not respected everywhere. It is treated in the exact opposite way. However, he considers himself lucky to have ended up in the domain of the Demon Lord. Here, he can finally work as an alchemist with his shoulders straight. He was able to know the joy of creating objects and can create what he likes. Mabel asked in surprise if the rumors about him being sent to the lands of the Mad King as a hostage and living tribute were true. MC answered with a smile that it was. She was very upset and remarked that she couldn't understand it. How could he have the courage to admit it? It would be better to make everyone think that he was an envoy from the Empire. He could use the Empire's name to dictate his terms here as an Imperial. The protagonist answered with a smile that it was nonsense. So can they keep it a secret? If it became known that he was a sacrifice sent to the lands of the Demon Lord, they would treat him differently here, right? Relations with the Empire might get worse, so it would be better if they kept it a secret. In exchange, he promised not to tell anyone about the Demon Lord's secret. He thought that they both understood. He would keep her secret, so let them keep his secret too. He thinks that under such equal conditions, they will be able to believe him. This girl is unsure of herself, so she hides her true nature behind a mask and robe. Just like how he was when he served in the Empire, he thought they were similar. Suddenly, Rukia laughed and shouted that he was stupid. He reveals his secret, reveals her secret, and demands mutual silence. What the hell is he doing? MC noticed that she likes to laugh, as he can see. The Demon Lord mockingly exclaimed that he is an idiot. It's bad that he found out her secret, but she is glad that she has dirt on him too. And since he himself suggested it, she has no choice but to believe him. The protagonist asked in surprise that she believes him. Rukia asked with a smile, shouldn't she? She believes him. He believed her. They exchanged secrets. If she was wrong about him, then she was not worthy of being a demon lord. The protagonist replied with a smile that he thought she was a wonderful ruler. The girl sheepishly stopped him and added that such a thing should not be said. After all, he was an honored guest from the Empire and her personal alchemist. She wanted everyone in the castle to make sure he was treated gently. That was all. Mabel put her hand on her heart and said that everything would be as she ordered. Rukia turned around and said that her and his identities were their secret. Only they should know about it. MC agreed and thought that in this compact storage room, they were able to reveal who they were to each other. It was like his personal refuge from the outside world and a great place to relax. Mabel happily asked why they didn't have a tea party here. Here they could talk about everything without fear of being overheard, right? If so, they could use this place in the future. Rukia agreed with a mischievous smile and added that it sounded fun. Doesn't he think so too? The protagonist said with a smile that he would remain silent as a fish and he wanted to repay her for her kindness. She exclaimed with displeasure. What was he talking about? She just wanted to have fun. Mabel agreed and said that she just wanted the two of them to relax here while drinking delicious tea. The protagonist replied that he understood them. They could use this place to have tea. The girls thanked him and they clasped their hands together. The MC thought with a smile that having tea here was all part of a story that had never been told before, but which had already begun to have a profound effect on the Demon Lord and was later called the greatest tea party in the Demon Lord's castle. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord summoned the Chancellor. When Kelv came to her, she apologized to him at such a late hour, but she had something urgent that she wanted to tell him. The Chancellor asked her if it was about Thor. Rukia told him that it was. She watched as he created a new item, although she knew little about it. Kelv was surprised. An item? Rukia told him to listen better. The Chancellor apologized to her for interrupting her. He added that it was not proper for a Demon Lord to express excitement over the slightest thing. So Thor had made another wonderful healing item, but who did he help this time? Rukia countered that it was not a healing item. Kelv guessed, then, a decoration for Mabel? The Lord noted that he had guessed wrong here too. She told him that the protagonist had created a space to store items. The Chancellor was amazed. He exclaimed, was she serious? The heroes use things like these to store items with a huge amount of space inside. And no longer holding back his emotions, the Chancellor screamed in surprise. So he could make the same thing? Rukia winced and asked him not to scream. Kelv exclaimed, but this was amazing. She noticed that he was getting more and more excited. The Chancellor did not hide his amazement. Before, only heroes had such things. Rukia asked him if he also knew about their storage bags. He explained to her that it was a skill that allowed you to store items in another space. This is also one of the reasons why heroes were so strong. They could take items out of small bags. The Chancellor remembered that this was a terrible threat to the demons of those years. They would see a person with a small bag and attack him as an easy target, and a moment later he would pull out a huge sword. Heroes only have one bag. Such a proverb can often be heard in the lands of the Lord of Demons. The Chancellor said that, originally, only the heroes of another world had this ability. Rukia told him that she knew it. And if every person had it back then, they would have already been destroyed. Clenching his hands into fists, Kelv noted, this storage box invented by the main character is very serious. They need to prevent Thor from monopolizing this item. Rukia began to calm him down. She told him that everything will be fine. He asked her in bewilderment, why was she so sure of this? The ruler said that he promised her to make another one for her and Mabel. The Chancellor's legs buckled in amazement. Not believing his ears, staggering, he asked again, Thor will make another storage box? The concept of rare things in the world will be violated. Rukia asked him to take it all calmly. He apologized to her. He was just completely confused by all this. Rukia noted that she should not have shocked him. The protagonist asked her to tell him something. Kelv asked her, should she tell him? She continued, he said that he wanted to be useful as the Demon Lord's personal alchemist. He promised to be on their side, so she wanted to try to create all the favorable conditions for him. The Chancellor asked her, did she really trust him that much? Rukia answered that it was true. Kelv admitted, in his opinion, he really deserved to be trusted. After all, he just gave them a foot bath. Rukia told him that it was true. This is who he is. He has no equal in this. She wanted the Chancellor to make sure that he had everything he needed and did not get into trouble. Kelv, kneeling before the Lord, assured her that everything would be like that. Noticing his worried expression, Rukia asked him, was there something bothering him? Kelv looked at her carefully and asked her a counter question. Did something else happen today? She was in an unusually good mood. Rukia replied that everything was fine. She and the protagonist had just had a pleasant conversation. He asked her, and that was all? The Demon Lord said that that was all. They talked and learned a lot about each other's positions, that's all. At this time, the protagonist and Mabel set up a table for tea. The girl giggled contentedly. He asked her what happened. She was thinking about what happened. It was so exciting. The reason for her mood became clear to him. He understood that she had been raised as a successor since childhood. The predecessor of the current Demon Lord was very strong and strict. He could fight a dozen opponents at once. That's why she wanted to be his equal. The protagonist noted that this was similar to his home. His father was forced to train him so that he would try to gain combat skills. He was ruthless. The protagonist sometimes felt like he could even kill him, so he left the Duke's house. He asked the girl if the Demon Lord was very strong. Mabel told him that it was. No human could defeat her in a magical duel. He wondered if there was a point in hiding her face then. The girl said that some people judge by appearance. Seeing a young girl, they would think the Demon Lord was weak. He noticed that there were indeed many such people. Mabel continued that there were also many strong comrades in the Demon Lord's castle. This was Mr. Raisenga, the Flame General. The Raisenga clan is known as a martial arts sect in the Demon Castle that feeds on the blood of the fire giant. He is just under 2 meters tall, has a muscular build, and his hair is red like flames. When he is angry, he emits fire. The main character would like to look at him, but he is afraid. He said, "In ancient times, the Demon King entrusted the Flame Giant with the hair of the Flame Mountain. Was it during the war with the heroes?" She answered him that the 7-day great battle had thundered. Reisenga is a descendant of a fire giant who protected the castle. That is why his strength is respected. The protagonist cautiously noted that it is better not to approach him. Mabel chuckled and answered him that times have changed. In fact, he is very kind, so everything will be fine. Suddenly she remembered that they were going to walk around the castle. Mabel asked him if they would do it tomorrow. Thor said that he liked the idea. He admitted to her that it was very good. Mabel was embarrassed and answered him that it was nonsense. Late evening came. The allies said goodbye near the protagonist's room. He thanked the girl for everything. The girl asked him to address her without any formalities. The protagonist objected. He was so obliged to her. She covered his mouth with her finger and noted that she did not need signs of respect. She is just a servant who's been assigned to take care of their guest. With his status, he is much more important than her, so she asks him to call her by her first name. The protagonist promised her this. She took his hand in hers, bowed to him, and asked him to stay here forever, because she wanted to stay with him forever. He exclaimed her name in surprise. What was she doing? Mabel, embarrassed, straightened up, wished him good night, and left. The protagonist was confused. What a day. He still could not come to his senses. MC thought, several days have passed since he came here, and everything was going well. He found a book from another world, made magic items. He is happy that he came to the land of the Demon Lord. Perhaps he can fulfill his wish and live a long life here. He did not plan to return to the Empire. He will make this place a real paradise for an alchemist, and will try his best for the sake of the Demon Lord and Mabel, and also for all who accepted him here. Meanwhile, while Thor was visiting the Demon King's territory, not everything was going smoothly in the Empire. In the Imperial Hall, the Blame clan was enjoying a party. There were a lot of nobles, both aristocrats and gentry. Everyone was having fun and making small talk. At that moment, the protagonist's father entered the hall with his confidant. Those present exclaimed with delight that Barca Rigus was here too. They began to flatter him that he looked amazing. As expected of a noble of the first rank, one of the ladies coyly expressed her confidence that he was having a hard time now. The Duke looked at her in bewilderment. What was she talking about? Those present immediately picked up on her words, that the Duke was doing everything for the prosperity of their empire. They say that he gave his son as a prisoner to the domain of the Mad King. What devotion to the empire! One of the nobles exclaimed. That's what he said. The honor of their empire, such aristocrats as he. Everyone began to applaud the Duke in his brave, selfless act. Barca blossomed with pleasure. This praise was just right for the Duke. He turned to his attendant and remarked that it was not easy to be the center of attention, was it? Now that the shameful offspring was gone, the Duke's fame would grow. The man accompanying him wanted to tell him something about his son, since he had to talk only about fame. The Duke interrupted him and irritably told him not to dare mention him. He went to the lands of the Demon Lord, and died there, serving the Empire. That was it. Period. Barca muttered that he was only spoiling his mood and fun. Let him get him something to drink instead. The attendant readily left to carry out his order. At that moment, an admiring murmur of the guests swept through the hall. Her Highness Lyanna had arrived. The two young nobles looked at her with admiration. One of them told the other that her sky-blue eyes were simply beautiful. The other told him that they were. The princess was here, the bearer of the sacred sword of heroes, and a member of the dynasty's chamber. The man greeting the guests announced that Her Imperial Majesty Princess Lyanna, the third princess of the empire, had arrived. The ladies present enviously noted that she was not only strong, but also beautiful. The aristocrats agreed. The light magic that the princess possessed was so powerful that it was akin to the divine. Barca noticed. Yes, Her Majesty Lyanna. He approached her, greeted her, and said obsequiously that she was as beautiful as always. The princess measured him with an icy gaze and said that there were people here who did not deserve to be here. She ordered her guards to get rid of him. Barca was perplexed. What was going on? The princess's guards readily carried out her order, took the Duke by the arms, and began to lead him out of the hall. Barca exclaimed in bewilderment. How is this possible? Why were they doing this to him? The guards told him that he had to leave the hall. He irritably asked them why they were not listening to him. He was a duke. The guards politely asked him to turn in the direction they would show him. He began to break free from their hands, screaming for them to finally let him in. Having broken free, he ran up to the princess. Barca asked her why she was driving him away. Had he done something? Lyanna said in an icy tone that he had put her and her people at risk. And after that, he still dared to express indignation? Barca asked her in bewilderment. What risk had he put everyone at? She reminded him that she had instructed him to restore the magic sword. Did he remember? The Duke began to recall. It seemed that yes, he had received such a request. The princess continued. She was informed that the restoration was complete, and she received the magic sword. But when she used it, the sword could not withstand her magic, and its blade shattered into pieces. Barca exclaimed in amazement. How could this happen? Lyanna spoke. let him not even dare to talk to her. The magic burst out of the blade, and she almost lost her life. And she owes her salvation to her comrades, who covered her. The Duke listened to her with a stupid face. The princess noticed. She later learned that the magic sword shattered into pieces because during the repair, a piece of metal was simply inserted into the place of the chip. This part of the sword interrupted the flow of magic, and as a result, the blade did not withstand. Barca, with a stupid expression on his face, could not say anything to her in response. The princess asked him, does he still want to stay here? He knows very well how difficult it is to restore a magic item. Why didn't he just admit that he couldn't do it? Didn't he realize how dangerous a broken weapon is in battle for its owner? The Duke seemed to go limp from her accusations. What could he say to that? Absolutely nothing. He was morally crushed. Honor gained by deceiving people will never bring the glory it deserves. But he had to save his authority. The Duke was indignant. This couldn't be. Obviously, the restorer had done a bad job. He must have thought he could hide it. He was the one who should be punished. The princess angrily objected to him. She had checked it. The workshop responsible for the restoration had given her messenger these documents. She unrolled the scroll and quoted it. It was written there, since it was difficult to completely restore the magic sword, Duke Barca Rigus instructed the workshop to return it to its original appearance. The Duke took full responsibility. This document was certified by the ducal seal and the signature of the ducal chamberlain. Barca stared at the document in amazement. He wondered what this was. Everyone present was no less amazed. They could not believe it. The princess continued. The master in the workshop added that the magic sword was half repaired. Only a small defect remained, because of which, apparently, it split. She opened the case, took out the same sword from it. Its blade was in terrible condition. Lyanna said, "It is amazing, but the part of the sword that remained intact is the part that was half repaired. This is the only part that withstood her light magic. And only thanks to this, she still managed to successfully catch the Hexenbist." Barca answered her in a stuttering voice. He did not think that she planned to use it in battle. How so? Lyanna noticed that recently the magic of light had become so strong that after the ceremony, she had been tasked with defeating the enemy. Was she sure that the Duke's family had already been informed? The Duke shook his head in bewilderment. No, he did not understand what she was talking about. The princess, raising the broken piece of the sword, exclaimed that she owed her life to the one who had restored the surviving part of the sword so perfectly, and she would like to hire him. Would the Duke be so kind as to tell her his name and where she could find him? Barca began to dodge and wriggle. He told her that it seemed that one of the wandering masters had worked on the sword. He was not connected with him, and he did not know where he was now or how to find him. The princess asked him ironically, "Really?" In that case, she did not want to see him anymore. The Duke was immediately unceremoniously thrown out the door. The Duke, staring at the door, was perplexedly trying to understand how this could have happened. At that moment, his subordinate turned to him. Barca angrily shouted at him. What had he done? How dare he leave such clear evidence against him? Because of him, he had just been thrown into disgrace. The chamberlain, frozen with horror, began to justify himself, saying that he should forgive him. But there was no other way. Barca became even more angry. He began to shout at his subordinate to shut his mouth. He did not want to see him anymore. He was depriving him of his job. Now he's under arrest, and soon he would get rid of him altogether. The chamberlain seemed to be about to lose consciousness from horror and fear. Barca went to his carriage. The culprit wanted to follow him, but he was stopped. The Duke got into the carriage, told the coachman to start, and thought that his honor as a Duke had fallen. But there was a way to fix this. This way is a service. He would show that he was of great use to the Empire. He had a plan that would benefit the Empire. If they could use these stupid demons and subhumans wisely, he would be able to regain his glory. No, he would even be able to reach even greater heights than before. Meanwhile, in the lands of the Demon Lord, the protagonist asked Mabel to show him the castle. She winked at him playfully and said that he could count on her. The main character noticed that the girl had a new hairstyle. She seemed to like it. Walking around the castle, she explained to him where everything was located. His room was on the 3rd floor of the West Wing. The servants' quarters were on the 2nd floor, also in the West Wing. So if he needed anything, he should just call them. Then she led him to the kitchen, where they were happily greeted by the cooks and culinary staff. They were treated to a delicious drink. Coming out of the kitchen, Mabel introduced him to the main hall, which connects all parts of the castle. She warned him to keep up with her. There were several statues in the hall. Approaching one of them, the protagonist asked her in surprise whose statue it was. The girl answered him that it was a statue of the first king. He was surprised. The first king was a woman. The protagonist asked Mabel about the sword in the hands of the first king. The girl explained to him that the first demon king holds a sword made of a stone that fell from the sky. They say that she used it to fight heroes from another world. It is a very rare demon sword. The protagonist whispered to her, "Is this just a replica of the sword, right?" She noted in surprise. As she expected from him, he noticed it at first glance. The protagonist answered her. He knows this because he does not feel any magic from it. She thought, with his abilities in alchemy, this was expected. Mabel continued to tell him that this sword was broken in a battle with a brave warrior from another world, and she does not know where it is now. Thor noted that he is very sorry. The girl said that this is the treasure of the demon tribe. She would like to show it to him. The protagonist noted with anticipation that if this sword were in the castle, he would try to restore it. Mabel stopped in surprise. The protagonist was surprised by her reaction. Did he say something wrong? The girl noted that this was the sword of the first demon king, and it was not only about restoring it, but if he could do it, then it would be just a miracle. The protagonist reasonably said that they could do nothing if it was missing, right? Mabel was sure that it was somewhere in the outside world. The Lord would want to find it. The protagonist noted that this was understandable. He thought, he will look for it when he has the opportunity. Or, even better, he will forge a sword that will surpass the sword of the first demon lord. The protagonist did not notice how he began to reason out loud. He said that it would be possible to make a blade that can extend, or make it so that the magic of darkness can fly out of the sword. Mabel, who had been listening to him until that moment, asked him in amazement if he wanted to make a demon sword for their lord. Thor told her that he did. He thought that she would be pleased if she had her own demon sword. Mabel grabbed his hands and said with admiration that it was a great idea. If she could do something, he could come to her with confidence. She asked him to let her know if he was going to do it. At that moment, he noticed that the centaurs were smiling, looking at them, and whispering something to each other. One of them said that Mabel was always with Mr. Thor. The second, chuckling, noted that she was so happy. Mabel said that she would continue the tour for him. The protagonist readily responded to her offer. At that moment, someone behind them exclaimed, "Oh my God! Is this a guest from the Empire?" Turning around, the allies saw Rising. He noticed, looking at the protagonist, that he was a very weak-looking man. Thor, noticing the speaker's enormous height and red hair that fluttered like flames, could not believe his eyes. Was this the same Risenga? He said in amazement. The general of the tribe, Mr. Risenga? The giant grinned, so he knew his name? Indeed, he was the one he thought of. He was one of the generals of the Dark Lord. He came to see a guest from the Empire itself. Thor bowed politely and noted that it was a great honor for him. He told him his name and added that he was an alchemist from Dolgaria. He was looking forward to starting work with him. The general answered him that he was here more for his daughter. She would be very upset if she did not meet him. The protagonist thought in surprise, his daughter? He pulled out a girl from behind him, fully dressed in armor, and said, let him introduce his daughter, Agnes. The general's daughter said that she was very pleased to meet him. The general solemnly expressed his confidence that Thor was a worthy warrior of the Empire, even though he looked weak. He would be useful in battle, wouldn't he? Agnes tried to calm her father down. Mabel closed her eyes and somehow shrank. Thor told him that he was not suited for battle. Risenga noted in bewilderment. How could this be? If he were a warrior of the Empire, he would give him a chance to fight his daughter. But he was such a weakling. He was disappointed in him. Agnes irritably told her father that it was impolite of him. His daughter was seething with indignation. He took her by the helmet and told her to calm down. After all, there was fire in his veins. The general asked the protagonist who was truly strong in the Empire. He often visited the Imperial capital. His territory was not far from the border, so he wanted to know the name so he could meet him. At that moment, Mabel called out to him and indignantly told him that Thor was their guest, and also he was an alchemist under the command of their lord. It was impolite to address him like that. Stop him sniffing around here for rumors about the Empire. Risenga slowed down because the protagonist was indeed their guest. He admired their king's desire to learn new things from people, but he believed that he should learn strength and combat power. After all, he and his daughter could only prove themselves in battle. Mabel reminded him that their lord wanted peace in the world. The general noted with a downcast voice that this was why he could not fight at full strength. He turned to the protagonist and asked him what he could do. How can he confront them in the lands of the Demon Lord if he does not know how to fight? The protagonist got a little angry. Mabel wanted to stop him. She was afraid of what could happen now, but Thor asked her to step back. He understood that the general was strong and he could kill him with one blow. He did not know what he would do to him if he did not answer him. They could try to reduce everything to a joke, or maybe make a sarcastic response, but he had already made his decision. When he left the Empire and swore an oath before the Demon Lord, he was sure that he would live his life with dignity. So the protagonist answered him that he was an alchemist, and he would be one until his last breath. With his skills, he could improve his daughter's armor. The general grinned, but what could he know about them? Thor turned to Agnes and asked her what she thought about adding the earth attribute. If the water attribute is too strong, it will evaporate violently and burst out as steam. If it is too weak, it can be defeated by fire and disappear. In contrast, the earth attributes are stone and iron, which are resistant to heat. In order to withstand the power of the Flame Titan, the armor requires an earth attribute to provide heat resistance, and a second earth attribute to provide durability. The general and Agnes were stunned as they listened to his speech. The protagonist noted that adding 2 earth attributes would make this armor a very rare item, right? He inspected Agnes's armor and noted that the current armor seemed to be weakened at the joints, as if it could not withstand the heat. His skills are finely honed. He can make a new enchantment with the exact balance of elements. Thor turned to the general and asked him what he thought. Raisenga growled at him to mind his own business with his alchemy. He would not allow some weakling to touch his daughter's armor. He turned to Agnes and told her that they were leaving. The girl was indignant. Her father could not speak to her like that. But the general silently left the hall. Agnes turned to the protagonist, bowed to him, and ran to catch up with her father. Everyone looked after them in bewilderment. One of the centaurs told the protagonist that he was surprised that the general had not made a single step in his direction. The second, laughing, noted that Raisenga had frozen in place. Mabel said in surprise that this was simply amazing. The general was one of the 5 strongest people in the castle, and Thor had so boldly, openly stood up to him, despite his pressure. The protagonist did not think that it was courage on his part. It was the work that had caught his attention. Mabel asked him, "The armor?" He noted that it was, and also he wanted the stern general to know his strength as a magician. That was all. Thor asked the girl if they could continue their tour. She readily responded to his offer. Thor thought that he was interested in learning more about the general and his daughter Agnes, but he did not think that this was what they should talk about here. He would ask Mabel when they finished the tour. Perhaps she could tell him more. He could never have imagined that he would infuriate General Rising. After a while, Mabel informed the protagonist that their tour of the Demon Lord's castle was over. They had done a great job. Thor told her that it had helped him a lot, and he thanked her. The girl smiled and noted that she was glad to help him. She asked him if she thought he would use the bathhouse often now. The protagonist answered that he did. He loved to relax in warm water, so he would definitely use it more than once. Mabel said that he could use the bathhouse without hindrance. However, he should be careful when there was a sign at the entrance that said, "Bathhouse occupied." The protagonist immediately went to the bathhouse. Approaching it, he noted that there was no sign above the entrance, which meant that the bathhouse was free. Entering inside, the protagonist noted that there was no one in the recreation area. Now he hoped he could wash himself in peace. Suddenly he saw things on the bench. Coming closer, he was surprised. Was it Agnes's armor? Touching it, he noticed that it was making a loud noise. Was it the steam hissing? Or maybe it was the process of heating the water by the salamanders, which he learned about during the excursion? Thor thought, if we talk about the salamanders, they are subordinate to the Ifrits. It is not surprising that Agnes looks in here. Since he will also be using the bath, he should at least say hello to her. Coming to the steam room, he saw that the door was slightly open, and Agnes's voice was coming from there. Looking in, the protagonist saw a girl playing with the salamanders. She laughed and told them not to be naughty. They are so naughty. She will play with them after they boil the water. Suddenly a large flame appeared. The girl screamed and picked up one of the salamanders. She apologized to her and noted that she had problems with control. Thor thought in surprise, is this Agnes? Until now, he had never seen her without armor. Her body was covered in flames, and besides, she was completely naked. That's how it was. There is no clothing that could withstand the descendant of an Ifrit and the flames of a salamander. When Agnes takes off her armor, she, of course, remains naked. He thought, before it's too late, he should leave. At that moment, one of the salamanders sensed him and went to the door. Agnes caught this movement, looked in that direction, and exclaimed in amazement, seeing the protagonist, "Is it him? What is he doing here?" The salamander released a column of flame at him. The protagonist was surprised. What was she doing? But he reacted instantly. He decided to activate the pocket super small pantry and collect all the raging flames in it. When he collected all the flames, he praised himself. It was a good thing he had thought to create one just in case. And although the pantry was small, its capabilities were no worse, and it was enough to absorb the flames. Agnes indignantly shouted at the salamander. What was she doing? Blowing flames at Her Majesty's guest. She said that she needed to call a doctor immediately. What would she tell her father? The protagonist answered her from behind the door that he was fine. She was surprised. What was that? Thor explained to her that he had something in stock for such cases. That's why he was safe and sound. Agnes exclaimed in amazement. Is that so? The protagonist noted, for starters, could they talk after she got dressed? The girl did not decline his offer. Having donned her armor, she said that this was their second meeting. The girl told him her name. Her name is Agnes Freyzad. The protagonist also introduced himself to her. He noticed that, regarding the recent incident, he asks her to forgive him. Thor fell to his knees and bowed to the girl. He said he heard that the salamanders are responsible for heating the baths. He became interested, so he looked in. He thought that she came to them. The protagonist saw her armor in the rest area, but he could not imagine that she had nothing under it. Let her generously forgive him. Agnes was embarrassed and told him that he should not apologize. It's just that few people come here at such a time, so she comes here sometimes to help these workers. It is not his fault. She just did not expect that anyone would come here. That's why she did not hang a sign that the bathhouse was occupied, and he had to see something so unpleasant. The protagonist was indignant. This is not true. Rather, she is so beautiful that he even stared, and he thought that if a portrait were painted of her, it would be a divinely attractive picture. He realized that his words could be understood in two ways, and he interrupted himself, asking the girl for forgiveness. Steam was coming out from under Agnes' armor. Thor began to worry. It seemed to him that she was now reliving what happened. Exchanging apologies is a dangerous thing. He needed to change the subject. He noted that those in whom the blood of the Ifrit flows are so cool. Agnes asked him in surprise. What did he say? The protagonist continued. Even such first-class armor cannot withstand her flames. Even if only at the joints, but they are starting to weaken. In his opinion, it is cool that she has such a powerful flame force. Agnes dejectedly admitted to him that she cannot control the flames. When she is nervous or excited, fire spreads from her body. That's why she practices flame control when she comes to help the salamanders. She's been friends with them since childhood, and she doesn't get nervous around them. Thor noted that she has a hard time. Agnes admitted that it was. That's why she doesn't like her mana very much. Before her fire mana awakened, she could wear clothes she liked. But now, whatever she puts on burns to ashes. Sometimes there's so much flame that she even burns those around her. Protagonist answered him that he understood everything. He'll think about how to solve her problem. Agnes was surprised. What did he say? Would he really do something with her fire mana? Thor noted that she understood everything correctly. He'll do his best. Agnes asked him, embarrassed, why was he trying so hard for her? The protagonist smiled and told her that it was because he was an alchemist hired by Her Majesty the Demon Lord. She asked him hopefully, would she be able to wear clothes again? The protagonist promised her that. Agnes was worried. But what would her father say to that? How would he take it? It was dangerous, so it was better for Thor to forget about it. MC said that the first time they met, the general asked him what he could do if he couldn't even fight. That meant he wanted him to explain what good he had done to the Demon Lord's domain, right? Therefore, he thought that solving her problem would be an action that would meet her father's requirements. Agnes thought about it. Maybe there was some truth in his words. Thor addressed her by name and asked her, would she trust him to solve her flame problem? The girl sobbed and told him that she wanted to wear clothes again. She wanted to make friends. Please, let him be so kind as to solve her problem. Thor was filled with enthusiasm. He exclaimed that he would start developing a magic item right now, and until it was ready, let her use this. The protagonist handed the girl the thing and explained to her that it was a mini version of the storage bag that the heroes used. When it was overflowing with flame, she could collect it in this box. He added that now he had to run. Now he had no time for washing. Agnes was embarrassed. What was he doing? What he was giving her was a very valuable thing. He smiled and noted that she should take it. He could create another one. It would be better for her to share her impressions of using this thing. She would need to mentally pronounce the word assembly while holding the box in her hand. He left her. Agnes, surprised by all this, thanked him for his concern. The protagonist came to the workshop. He thought that those with the blood of the Ifrit gradually mastered the control of flames as they got older. That is, there were those before Agnes who had encountered this problem. In general, it seemed that they completely mastered the flames by the age of 20. And for Agnes, this would be in about 5 years at best. For another 5 years, she would not be able to wear whatever she wanted and would be forced to befriend only salamanders. This should not be some temporary measure. A more radical solution was needed. He decided to look into the product catalog. This book is a treasure trove of items from the hero world. He would not be surprised if there was even an item that could quell the flames. At this point, Mabel distracted him. She asked him if he was looking for something. The protagonist did not expect to see her. She explained to him that his door was wide open. It seemed that he was in a hurry. The girl, looking at him carefully, asked him if something had happened. Thor answered her that he had just had the opportunity to communicate with Agnes. He was going to create an item that would hold back the flames for her. Mabel stretched out in surprise. So that's it? She asked him, for Agnes' sake, to make sure he did it. She, Mabel, was also asking him about it. Thor remembered her words about the general being kind and asked her if she was friends with Agnes. Mabel answered that she was. As he knows, she has served in this castle since childhood, so they often saw each other. Once upon a time, they played together. But one day, Agnes burned her hand very badly. There is a skilled healer in the castle and he cured her. She showed him her hand and noted that the healer completely removed even the trace of the burn. The protagonist asked her, so Agnes once burned her? The girl nodded in response and added that after that, they became distant. She became friends with Rukia. Mabel sympathetically said that since then Agnes began to avoid people and stopped showing herself. It seems that she is tormented by guilt and fear of hurting someone else. Thor was surprised. Is that how things are? He needs to start alchemy right now. He will create a magic item that can suppress Agnes's fire mana. Perhaps, if successful, Mabel and Agnes will be able to be friends like before. The protagonist flipped through the pages one by one until he came across the item he needed. He thought that he could use it. It was called a health pendant. This pendant helped improve the circulation of vital energy in the body and strengthened health. If the user has been feeling unwell lately, it means that it is due to an energy imbalance. In this case, the book recommended using this pendant. It was the choice of the greatest doctor of the 20th century. Mabel asked him what it was. The protagonist explained to her that it was a health-strengthening pendant, which incorporated the so-called feng shui. The girl repeated the word in confusion. Thor explained to Mabel that feng shui is a teaching based on the search for favorable flows of qi energy and their use for the benefit of man. Although the existence of qi has not been scientifically proven, it works. It seems that in the world of heroes, the general idea of mana is different from their idea. In their world, mana is divided into light, darkness, earth, water, and wind. And in the world of heroes, apparently mana is divided into 5 types: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Mabel was surprised, and indeed everything is completely different from theirs. Thor added that another difference is that in the world of heroes, mana attributes can be transformed into each other. Probably, this pendant moves 5 types of mana in a circle, due to which it tones the body and awakens its potential abilities. But unfortunately, the system of mana attribute transformation is written in this book only in general terms. Wood catches fire and feeds fire, and the ashes left after the fire become earth, which in the course of its transformation generates metal. Well, or something like that. Here is only general information, but this is expected. The magical community from another world cannot just openly post important data. He thought that even in the world of heroes, mana transformation is a secret technique. Besides, the lack of knowledge will not be a big problem for them. The explanation says that the pendant has an azure dragon, a red bird, a white tiger, a black turtle, and a unicorn in the center. Apparently, the pattern of divine animals engraved on the pendant makes the process of mana conversion enjoyable for the owner. Mabel, who had been listening attentively to him all this time, noted, as expected from an item from the world of heroes, even the little things are thought out. The protagonist agreed with her on this. He added that the book also says that thanks to this, the mana inside the body comes to balance, thereby strengthening the user's health. Probably, dormant abilities are also awakened, which can be a great success. Mabel thoughtfully said what an amazing item it was. Thor noted that she was right about that too. He thought that he would be able to contain Agnes's fire mana. His eyes lit up with anticipation. He would start creating it. MC activated the ultimate alchemy and called for the production of a relief item. He set the parameters that the pendant should be about the size of a palm. Since it would be on the skin, it should have a smooth chain so as not to damage the user's skin. And the most difficult part was to carve the figures of sacred beasts on it. They should be Seiryu, the azure dragon, Byakko, everything was clear here too. Tigers exist in their world too. Suzaku, the image of a scarlet bird, Genbu and Kirin, the black turtle and unicorn. They all need to be depicted exactly as they look in the book, and then it will work. The protagonist completed his understanding of the outside world. He then visualized smelting a health enhancement pendant using a piece of metal as the material, adding an internal mechanism for mana-type conversion. He was worried. Would he be able to do it? There would probably be no problem with the elements of fire, water, and earth. However, the elements of wood and metal made him worried. The protagonist sighed. And what is not in this world? The system informed him that he had mastered the control of the 5 elements. By acquiring knowledge of the mana of the other world, it was possible to manipulate the elements of earth, metal, and wood, in addition to fire and water. The system asked him whether to add these elements. The protagonist exclaimed, "Unbelievable. This is the ultimate skill of alchemy." It seems that ultimate alchemy can also work with the elements of wood, earth, and metal from the other world. Then he stopped thinking. He just needed to do it. Add the elements of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water to create a health-strengthening pendant. He concentrated and thought that the image of the item should be as accurate as possible. The protagonist asked Mabel to make sure that the sacred beasts on the pendant were exactly the same as in the book. The girl checked all the pictures and told him that everything was the same. She ran her eyes over the images again and confidently noted that the images were exactly the same as in the book. Thor thought that he had to ensure the precise conversion of mana. Then, it was time to implement the supreme alchemy. He called for the creation of a health improvement pendant. Then Agnes's overly strong fire mana would be replaced by other types of mana, and she would never have to cry again. Everything around lit up, and a pendant appeared before the eyes of the astonished allies. The system informed the protagonist that a pendant in the style of another world was created from the elements of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Its rarity was rated 6 stars out of 6. The pendant was created based on the concept of mana conversion from the world of heroes. The principle of operation was to divide mana into 5 elements and convert them into 5 types of mana. If fire mana has a strength of 100, it is converted into wood, fire, earth, metal, and water mana, each of which is equal to 20. All converted mana is used to improve and maintain the owner's health. Wood mana gives the user flexible life force, fire mana gives active energy, metal mana gave the user the power of durability, water mana gave the power of flexibility. The stronger the owner's mana, the more strengthening and healing effects he would receive. However, durability was unknown. When attacked, mana is converted or absorbed. The probability of destroying the item is unknown. The product's service life is over 100 years. Thor breathed a sigh of relief. He had succeeded. He hoped that this would help contain the fire mana. Mabel noted in surprise. The pendant depicted 5 divine beings. And if mana is concentrated on them, it will circulate in a circle, which contributes to the healing of the body, right? The protagonist answered her that this is exactly so. The girl continued, and if statues of these 5 deities were built and placed around the territory of the demon lord, would this be protection? MC, examining the created pendant, chuckled. The mana that circulates in this pendant makes people healthier. If this were applied to the entire kingdom, what might come of it? He suggested. Could he try? Mabel pointed out that it would require permission from Her Majesty and all her dignitaries. Thor thought that it all sounded complicated. But anyway, the pendant was created. Now he needed to test it, to make sure it was successfully converting mana. A pendant like this could be used by anyone. It could even be made a standard equipment item in the Demon Lord's lands. And most importantly, it could help Agnes. He was already looking forward to tomorrow. Agnes was wandering aimlessly around the castle. Her father came out to meet her. He exclaimed that he had been looking for her everywhere. Where had she been? The day after tomorrow, they were returning to their territory, and he told her to prepare. Had she done so? Agnes apologized to him and added that she had not been in the castle for a long time, so she was looking around. Reizanga told her that then, there was nothing to worry about. Agnes apologized to him for making him worry. The general objected to her. He did not blame her. Let her forgive him for all the troubles she had to go through. She could not control her flames, since the blood of their ancestors, the Ifrits, was very strong in her veins. It seemed to be one of their instincts, to express strong emotions with their fire, and controlling it was not something he could teach her. Agnes said sadly that she understood him. The general told her that his report to Her Majesty was ready. Now they would return to their territory and begin developing the mine. They had also received permission to conduct joint operations with the Empire, Agnes continued, because the territory they controlled was close to the border, and therefore, they should be on good terms with the Empire. The general noted that this was exactly the case. That was why he had come to look at the face of their guest from the Empire, who to his horror, turned out to be a sissy noble. Agnes reproachfully tried to stop her father. He continued, if she asked him, he himself would say that he had no fighting skills, did he not? He did not know how that nobleman turned out to be such a weakling. He had imagined an aristocrat from the Empire strong enough to compete with him. How pathetic. This was very disappointing. Agnes began to get irritated. She exclaimed, let him stop this. Thor is a good man. The general got furious. Did she talk to this man? The daughter answered him that it was true. She had met him. He was worried about the fact that she could not control her flames, and he gave her a valuable item. So, he should stop speaking badly about him. The general slowed down a little and said that he understood everything. They did not need anything from him. The girl turned to him and showed him the item that the protagonist had given her. The general remarked, so what? Even with such a thing, she could still only wear this armor. The girl wanted to add something else, but he interrupted her. She must understand that he, her father, thinks about her more than about anything else. Even this development of the mine is being carried out for her own good. Agnes said that she knows this. For this purpose, he exchanged letters with the border counts of the Empire. He did all this for her. The general said that she was right. It would be useful to her if the negotiations with the Empire were successful. They would need to destroy the magical beast lurking in the mine, and this is where she would come to the rescue. She would prove to everyone that her firepower could be useful. Agnes wanted to object to him, but he seemed not to hear her. He continued that her flames could easily defeat magical beasts, and this would amaze the people of the Empire. They would all say, here she is Agnes, the daughter of General Rising. The girl said resignedly that she understood everything. She thought, however, the truth is that it is possible to live much kinder. It is possible, but she did not know how to achieve this. When the fire mana first awakened in her, the flames got out of control and burned her dear friend. Anyone who approaches her risks getting burned. Naturally, she distanced herself from the people around her. But despite this, someone spoke to her, and it was Thor. There are good people, but he was not even afraid of her fire. Moreover, he told her that he would help her solve her problem. He was truly an amazing person. She understood why Mabel was so determined to side with this man. Obviously, good people get along well with each other. However, she could not be with these people while this flame was inside her. She did not notice how she spoke out loud. She realized that she was the daughter of an Ifrit family and would never do anything that could blacken her father's name. The general, hearing this, was surprised to note that this was true. He told her that their departure would take place tomorrow. Until then, she was free. The girl agreed with this. Evening came. Agnes thought sadly that the day after tomorrow she would not be in the castle of the Lord of Demons. The protagonist told her that he would find a way to suppress her flame, but time was short. She looked at the small storeroom and noted that this one amazing item was more than enough. Although no, even just the words that this young man told her were enough. Therefore, she did not need more. She should thank him when she saw him tomorrow. Thank him for thinking of her. Meanwhile, Rukia told Kelv that it seemed that the search for a suitable place for the protagonist was not going too well. The Chancellor objected to her. Finding something like that was not easy. They were talking about opening an alchemical workshop. In his case, he needed a place where he could easily find alchemical materials. Living within the castle, it was problematic to go outside to collect random materials and stones. But they had another problem. Both in the palace and in the cities, there were a lot of people everywhere. He was not sure that all of them would immediately accept him if he opened a workshop. Rukia admitted that he was right. It was still dangerous to suddenly introduce the protagonist to the general public. Thor had no prejudice against demons or non-humans, but the demon race was not used to humans. Kelv thought that a place with natural surroundings, where there were not many people, would be more suitable than the city. If only he had someone who could act as his protector, everything would be much easier. The Lord noted that she knew it was difficult, but she hoped that he would continue his search. The Chancellor said that he did. The Lord continued, regarding the general. Although she had told him that Thor was a guest and should not be treated rudely, Rysing's behavior was not polite. However, she, for her part, had already done all she could. The general had not harmed him, which meant that if he was punished only for rude words, there would be those who would be wary of the protagonist after that. And in that case, he won't be able to do what he wants. Consult with her, the ruler, and create magic items. They can't allow that. Is it really just a matter of finding a place for the protagonist outside the castle? No. This issue needs to be thought through carefully. She ordered Kelv to take care of the workshop for now. The Chancellor told her that he would do everything. The next day, Agnes came to the protagonist and greeted him. He smiled and thanked her for coming. At that moment, Mabel snuck up on her from behind, which scared her a little. Mabel apologized to her and said that she was the one who asked MC to take her with him. As a maid, she wanted to help him today. Agnes was surprised, that's how. The protagonist, looking at how Agnes tensed up from Mabel's touch, thought bitterly that she was still upset about Mabel's burn. Agnes told him that she came to say goodbye to him. He exclaimed in surprise, "Say goodbye?" She noted that it was so. Tomorrow, she and her father must return to their estate. Although he said that he would make an item for her to contain the flames, she did not think that he would have time to finish it before they left. Let him forgive her for everything turning out this way. The protagonist objected to her. He replied that the item was already ready. The girl incredulously stretched out. What did he say? Thor smiled at her and repeated that the item to suppress her flames was ready. He showed her the pendant. She could not believe her eyes. MC explained to her that it converted fire mana into mana of other attributes. Thus, when she wears it, it will weaken her fire mana. She herself will become flexible like wood, durable like earth, and strong like metal. And her skin will probably become shiny like water. Agnes couldn't believe it. He had created it so quickly. Thor continued that he was asking her to experiment with this pendant. Mabel was there to help her with it. The maid showed her the costume, smiling, and said that they had prepared clothes for her. She approached Agnes and asked her to take off her armor. Agnes exclaimed that it was impossible. She would burn her dress. She could hurt her again. Mabel told her soothingly that this was why Mr. Thor had made her this item. It was impossible to make a mistake in what he was doing. But Agnes was afraid. The protagonist told her not to worry. If something happened, he would immediately adjust the pendant, and he would recreate the item as many times as she needed. This was his sincere wish. Agnes thought with gratitude that he had always reassured her before when she was nervous and unsure, and she said decisively that if she left without trying it, she would definitely regret it for the rest of her life. Thor thought that he was much more afraid of this than she was, so he could only hope that it would work. Agnes held out her hand to him for the pendant, and said that she would like to use the pendant he had made for her. The protagonist gladly gave it to her. Waiting for the girls, he sat impatiently in the room. The salamanders were swarming around him. Suddenly, the floorboards creaked, and Agnes thanked him for his patience. Thor looked up and stared at her in amazement. There stood Agnes, in the outfit that Mabel had prepared for her. She said that she was very nervous. It had been a long time since she had worn anything other than armor. Didn't she look strange? The protagonist assured her with admiration that she looked very cute. She was embarrassed and confused by his words. No, this couldn't be true. Suddenly her pendant lit up. The system reported that fire mana imposes the effect energy plus 100%. Fire mana is divided into 5 attributes and is transformed into 5 types of mana. The protagonist noted that the pendant on the girl's neck was glowing. Right now, it was transforming her fire mana into mana of wood, metal, water, and other elements. He understood that the transformed mana of each attribute had its own special effect on the owner, and the pendant itself strengthened the health, body and mind of the owner. Agnes was shocked. Her skin was literally shining. The system showed the characteristics. The pendant transforms fire mana into earth mana. Earth effect stability 100%, transforms earth mana into metal mana. Metal effect strength 100%, transforms metal mana into water mana. Water effect flexibility plus 100%, transforms water mana into wood mana. Wood effect vitality plus 100%. Agnes spun around in delight and exclaimed that her whole body was so light. The salamanders were also happy for their favorite. Suddenly, the girl lifted off the floor and rose into the air, wondering what had happened. The protagonist explained to the girls that now all of Agnes's fire mana was being used to strengthen her body. It would take some time to get used to it, but at least the flames shouldn't burn her clothes or anything else. The girl spun around in the air, exclaiming in despair that it was dangerous. She wasn't wearing any underwear at all. Finally, she landed on the ground, holding the hem of her dress, and suddenly winked at the protagonist. Thor said sheepishly that he hadn't seen anything and that she should forgive him for that incident. She, not believing her happiness, replied that there was nothing to worry about. Everything was fine. The pendant on her neck began to shine again, and the system gave the result that her percentage had increased by 50. Agnes admitted to Thor that she was a little embarrassed when the pendant suddenly began to work. The protagonist explained to her that this was a side effect. He was pleased. In any case, the experiment was a success. The health-improving pendant worked. Mabel thanked him. He wondered why she was thanking him. The girl told him that now she could fulfill her long-standing wish. She also apologized to Agnes, jumped up to her, and hugged her. Agnes wanted to resist this. When her emotions were unsettled, a fire could start. Mabel, stroking her head, told her not to worry about it. She was always afraid, wasn't she? She lived with the thought that she risked burning others. Agnes was surprised at her insight. Mabel continued. Perhaps it was she who instilled this fear in her. She was very sorry. Agnes protested. It was not so. It was she who had burned her when they were children, because the mana awakened in her and she couldn't control it. And it was entirely her fault. She should be the one apologizing to Mabel. The friends continued to hug, enjoying the fact that they could be close again, like in childhood. Mabel remembered. She had apologized to her a lot back then. Did she remember that? But if she hadn't cried then, if she hadn't run away, Agnes would have accepted her abilities more calmly. Agnes was indignant with tears in her eyes. It was all wrong. It was her fault. Mabel told her that it was all over now. Her heat wouldn't hurt anyone anymore. Now she could become like everyone else, right? Agnes, in a fit of gratitude, said her name and thanked her for everything. The girl burst into tears from emotion. The system was malfunctioning. Her mana went out of control from her crying, but the pendant worked as it should and stabilized everything. The girls were scared at first, and then burst out laughing. The protagonist watched them with delight. He wanted to go and leave them, but Mabel extended her hand to him and told him that now it was his turn. He wondered, what was she talking about? The girl asked him to hug Agnes too. Agnes became embarrassed and began to object. Why was she saying that? Thor was not obliged to do this. Mabel wisely answered her that she should use any opportunity to establish communication with people. Agnes embarrassedly suggested that what if the protagonist does not like this? Then he will be unpleasant. Mabel turned to the protagonist and asked him if he did not like the idea of hugging Agnes. He grinned and told her that he did not think so. He considered this question unfair. But MC understood that the girl was not fully dressed, so he had to hug her carefully and not tightly. At that moment, the general was looking for Agnes. He shouted his daughter's name, wondering where she could have disappeared to. Then he realized that she could be found in the bathhouse. She must be somewhere here. When he entered, he did not immediately understand that the protagonist was going to hug her. He joyfully exclaimed, there she was. When he realized what was happening, the general first asked the protagonist in bewilderment what he was doing. Thor, smiling, answered him that it was difficult to explain, but he would still try. Raysenga did not even let him finish speaking. He turned purple with anger and shouted what he was doing to his daughter. Mabel stood up for the protagonist. She indignantly demanded that he stop. He growled for her to get out of the way. She told him that she would not move from the spot. Mr. Thor is her benefactor, and he helped Agnes too. The general's daughter cowered in fear. He pushed the protagonist away from her and told him to step aside. He would take him to his estate. There, he would pay for all the crimes he had committed against his daughter. The protagonist asked him to listen to what he had to say first. The general growled fiercely for him to shut his mouth. He prepared to attack his daughter's offender. Thor noted that he was too fast. Mabel would not be able to react. He remembered their conversation. He then asked Mabel what she could say about the general. What kind of person was he? The girl then answered him that he was very protective of his daughter. Well, and of course, he was also a strong warrior. There is a legend that once on the battlefield he pierced as many as 100 people with his fiery spear. And now the protagonist understood that such a legendary warrior and all his strength was against him. But at that moment, Agnes resolutely stood in front of the general and stopped him, telling him to listen to her now. The protagonist was surprised. She stopped him with one hand. The general stared at her in confusion and exclaimed her name. The system immediately brought up her stats, which were stable. He said in disbelief. She had curbed her mana. The pendant on the girl's neck shone with a bright light. The general was perplexed. What had happened to her? Her eyes lit up with a bright fiery light. Her stats had increased to plus 250%. She answered him in an icy tone that the protagonist had done everything possible for her. Risenga could not believe what was happening. Agnes added that now, only thanks to him, she could wear normal clothes. He noticed this only now and was even more surprised. She was wearing clothes now, not armor. MC told him that he was an alchemist. So when he heard what had happened to Agnes, he thought that he should come up with a solution to her problem. Thor noted that it was good that he had managed to explain himself right away. But the general ignored reason. He hissed at the protagonist that he saw. He tricked his daughter into wearing these clothes. Thor didn't expect him to turn everything upside down like that. Risenga growled. He told his daughter that this was a fabric that could withstand flames, and under this pretext to undress her. He was a bastard, and his patience was at an end. The general exclaimed, "Let him see." He activated his firepower, which, needless to say, was truly terrifying. The protagonist wondered what kind of person he was. The general, meanwhile, exclaimed that this was the flame of the fire general. He would not leave him a chance to escape. The protagonist had to activate the flame storage. In the blink of an eye, all the firepower of Agnes's father was placed in the storage, leaving only smoke around the general. His amazement knew no bounds. Where did his flame go? He looked at the protagonist and asked him, who the hell was he? Thor said that he was an alchemist under the command of Her Majesty the Demon Lord. His goal was to solve the problems of the people of her lands and make them a better place to live. That was why he had figured out how to solve Agnes's magic problem. That was all. The general grinned maliciously. The protagonist continued. He knew that the general didn't care. He wouldn't believe him. But let him at least listen to him. Mabel called out to Rising reproachfully. But this blockhead still didn't want to understand what had happened. He growled that he would get the main character anyway. He would make him talk. He wouldn't back down from this. He wanted to attack Thor again, but this time Agnes stood in front of him. She grabbed her father's hands and shouted at him to stop. The general flared up. Let him go. He was doing this for her own good. At that moment, something incredible happened. Agnes lifted her father into the air like a feather. Both Thor and Mabel and the general himself were speechless with amazement. Finally, when Risenga gained the ability to speak, he exclaimed, "What is this? How did she get such power?" Agnes answered him, "It's all because she is angry. And that's why she's using mana now." The general couldn't believe his ears. Is she angry? But where is her fire? After all, it should flare up when her emotions take over. The girl with a shining pendant on her neck answered him that thanks to Thor, she had tamed her flames. The protagonist realized that all her magic was transformed by the health enhancement pendant. From it, she drew life energy, flexibility, and strength that were several times greater than her own. Enough power to block the general's movements. Meanwhile, Agnes continued to explain to her father that her fire could only harm others, but now she could use it to protect the people she loved. Her father could not believe his ears. She continued that it was Thor who had helped her gain the power of the primordial flame. Thanks to him, she realized everything. Risenga was perplexed by her words. She couldn't say that. What was she even saying? The system immediately let her know that Agnes' emotions were raging. The mana of fire gave her plus 400% life force. The girl sternly told her father that he simply had to apologize to the protagonist. The protagonist, watching what was happening in surprise, asked Mabel if she knew a legend about a hero who lifted a dragon. The girl answered that she knew one. In it, the hero crawled under the belly of a dragon and lifted its enormous body. Thor confessed to her. He thought it was a bit much even for a hero, but perhaps it was true. Meanwhile, Risenga answered his daughter that he would do as she asked him. He would apologize to him. He swears to her on the name of the general. The girl continued to hold him in the air and he asked her to let him go. When everyone calmed down a little, Agnes thoughtfully told her father everything again. In the end, she summarized that this is why the protagonist made a flame-suppressing item for her. That's how it was. He completely misunderstood everything. The general looked confused and stupid. Agnes showed him the pendant on her neck and added that this is the very item that suppresses her flames. It converts her fire mana into other types of mana. It is called the Health Enhancement Pendant. Risenga was surprised at what she said. Agnes noticed that now the ordinary clothes that Mabel gave her do not burn on her. The general turned to the protagonist. He asked him if it was true what his daughter said. Thor answered that he could see it himself. Agnes said that thanks to this item, she can again wear beautiful dresses that she could only dream of until now, and he went and attacked Thor. So he was responding to his help to her? The general felt guilty. He was sorry that he had treated Agnes's benefactor so rudely, even out of ignorance, but he was so ashamed of himself. He did not think that someone, a complete stranger, would be so kind to her. It turned out that Thor was a very kind person. Tears appeared in his eyes. The protagonist was amazed. What was this? Was he crying because of his daughter? The general really burst into tears. He was upset. Thor, for the sake of his daughter's happiness, was even ready to oppose him, her father. So great was his desire to help others. How stupid he was compared to him. The protagonist, listening to his words, was surprised. Is this what people call fatherly love? Reisenga continued that everyone calls him the General of Flame, but he is not even able to discern the true nature of people. How could he be so blind? Agnes also listened to her father with tears in her eyes. The protagonist noted that if he was ready to listen to him from the very beginning, everything would have ended long ago. The general resolutely said that since he was so blind, he would simply squeeze out his worthless eyes. Agnes called out to him anxiously. The protagonist ran up to the general, took his hands away from his eyes, and told him not to do it. Blinding himself was completely unnecessary. He was going to stay in the lands of the Demon Lord, and it would hurt him every time he saw his wound. He would blame himself for it. The general exhaled and noted that he understood everything. Thor asked him not to blame himself too much. He didn't know that Agnes had curbed her powers. It's clear that he immediately noticed her change clothes and thought too much, but he couldn't have guessed about the flames either. MC realized that the general really cared about his daughter. Anyone would understand this just by looking at them. He's definitely not one of those parents who see their children as just a tool. He's a much better father than many. The protagonist even envied them. He suggested that the general start their relationship from scratch. Reisenga told him that he would follow his advice, but he would also report his mistake to Her Majesty, and he would also report to her what he and Agnes owed him. That was the best he could do for him. The protagonist assured him that everything was fine, he shouldn't worry about it. The general remarked that he would like to repay him for what he had done for his daughter. What would he like? Thor wondered. A reward? Well then, let him help him find alchemical materials. The general came to the ruler and bowed before her. Rukia and Kelv looked at each other in confusion. The ruler said, unusually, that he was asking for an audience with her. She knew that he valued physical strength. Perhaps that was why he always underestimated her young age. If possible, she would like to strengthen his loyalty to her. The general politely addressed her by name and told her that he, the General of the Flame, swears before his mistress and ruler his loyalty forever and ever. He will give both life and soul if he breaks this oath in any way. In the name of the primordial flame. Rukia noted in bewilderment that she did not understand what he wanted to say. Kelv asked him again, in the name of the primordial flame? Did he even understand what he was saying? Rukia asked the Chancellor what he meant. Kelv explained to her that this phrase is an unbreakable oath of those in whose veins flows the blood of the Flame Titans, and only once did a descendant of the Ifrit swear allegiance with this oath. To the First Lord of the Demons. Rukia turned to the general. Why did he suddenly do such a thing? Reisenga said that he was stupid and showed disrespect to the alchemist, who was directly subordinate to her ladyship, so he should apologize to her. The Lord was perplexed. Did he mean Thor, her alchemist? What happened between them? The general confessed to her that he cured Agnes of uncontrollable combustion. Rukia, not believing her ears, was surprised. What did he say? Kelv asked in amazement, the flames that only her armor can contain? And Thor pacified it? Reisenga told him that it was so. At first he thought that Thor had deceived his daughter. In his stupidity, he even threatened him with fire and tried to imprison him in his domain. At that moment, he was blinded by anger, but Agnes, fortunately, corrected his mistake. Rukia noted in amazement, did he mean to say that Agnes was able to stop him? The general admitted that it was so. Thanks to the item made by the alchemist Thor. Agnes's fire mana was converted into power, and she became amazingly strong physically. He continued proudly that she easily blocked his movements with one hand, and with both she even lifted him above her head. Rukia was amazed. What did he say? Kelv's brain seemed to be about to smoke from surprise. Rukia thought she knew that Thor would surprise her more than once. She was thinking about how to gain the general's loyalty, and he went and strengthened his beloved daughter. She admired. What an alchemist. Reisenga was distressed. To tell the truth, he was overcome with doubts about her policy of learning from humans. But when he learned about this alchemist, he realized that Her Majesty was wiser and more far-sighted than he was. Therefore, as a token of gratitude, he decided to swear allegiance to Her Majesty. Rukia noticed, so that's what it was. The general repeated, as he said earlier, he entrusts himself to her grace. He also asks her to punish him for his oversight. Kelv, still not believing everything he was told, summarized, the fire of the descendant of the Flame Titan, the mana of fire is converted into his physical strength. Yes, such strength is enough to block the Chancellor's movements. He began to beat his head, repeating that this is impossible. Impossible things. This is just some kind of madness. Rukia was surprised. After Thor appeared, the high-ranking officials in the Demon Lord's castle took to smashing their heads against the walls as a hobby. She said out loud, there had to be a punishment for the general. He tried to capture the protagonist. Yesterday, she let him off the leash because he only threatened the protagonist, but now he tried to harm him. Even if it was a misunderstanding, she should not forgive him. As the Demon Lord, she will give him a punishment. She asked the general what kind of punishment Thor wanted for him. He answered that Thor did not want him to be punished in any way. Rukia chuckled. It was completely in his nature to say such a thing. And what did the general say to that? Reisenga replied that he'd begged him to punish him. And then he said that he needed alchemical materials. He heard that the general's lands were mountainous, and that rare ores were mined there. So let this be his reward and the general's punishment. That's what he said. And the protagonist also said that he wanted to be allowed to visit his lands and search for materials. And while he, the general, was here, he would be grateful if Reisenga introduced him to the people of his territory. After all, in the future, he would organize an alchemy workshop for the people. That's how it was. Rukia told him that she understood everything. She thought that this was very much like the protagonist. She thought so. She was sure that Thor was thinking about her and Agnes's situation when he told the general all this. If he insisted on punishing the general, there would be resentment, and Agnes would also fall out of favor with the people. Surely, Thor understood this and did not want Reisenga to be punished. Then the punishment that Rukia would give the general would be fair. Therefore, Rukia proclaimed the order from the Demon Lord to the Flame General Reisenga. Even though it was a misunderstanding, it was unforgivable that he was going to take away her honored guest. So she would take away some of his lands. The general readily reported to her, "Yes, sir." Rukia continued that the lands to be taken were near the mines. It must be a place where materials could be quickly mined and collected. The general was astonished. Materials? So Her Majesty was doing all this for an alchemist? Rukia told him that it was. She ordered the general to build him a large, comfortable house there and a workshop. Reisenga happily replied that he would do everything exactly as she ordered him. He would gladly accept this punishment. Rukia was happy about this. She was looking for a place for the protagonist to build him a workshop outside the castle. It was very funny that it would be the most unlikely place on the general's territory. His lands are mountainous areas with plenty of natural resources. Not very populated. Few can interfere with the collection and extraction. One could say it is peaceful and safe. And if the general will protect him, then there is no need to worry about protecting him at all. Rukia asked the chancellor what he could say in his defense. Kelv, continuing to bang his forehead against the wall, insisted that there is no such thing as mana transmutation. The lord irritably remarked that he should just stop banging his forehead. The chancellor apologized to her. He said that he heard her. He thought that it was in their interests too. The general was negotiating with the Empire, and he was afraid that if they subjected him to severe punishment, they would take advantage of the discord among their lords. Rukia thought about it, negotiating with the Empire. A mine was being developed in the general's territory. As a preliminary step, they were making preparations to defeat the demonic monsters that nested in those mountains. In order to defeat them, they need to gather troops, but the location is close to the border with the Empire. They don't want the Empire to misunderstand that they want to invade their lands. That's why the general is negotiating with the Imperial Border County. If the negotiations are successful, the Empire and the demons will work together to defeat all the monsters in righteous anger. Their combined forces will cope with this task. But she wasn't sure if such people can be trusted. The next day, Agnes and her father returned to their estate. In the end, the general announced that he would prepare a workshop and residence for Lord Thor in their lands. He said that it would be done as an apology for what happened. When the protagonist asked him if everything was okay, the general nodded his head. Agnes also said that she was looking forward to it. It had been a long time since she appeared in public in ordinary clothes, and she always looked very embarrassed. After the protagonist saw them off, he returned to his room to continue his alchemy research. Before leaving, Agnes gave him something. She handed it to him and said it was a strange stone that did not melt even at high temperatures. She kept it as a talisman, but she no longer needed it. He wanted to get something that could be used as a material. She happily gave it to him. The protagonist thought. He wondered, was this stone that Agnes gave him meteorite iron? If so, it was a very rare ore. It was found near the mine, unchanged by high temperatures. It could be useful for something. He called for an appraisal and learned that this ore is great for making weapons against monsters. Meanwhile, in the mining area in the lands of the Demon Lord, Imperial miners appeared. Their leader exclaimed that the lands of the Demon Lord were full of treasures that subhumans couldn't find, so his team had better show that they could work. One of them objected. He had heard that there were terrible monsters here, and also a fiery general. The leader drawled unkindly. What did he say? He did not know which general he was talking about, but if he showed up, he would personally simply cut him in half. The team laughed loudly. Suddenly, a monster appeared and attacked their leader. The team panicked. No one could understand what had happened. Their leader only managed to curse and shout. What was that? The monster literally ate him piece by piece. The frightened team ran away, shouting to each other that everything was lost. They needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Suddenly, the ground shook under their feet and a huge shadow appeared. The miners stopped. One of them was surprised. What kind of huge monster was that? Suddenly, a huge spider appeared in front of them, which dealt with all of them in 1 second. Meanwhile, the main character was examining the stone that Agnes had given him. It was the first time he had seen cosmic attributes. The system told him that it was a meteorite, a stone that had fallen from dark space. In its properties and composition, it differed from all the materials on Earth. His attributes were space 3 times, dark twice, and Earth. Successfully mining meteorite iron awakened the space attribute, which could be added to crafted items. Thor was happy to notice that after he came to the lands of the Demon Lord, new attributes were becoming more and more accessible. In addition to the 5 attributes of another world, the space attribute was now available to him. He was very grateful to Her Majesty for providing him with materials and a place to live. The protagonist remembered that Rukia wanted to show him something, but there was still time before the meeting, so he decided to tidy up the pantry. Entering it, he saw many things in boxes. The protagonist was surprised. Wow, this is a real treasure trove. And all this is his? At that moment, one thing caught his attention. It was a sword, the same as the one on the statue of the first Demon Lord. Thor guessed that this was a demon sword. He looked closer and doubted that this was it. At that moment, Rukia called out to him. She asked him if he was there. MC was surprised. The Demon Lord? He told her that it was. Let her come in. Rukia came in wearing a new outfit, spun around in front of the protagonist's eyes, and asked him if he thought the outfit was nice. She wanted to wear it to the next tea party. The protagonist sincerely replied that the dress suited her very well. She suggested that he call her by her first name. The Demon Lord revealed her little secret to him. She doesn't like being addressed as Her Majesty because it sounds distant. Thor objected that it wasn't quite like that. She chuckled and spoke her command to him. If he considers her his friend, let him just call her by her first name, Mistress Rukia. Thor was surprised. Was she giving orders? She noted that in their empire, the Demon Lord is considered a tyrant, right? Then she can be quite selfish. He said that he understood her. Rukia was pleased that he was being honest with her. The protagonist asked her if she was going out for a tea party like that. Wouldn't it be better to keep it a secret for the time being? The girl noted that it was because she thought he would like it, and she couldn't resist. The protagonist thought in bewilderment that she was very cute. She asked him what he was doing. Thor told her that he was clearing out a warehouse, and he also found something. He showed her the sword he found and asked her if she knew anything about it. Rukia noted that it definitely looked like a demon sword, but it wasn't as long as the one the statue was holding. And what did he think about it? Thor said that it might be a replica, since the material is just iron, and the only additive is just an addition to increase the overall strength. Someone had probably tried to recreate the lost magic sword, but the result was not as good as the original sword, so the project was abandoned. In addition, the blade was broken, so it could not be used to cut. It was a defective item. Rukia, smiling mysteriously, noted that he had noticed everything correctly. In her grandfather's time, there was a plan to revive the demon sword. Elves and dwarves worked together to create a replica of that artifact. But when they tried, they found that they could only achieve a small part of its power. The protagonist asked her with bated breath if he could take this sword. She wondered why he was asking this. It was his warehouse. Let him take whatever he wanted. But if he wanted to be sure, then she hereby assures that she officially hands it over to him. He bowed before her and thanked her. The protagonist asked the girl if he could make this replica into a magic sword worthy of her. The overlord, not believing her ears, asked him what he meant. Thor confessed to her that one of his wishes was to create a sword that would surpass the holy sword of the Empire. However, he had no fighting skills at all. Even if he created a great sword, it would be of no use to him. Rukia told him that she understood him. The protagonist continued, therefore, he wanted to create a great magic sword for her, the mistress of this land. He heard from the general that she would soon be going to exterminate demonic creatures, right? If she could use it against them, she would definitely win. Rukia said with a smile that she was grateful to him for thinking about it, after which she thanked him. She added that in order for them to win this time, they would not need a demon sword. He did not expect such an answer. Was she giving up this sword? The Overlord told him that it was true. This time, they needed something that could safely attack monsters from a distance, and also, preferably, something that everyone can use. Not a weapon, but an item that helps in combat. If they had something like that, she was sure they would have no problems. The protagonist understood what she wanted: an item to support the attack, something that would allow her and the others to safely attack monsters from a long distance. He understood everything. He would try to think of something like that. Thor immediately got ready to go, which he warned the Lord about. She exclaimed with a smile, Well, he is a busy man, isn't he?" Arriving at his place, the protagonist wondered who the Hexambastes were. The system helpfully told him that they were creatures that were incapable of reasonable dialogue and attacked both people and demons. They could be animals, giant insects, or lizards. Thor, leafing through the product catalog, noted that this time they would not need a demon sword to win. They needed something that could safely attack monsters from a distance. Making a magic sword for Mrs. Rukia would be great, but it would be interesting to see what would come out of this one. Mabel asked him what item they would make today. He smiled, showed her a picture, and replied that he would try to make it. She noted that she could not read the words, but what she saw there was a black cylinder with a shiny surface, with a transparent stone at the end. Thor said that it was a tool used by heroes to defeat monsters. Mabel noted that this sounded great. They would definitely need something like this. The protagonist offered to make it right away. Would she help him? The girl readily accepted his offer. The protagonist understood that first of all, they needed a magic stone with the element of light to emit light. As for the way to make the light move in a straight line, it would be enough to surround it with darkness so that it could only move in one direction. In other words, they needed a stone of dark magic for this. It sounded doable. It was worth a try. He called upon the supreme alchemy and tried to add the wind attribute. This attribute also means to circulate and to carry over long distances, so it will be responsible for the range of the beam. The protagonist visualized how it turns light into darkness and makes it go straight. It is simple, so it is easy to aim, and the beam reaches any place lying in a straight line from the shooter. He chuckled. The slightest loss of concentration, and the image in his head dissipates. The protagonist concentrated again, imagined the necessary items, and realized that it will be much larger than the one in the catalog. But the protagonist believed that this is acceptable. He activated the Supreme Alchemy. The system displayed information about the laser pointer. Its attributes were light, darkness, and wind. Its rarity was 4 stars out of 5. The mana of light was fragmented and directed by the mana of darkness, making it go straight. The dark mana compressed and stretched the beam, and the wind mana directed a stream of magical power to the place where the blow was directed. A magic stone of light and a magic stone of darkness are required. Magic stones are consumables and need to be replaced regularly every 3 months. Resistance to physical destruction can only be destroyed by magic weapons. Limitation of use cannot be used against humans, demons, and intelligent non-humans. The service life of this product is 15 years. The warranty is 1 year. Finally, Thor exclaimed, "It's done." An item from the world of heroes called a laser pointer. Mabel was surprised. A laser pointer? What are its properties? The protagonist asked her if she had looked at the catalog along with the translation instructions. He read her again what was written in the book. A laser pointer is an indispensable item for presentations. With it, the user will not need any assistant. The user will be able to speak and show at the same time, especially useful for people in leadership positions. The user will be able to accurately convey their goal, also suitable for competitions. This product is especially recommended for those who work as a teacher. The user's instructions will definitely be transmitted, and soon the area will become quiet. The beam is so powerful that it can easily reach the top of the mountain. Do not point it at people. It scares away even annoying creatures. Competitors have tested it. Thor noted that he does not know what a presentation is, but this is definitely a great item. Mabel added that the description speaks for itself. She drew his attention to the words about the teacher. How can one understand that the user's instructions will definitely be transmitted? Thor explained to her that this means that the squad captain can tell his people exactly which enemy to attack. The girl quoted the next phrase, "The user's instructions will definitely be transmitted, and soon the surroundings will become quiet." The protagonist said, "It means that the enemy will soon fall and become silent." He continued, "The phrase, 'never pointed at people,' means that it is only intended to destroy magical beasts. The fact that it says for competition indicates that for the heroes of other worlds, defeating the enemy is like a game." He heard that the heroes here also competed among themselves to see who could defeat the most demonic beasts. This part is easy to understand. Mabel understood. If this is true, then the laser pointer could mean the name of the competition to defeat demonic beasts. The protagonist noted in surprise, as expected of her, she had already gotten the hang of it. The girl laughed sheepishly, and told him that she was just his assistant. Thor continued that it was only designed to hunt demonic beasts, so there were probably no records of it being used against humans, demons, and intelligent non-humans. He believed that the heroes had created it to effectively defeat demonic beasts from a long distance, and they defeated them in the blink of an eye. If the item could reach the mountain, then no monster would be able to get close to the shooter. In addition, he drew the girl's attention to another picture. The silhouette of that annoying creature was a bird monster. It looked truly terrifying. He had no doubt that it was. The laser pointer was an item that would increase the range of the Demon Lord's magic. Such a powerful item could even change the shape of warfare in their world. An item from the world of fearsome heroes. A terrifying presentation. It was perfect for exterminating magical beasts. He offered Mabel to test it. The girl immediately responded with eagerness. As the allies walked to the testing site, they saw the Minotaur commander and the elf commander discussing something heatedly. The Minotaur said that when fighting monsters, they had to go straight into battle. The elf objected that if they did that, the magical troops in the rear would be under attack. If they advanced too far, they would not be able to cover them. The Minotaur said that they would fight with Gargarosa until they were surrounded. The elf almost shouted that the Minotaurs would agree to this, but they, the elves, would have no cover left. If they were attacked from the flanks in their absence, they would not be able to defend themselves. The Minotaur said that they would destroy the attackers to prevent this from happening. The elf argued with his ally that it was not in their interests to get too close to the enemy. The Minotaur argued that they would not be able to attack unless they got too close. They were only good at close combat. Thor realized that the monsters they had to defeat this time were the giant Gargaros and the smaller monsters that followed them in large numbers. It was believed that if their numbers were not controlled, the Gargaros would gather more and more impressive hordes of monsters around themselves. The Minotaurs and other vanguard troops wanted to break into the line of monsters and destroy the main monster in one fell swoop. The magic troops in the rearguard tried to fight from afar so as not to be surrounded by enemies. But when the vanguard attacked, the magic troops had to attack too. After all, if the front ranks started fighting too far away from them, the enemies would be out of range of their spells. So that was why their discussion had reached a dead end. At that moment, Mabel said that they had arrived. There was something like a bridge in front of them. Mabel pointed her hand into the distance and said that the distance from this line to the target was a comfortable distance for the magicians to stand at to attack, and from where they were standing, the target was just barely within the spell's range. The protagonist asked if that stone slab in the distance was the target. Mabel told him it was. She asked him if they should try to hit closer to the center circle, right? The protagonist told her that it was. Then, would the laser pointer be effective? He aimed the beam at the target. The girl excitedly said that a red dot had appeared on the target. Thor noticed that this was the effect of the laser pointer. He asked her to aim the spell exactly at that light. The girl stretched out her hand and activated the magic arrow. The blow hit exactly where the red dot was pointing. The protagonist was delighted. It was wonderful. She was great. Mabel was embarrassed. She thought that she would not hit. It was still too far. The protagonist praised her again. It was a great shot. Next time they will try to increase the distance. The allies moved 1.5 times further than the comfortable distance. And from here, Mabel hit the target. Next, they tried to retreat from the norm by 2 times. Meanwhile, the commanders of the Minotaurs and Elves continued their argument. The Minotaur was perplexed. What was the reason? He explains. The elf was indignant. Why can't he understand? The magicians need a safe distance. The Minotaur insisted that while they hold back the opponents, the elves will leave. Therefore, everything will be fine. The elf insisted that this is impossible, because magic has an attack range. Suddenly, they both fell silent and listened to some sound. The Minotaur assumed that someone was at the magician's shooting range. Are they checking their forces? They saw that someone was really standing far from the target. The elf noted that they stood too far from the target. It was impossible to hit from such a distance. Before he could finish speaking, an arrow struck the target that was next to them, right in the center. They were amazed. Thor and Mabel were no less amazed than the commanders. The protagonist said in amazement, "It seems they have reached the edge of the training area, so they cannot conduct a test from an even greater distance. The confirmed range is 3.5 times greater than the norm. From this distance, any attack hits the target, so the experiment can be considered a success." Mabel asked him in surprise, "How is this possible? After all, the target is outside the range of magic, and all her attacks seem to hit exactly the same place." The protagonist himself did not quite understand. Could the magic be attracted by the flow of magical power created by the laser pointer? A flow of mana showing the way? He analyzed everything and summarized that the laser pointer sends light mana to the target, surrounded and supported on all sides by a flow of dark mana. This meant that there was a beam of light between the laser pointer and the target it marked. Mabel listened to him, her eyes wide with surprise. The protagonist continued. In other words, if a magic projectile flew close enough to be able to touch the light of the laser pointer, then this meant that any magic attack would be delivered straight to the target. Mabel noted in amazement that this was an incredible ability. The protagonist concluded, a terrifying item from the world of heroes, a device for killing monsters that could accurately hit them from a long distance and silence them. I wonder how scary the world of heroes must be for them to need such an item? He suggested that Mabel go and show this invention to Ms. Rukia. The girl agreed with him. At that moment, they saw the commanders. The protagonist said that first, they need to tidy up the training grounds. He thanked the commanders for letting them use their shooting range. He will clean up after himself now. The commanders were making strange sounds. Thor couldn't understand them. Shouldn't he clean up the shooting range? He thought, if these two came to train, then he'd better not disturb them. So the protagonist, without waiting for their answer, bowed to them, told them that he understood everything, then he would leave them. He and Mabel left the shooting range. The Minotaur and the elf exhaled from tension and surprise. The Minotaur commander spoke in bewilderment. The problem they were discussing is no longer relevant? The elf, not believing his eyes, noted, was the maximum range of magic no longer a problem? They realized that if they had the items that Master Thor had made, they would have no problems at all. A few minutes later, they came to report to the Chancellor and told him what they had witnessed. He stopped them because he did not understand what they were talking about. Thor and Mabel went to the Overlord to get her permission to use the created item. He did not understand what they meant. When he understood the meaning of what the two commanders said, he suddenly exclaimed that he needed an explanation from Master Thor. He received a message from his subordinates. The Chancellor was very intrigued by the new creation of the protagonist. Meanwhile, Raysenga and his daughter arrived in the Empire. The general told Agnes that he had a meeting with an emissary from the Empire. He is of course sure that nothing good will come of this, but he needs her to guard them from the outside, just in case. Agnes told him that she will do everything. As a parting word to her father, the girl asked him not to be rude to his interlocutor. For example, if he makes a mistake and does not understand what is happening, please let him do his best. The general looked at his daughter with warmth and said that her eyes were beginning to remind him of her late mother. He knows very well that the basis of the Lord's policy is a respectful attitude towards the Empire. The issue of fighting monsters is an important negotiation, both for the Empire and for the lands of the Demon Lord. He will not allow himself to make a mistake and ruin everything, especially since he swore an oath of eternal loyalty to the Lord. The oath of the fiery giant, it could sound in two cases. If you start it with the words, he swears before his Lord and Master, this is an oath of loyalty, and if you break it, then you must be ready to receive any punishment. Another option is used when you need to say this to a person for whom you have strong feelings. In this case, they say, with this oath, he dedicates his body and soul, his life, and his thoughts will continue to burn with the flame of this life. He continued that the meaning of oaths can be different, but it was not by chance that he said them on the same day, because, in the end, he is her father and she is his daughter. The way he tried to intimidate the protagonist when he asked to listen to him. Remembering this, he got goosebumps every time. You need to try to be a worthy adult and not be ashamed of yourself. The maid met the general and told him that the emissary was waiting for him here. Count Garua came out to him and greeted him. He added that it was a great honor for him. He was very pleased to meet him. The general replied that it was mutual. He told the emissary his name and noted that the Demon Lord had entrusted him with a fiefdom not far from their border. Count Garua said that he had heard of his military glory. In his youth, he had single-handedly defeated the demonic beasts that had appeared in the east of the Demon Lord's land. The general was embarrassed. It had been a long time ago. He felt awkward that he had remembered such an old story. The emissary noted that there was no reason to be embarrassed, especially when he had done a good deed. The general offered to start negotiations. First of all, he would like them to confirm the points of the agreement on the upcoming battle with the demonic beasts. Count Garua thought he had heard rumors about how bloodthirsty the general was and had a reputation as a tyrant. He had already prepared for the worst. However, this was, surprisingly, a peaceful conversation. He answered racing that he was ready to discuss. The emissary asked him if it was true that they could provide 100 to 200 warriors to fight the demonic beasts. The general assured him that they would do so without any problem. They had sufficient military strength. Count Garua remarked that this was good. He continued the topic of remuneration. In an ingratiating voice, he asked the general if they could extend their contract for silver mining. If possible, he would be happy to have the mines for 2 or even 4 years. Raysenga replied that he had already told the Lord that they were here for exactly 1 year. The emissary, like a fox, ingratiatingly said that there were ways around this. The general was surprised. What did he mean? Count Garua, with an unctuous smile, remarked that if they were not allowed to mine themselves, then could he not deliver the silver he mined to the Empire? In that case, they would certainly reward him generously in person. The general asked him directly, puzzled. Did they want him to deceive the Demon Lord? The emissary feigned indignation. What was he saying? He was only recommending that the general enter into a mutually beneficial agreement with the Empire, and nothing more. He had heard that reporting on the amount of resources extracted from the mines was his concern. Sometimes, for example, he could make a miscalculation. All he had to do was send a small amount to the Empire. That way, they would have a strong ally. The general began to boil, turned indignantly to the emissary, and said that he was beginning to doubt that he was one of those who could be trusted. The count chuckled disgustingly and told him that there was nothing to worry about. He understood that backroom deals were always conducted with great caution, and it was natural to be suspicious. The general thought about it. The emissary exclaimed that he had a good idea. Perhaps he knew Rigus? The general smiled and told him that he knew him. The count admired this. Then, if their secret dealings came to light, maybe they could just blame it all on Thor and get rid of him? Risenga stared at him blankly. The count continued. They would make it look like he had tricked the general into rewriting the documents. Thor had appropriated the silver and was using it for underhanded deals to return to the Empire. That would not cause any problems for the general. The count's eyes were shining with enthusiasm and anticipation. He pointed out that Thor was the Empire's ward, so he would not drag the general down with him. Wasn't that a good idea? The emissary laughed at how well he had thought of it. He continued, this useless piece of trash would finally serve a useful purpose, strengthening their friendship. He should be glad of such an opportunity. In this way, the general's safety would be guaranteed. He would enjoy working with them. All this time, while the emissary was speaking, the general was remembering the protagonist, how he, after his mistake, offered him to start everything from scratch, how he offered him to invite him to his estate. To do such a mean thing to their benefactor? The general slammed his fist on the table, and, with difficulty restraining his rage, asked the emissary's permission to ask him just one question. Surprised by his reaction, the count agreed to it. The general asked him, when he said that Thor should be blamed for everything, was this only his decision? The count, perplexed, said that it was not so. It was also the decision of Duke Rigus. The general clarified he was asking if their emperor knew about this. The emissary exhaled loudly and answered that he knew nothing. The duty of the nobility is to serve the empire. This is what he must inform his majesty about. Risenga quietly said that he was satisfied with this answer. Well, it relieved him of doubt. He turned to leave. The count asked him in bewilderment, so what was his answer to their proposal? The general could not stand it. He jumped up to the count, grabbed him by the collar, and hissed furiously for him to shut his mouth and not dare open it again. To deceive his majesty was certainly a crime. But to use his benefactor Lord Thor to shift all the blame onto him? Oh no. This was the man he had chosen as his friend and son-in-law, as a possible suitor for his daughter Agnes, so he would not tolerate such a thing. The emissary incredulously exclaimed, "Friend? Son-in-law? Is he talking about Thor?" The general let go of his collar and the count fell to the floor. Risenga noted, as he could see, there was no point in talking to him, and he would write to his emperor about everything. The count begged him. He begged him not to do this. If the general accepted his proposal, he would only gain from it. The valiant warrior waved his hand and told the emissary to get out of here. He had no more words for such a vile worm as him. He did not want to see him again. The emissary immediately flew into Barca Rigus's office and screamed. Was he talking to him about the wrong person? How could he have been so mistaken? At that moment, Agnes ran up to the general, worried. She asked her father what had happened here. The general hesitated with an answer, and finally said that the negotiations had failed. At this time, in the lands of the Demon Lord, a few days after the negotiations, the Chancellor reported to Rukia about the general's report. It said everything that the emissary from the border county had said and done. In particular, that they had been offered to transport silver from the mines directly to them, and that in return, the Empire had offered him military cooperation. It was also mentioned what Count Garua wanted to do to the protagonist. Rukia thought deeply. She never thought that things would take such a turn. Then the Chancellor handed her a reply letter from the Dolgaria Empire. The Lord read it and said that this proposal was Count Garua's personal initiative, not the Empire's decision. Kelv said bitterly, "This is about the idea of using Thor." Rukia was deep in thought again. So the Empire sent him here as a human sacrifice to the Demon Lord, and he meekly accepted it, and now she couldn't believe it. They wanted to frame him too. Kelv said that if His Majesty and this Garua were the only ones who knew about this situation, then perhaps he should go and tell Thor everything. Rukia interrupted him, telling him that she would do it herself. The protagonist was her alchemist, and he had the right to know about what happened. The Chancellor asked her if she was sure about this. The Lord declared that she was sure. It was her concern. She had arranged these negotiations with the Empire, so she must take responsibility for the consequences. She must talk to him, she was just about to visit him, and she would tell him everything at the same time. The Chancellor accepted her decision with respect. He noted that he was grateful to the protagonist. After all, now, thanks to the oath of the Flame Giant, taken by the General, they can be absolutely sure that all his reports are true. The General did not hide anything, he told them the truth. This plot was so cunningly devised that if he did not trust him, he would not believe a single word of Ryzeng. If the General concealed even one fact, an insurmountable chasm of mistrust would arise between them and the General. The Chancellor continued. It was Lord Thor who inspired him to take the oath of allegiance. As Chancellor of this country, from now on he is in his debt. If the protagonist wants something, he will do everything possible to help him realize his plans. Rukia, after listening to him, asked him, what if the protagonist brings a whole mountain of magic items with him? Kelv hesitated with an answer. Rukia grinned and noted that she would convey his words to MC, for which she personally thanks him. After some time, Rukia, the protagonist, and Mabel had another tea party in a hidden storeroom. Their conversation flowed easily and naturally. Everyone was in a good mood. Mabel happily said that she thought Rukia-sama would like the laser pointer. Thor smiled and agreed with her. It greatly increased the range of magic, and it was indeed an item from the world of heroes. And Mr. Kelv asked him a lot about it. Ruki smiled nervously and thought about how she should tell the protagonist about what happened during the negotiations with the Empire, about the secret deal his own father had concocted, and the plan to keep Thor in the dark and then blame him for all the sins. But first, she had to eat her cookies and drink this tea. Rukia watched them awkwardly, taking a sip of her drink and thinking that if she was going to tell about the Empire, she should do it in the throne room. As a masked ruler, it was difficult for her to talk to her subjects and pass judgment, but now this was a tea party with friends. It was too difficult to talk about what his father had done at this table. But she had to tell him, because it was her duty, and the protagonist had once told her about his life in the Empire as if it were nothing. If she did the same, everything would be fine. Rukia put the cup on the table and called out to Thor, telling him about the negotiations with the Empire that were taking place at General Rysing's. The protagonist looked at her resolutely and said her name. Rukia was surprised and cleared her throat, saying that a small mishap had occurred during these negotiations. She excitedly exclaimed that it was just a small mishap. The Imperial Border Count had made a strange offer. Thor asked in surprise, strange? Rukia agreed, a nobleman, but he allowed himself to do such a thing. He was the worst of people. He had offered Rysing to secretly export silver to the Empire and wanted to make a criminal deal, a secret partnership between the Count and the fiery general in exchange for the Empire's favor, and as insurance in case the Demon Lord exposed them. Mabel and Thor looked at her with fear and asked what was wrong. Rukia looked at them questioningly and wondered why they were so surprised. She tearfully said that of all people, he had made an attempt on him, and she wished it wasn't true. In other words, it was weird. Thor confusedly asked her to calm down, and Rukia tearfully exclaimed about his majesty. Thor said, so that's what happened, it's like his father. Rukia tearfully said that she didn't believe it, he was his father. And at the same time, not only did he send him to the Demon Lands as a sacrifice, but he was also using him for his own purposes. Before telling him, she was afraid that he would be very upset, and she was so sorry that she couldn't hold back. The protagonist smiled and said that she had a very kind heart, since she was crying because of him. Rukia ordered him to be silent because she was so ashamed, but she didn't understand why his father did such a thing. He was still a problem for him, but he had already banished him, so why continue to interfere in his life? Why these false accusations, and why was he dragging him into his plans? Thor said thoughtfully. He knew why his father had taken such measures. It was all about the Empire's politics. Rukia asked in confusion, politics? Thor noted that he had already said that the Empire valued fighting skills above all else, a force to be reckoned with. Of course, his father, Duke Rigus, was a strong warrior, and his father in turn was a master of the sword, known as the Holy Swordsman. But his grandfather liked to drink, and one day, when he was old and drunk, he was stabbed to death by bandits. Mabel looked at him in surprise, and Thor noted that he was too young to remember it. He would not have understood anything. He just wants to say that no matter how strong he became, he will be killed if he falls in with the wrong company. The stronger he becomes, the more often he will be opposed by those who want him dead or want to become famous by killing him. Such is the principle, but for himself, he decided that for this very reason, there is no point in striving to become the strongest. Instead, he will use his alchemy skills to improve the lives of those around him. Rukia said contentedly that such thinking is his style. Mabel added with a smile that she sees sincerity in his eyes. The protagonist said that his father still cannot forgive him for such thoughts. The people of the Empire tried to be like the heroes who laid the foundations of the Empire. Power, achievements, they use everything that comes to hand as tools, and yet, since their father is far from brave, his actions become more and more extreme. Rukia asked in surprise, and that was the only reason the Duke wanted to sacrifice him? She cannot accept such a thing at all. Thor said that everything is fine. He cannot either, and after what happened, he's pretty tired of all these dukes. That is why he is going to change his name. Mabel and Rukia looked at him in surprise. The protagonist said firmly that from now on, he would stop using the name Rigus and would take his maternal surname. So from now on, they could both call him Thor Canon. Mabel said contentedly that it sounded quite cute. Thor thought about how he himself didn't feel any difference since he used that name when he was at the Imperial Town Hall. He said that in the Demon Lord's lands, he was still a hostage of the Empire, so officially he continued to use his father's surname. But between the three of them, he wanted them to call him by his new surname. The protagonist called out to Rukia and said that it was time for her to let go of his hand. She emotionally let go of his hand and began to apologize. When she learned how he was treated, she felt very sick inside. She wished she could have been there for him at that moment, and she took his hand in an attempt to express it. Thor thanked her with a smile, and Rukia asked if they could at least hold hands until they fell asleep tonight. He looked at her in surprise, and she exclaimed excitedly she wasn't going to do anything like that. She just wanted to fall asleep holding his hand. Thor looked at her in surprise and thought how cute she was. Mabel said that her greatness cannot stay in the protagonist's room, and the floor where Her Majesty's room was located wasn't meant for men. Rukia said with displeasure that she knew. Thor looked at her and thought he was sure she knew that this was an impossible request, but maybe there was a way? He was Her Majesty's alchemist, so he would see what he could do. Maybe they could sleep in their room every day, holding hands? He looked at the book and called out to Rukia in surprise. He found something. Rukia and Mabel looked at the book and were surprised. According to the hero, he asked Rukia for permission to create this item and prepare the materials. After a while, Mabel happily said that they were ready. According to the protagonist, he decided to create an item from the world of heroes. White sheets, an empty magic stone, and a lot of bean shells. Thor approached the materials and said, then they will start with the sheets and using high alchemy, preparing materials. The magic stone dissolved on the white sheet. Mabel and Rukia watched this in surprise. The magic stone became like melting ice. It spread out like a puddle and melted into the fabric. Thor turned to Rukia and asked her to press the fabrics so that they melt. Suddenly, the sheet expanded under her hands, and she asked in surprise, "What is this?" The protagonist smiled and noted that the fabric that reacts to mana and freely expands and contracts is complete. He added the bean shells and said, "Now the finishing touches." Thor used image expansion, the filler was on the inside and the fabric on the outside. The element of water was added for softness. Wind is added for breathability. The fabric merges with an empty magic stone to accumulate mana. The protagonist activated high magic and created a hug pillow. Rukia looked at it in admiration and exclaimed, "This is amazing." Mabel exclaimed in surprise, "So this is a dakimakura from the world of heroes." Rukia called out to Thor and asked, she does not know why she gave him permission for this. But how can this replace the fact that they will sleep hand in hand? The protagonist asked to read this note to the description of the item. She looked at the piece of paper where it was written that this dakimakura is made of a new incredible material that allows them to feel as if he is hugging his beloved. The texture gives the feeling of touching soft and gentle skin. The fabric also freely stretches and compresses, and granules of a special filler with shape memory allow you to change the shape of the pillow at her discretion. She herself can choose what her pillow will look like, and with it, she will always feel a connection with her beloved. Rukia excitedly said that the feeling of being connected to the person she loved was indeed a bit too much. But wasn't it a bit too silly to think that she could hold his hand with this hug pillow? Mabel called out to her and asked if she really thought that hug pillows in the hero world were just hug pillows. Rukia looked at her in surprise, and she continued to talk about how every item in the hero world had depth, a backstory, or even an item code because there was so much of it. Since the items of the hero world were so powerful, they had to be sold to the right person. Rukia thoughtfully noted that it made sense, as expected of the protagonist's assistant. So what was his opinion? Thor called out to Rukia and exclaimed that he was convinced that this hug pillow could transform into a human form. Did she know that one of the heroes who was summoned could change his appearance at will? She strongly agreed and said that she knew about it. Shapeshifting magic. That hero changed his form to infiltrate the Demon Lord's army and turned into a dragon when his true identity was revealed. The magic system that the heroes used was molecular magic, and both the Empire and the Demon Lord lands were of the same opinion. According to her, with this magic, you can take any form, change appearance, color, shape, literally everything. According to the records, heroes use this technique to create a false body and then put it on like armor. So he says that this pillow has the same effect. If her guess is correct, These special granules, particles filled with mana, allow you to change the shape of the pillow at your will, just like in the Legends of Heroes. Thor thought that the world of heroes is truly impressive. Where did they get such imagination and technical skills? He suggested that she test it and asked Mabel if she could pour mana into this pillowcase. She took it in her hands, and a magical barrier appeared around her body. Rukia, confused, asked what was happening. The protagonist said that the magic stone fused into the fabric reacts to mana. She noted in surprise because the stone has the ability to absorb mana. The protagonist agreed with her and added that mana contains a part of the personality of its owner. So if they wrap the pillow in a shell that absorbed the mana from Mabel. Rukia asked if that meant the pillow would take her shape. Mabel handed the pillow to the protagonist and hoped that was enough. Thor thought about the shape memory of the bean husk, the corresponding elasticity of the enchanted fabric to make the shape tangible, and the magic stone filled with mana of various attributes. All of this comes into motion and takes shape. Suddenly, the pillow took the shape of Mabel, and she asked in surprise, "What is this?" Rukia exclaimed in admiration, "This is so amazing, so this is what a dakimakura is." What is surprising is that Thor can reproduce it. Mabel called out to the protagonist and asked him to look at how it moves the way she wished. This is a great success, just wonderful. Thor thought if he gave it his shape, he could fulfill Rukia's wish to sleep hand in hand with him, but he could not separate them. Mabel asked in fear, did he not like her as a dakimakura? Rukia asked in surprise, what was wrong with him? Thor said it was indeed a pillow, that the pillow looked exactly like her, but it did not have even half of Mabel's cuteness. Her charm is not only her sparkling silver hair, snow-white skin, and beautiful long ears, the kindness with which she took care of him who knew nothing at that time in the lands of the Lord of Demons, her strength of character, and her courage. All this is also part of her charm. Mabel always supported him and invariably accompanied him in all his experiments, so he could not fully feel her charm from this hug pillow. Mabel looked at him embarrassedly, and the protagonist apologized. It seems that the words failed a little harshly. Besides, even though the feeling from it was completely different. But this does not cancel the fact that Mabel is cute as a dakimakura. He looked at her in fear and asked, what was wrong with her? Did he say something wrong again? Rukia awkwardly noted that he should forgive her, since she was on edge. The protagonist said that he had said a lot of things. He hoped that she would grant their wish. He poured his mana into it, so that, when they needed it, the dakimakura would take on his appearance. Rukia happily thanked Thor and asked Mabel if she could sleep with her tonight. They took the dakimakura, and Rukia noted that he was right. There was a big difference between a pillow and him. The real him was much more important to her, and asked him not to forget about it. The protagonist sheepishly thought that he now understood Mabel's embarrassment when such things were openly said to him. She said that with his permission, they would go. After a while, Thor was alone, and said that there was some time before bed and he had a couple of sheets left. Maybe he could make some more fabric with melted magic stone? Or admit he was still worried about the upcoming fight with the demonic beasts. Lady Rukia said that it was not necessary, but just in case something went wrong, he would still create a magic sword. Meanwhile, in Mabel's room, Rukia called out to her and said that she may have underestimated the similarity of the dakimakura to the original. The feeling of them sleeping together, holding hands, it was very realistic. Mabel sheepishly agreed with her and noted that it had its downsides. She could not sleep. They both said that it was difficult and impossible. According to the protagonist, they spent a sleepless night in agony. In the mines in the mountains, large cocoons hung from the trees. The bear cautiously stopped when suddenly a spider attacked it and began to eat. Lizard looked at it with a keen eye and said that this was a new kind of demonic beast. They reproduced much faster than expected. The main body comes out of the hole and spins many cocoons in the surrounding forests, and more spiders hatch from them. It is difficult to even imagine how many people will be needed to sort this out. He will hurry back, because he needs to inform His Majesty the Lord. Lizard thought that even one such spider is already a problem, and there are at least a couple of hundred here. Considering that they are expanding their territory, their number is simply immeasurable. But what if they are dealing with thousands of individuals? The demon army and the Imperial army will suffer great losses. A few hours ago, Mabel happily said that Thor was ordered to stay at home in the castle. The protagonist said that it was so and thought that he had no combat skills, so he could not be useful in the battle with monsters. All that was left for him was to adjust the magic item that they were presenting today. He thinks that this is also an important part of his job, and that is exactly what Mabel told him. But he still had to return to the palace. But what if something happens to Rukia? Thor clenched his fist as Mabel came up to him and asked what was going on with the Imperial side this time in defeating the monsters. He was surprised and thought that they needed to get approval now, as this could allow him to count on reconsidering his order to follow Lady Rukia. The warriors turned back to the opening door and noticed them in the passage. Ruki said that they had been waiting for him and thanked them all for coming here. The alchemist Thor had created a new item, and he had gathered them here for them to appreciate it. Now the protagonist could begin his explanation. Thor thanked her and said that this time he brought them a new material. Rukia asked in surprise, "A new material?" The protagonist smiled awkwardly and said that this new material was created while working on another item. She was surprised and asked, "But how was it created while working on another product?" The protagonist added that today they would like them all to see if it was practical enough to use. Rukia asked, "What they see on the table, is that cloth?" Thor noted that it was cloth that had absorbed magic stones and was called accordingly, magic cloth. Kelv noted that he had never heard of such a name. The protagonist said that the attributes of earth, water, fire, and wind were added to the 4 samples on the table. Each of them can react to mana and have some effect. Rukia asked, "Who is ready to check?" The Minotaur took the cloth in his hands and stretched it, saying that it does not tear even when he pulls. The earth attribute makes it very durable. The lizard said in surprise that the water attribute makes it very smooth. It does not cling to the lizard's scales at all. The alchemist master has created a wonderful thing. The dwarf noted that the coolness of the wind attribute would be convenient for cooking in the heat, and the heat insulating qualities of the fire attribute would be ideal for working in the cold winter. There are hundreds of uses for this. Thor looked at everyone with satisfaction and thought that everyone seemed to like it, and that was good. That is the best thing about alchemy, when people are happy with the items or materials he has created, like now. When what he has come up with becomes useful to them, changes people's lives for the better. Rukia was tired of the warriors' joyful cries and asked them to calm down already. The magic cloth created by Mr. Thor was indeed a wonderful thing, but it would be naive to expect that everyone would want to use it right away. It is always difficult to accept something new. Kelv said that she was right, and therefore, first, they should give the residents the opportunity to try the material in action. Rukia asked if the protagonist had any ideas on how to do this. Thor asked that he had an idea and wondered if it would be possible to defeat the demonic beasts with it. From what he had heard, the monster nest was a hot place, there was a volcano nearby, and if they made clothes based on the wind element, he thought it would make everyone cooler. Kelv said that was a good idea. Rukia noted that it was reasonable. Then she would prepare the materials and ask the protagonist to use it to implement this idea. If successful, the result would be used to defeat the monsters. She thought about it and asked Thor. This was a matter of personal interest, but did he have magical fabrics with the attribute of darkness or light prepared? Kelv awkwardly called out to Her Majesty and said that he was afraid that even he could not go that far. Rukia asked in confusion, why was he able to create fabrics with 4 elements? What prevents him from creating more? And if you look closely, these cloaks, are they possible? Thor smiled and asked her to let him introduce them to the magic cloths of the dark and light attributes. Mabel handed the sheet to the Lord and introduced it as a dark magic cloth. Rukia and the villagers looked at it in surprise. Kelv picked up the cloth and asked, a magic cloth with a dark attribute? Mabel noted that when he poured mana into it, it absorbed the light and became pitch black. Thor added that it could be used as a curtain to block out the light. The fabric is ideal for night dwellers who find light disturbing their sleep. However, it only absorbs light on its surface. Light passes past it and through the cracks. Rukia thoughtfully asked, then the other fabric opposite lets all the light through? The protagonist said that it was a failure, and it became transparent. This fabric does not block light at all, and it passes through freely. He does not know where it could be useful, because it does not make the one who wears it transparent. Only the fabric itself is transparent. She thought about it and said, indeed, the attributes of light and darkness do not seem to bring them any practicality. But they can probably be useful in combination with other attributes, earth, fire, and wind. Rukia smiled and said, as expected, the protagonist brings great things to the Demon Lord's domain again and again. Thor looked at her happily and thanked the Lord. She said that it was a very good presentation. Thor noted that he actually had another item for Her Majesty. Rukia was surprised, even scared. Was he really that hardworking? The main character asked if Mr. Kelv could help him. Taking out something, he said, nothing unusual, but still it is a magic sword. The villagers asked in surprise, a magic sword? The same one that the elves and dwarves could not reproduce, even working together? Just like the sword of the first demon ruler? Is this not a joke? Rukia was surprised and thought, did he really do it? Thor handed her the sword and asked if he could ask her for a favor. Rukia agreed, and the protagonist asked to let him accompany her on the expedition to the monsters. Since many magic items would be used on this expedition, and since he would inevitably have to tune a lot, his help would be useful. Kelv said that this was true because no one except Mr. Thor could tune magic items. and if they were going to use a lot of new fabric, it would be better if they accompanied them. Rukia said that she was against it because the demonic beast they had to defeat was completely unexplored, and even the reason for its appearance was unknown. She had just received an intelligence report, and if the worst came to the worst, they would face at least 1,000 beasts, and their number was growing inexorably every day. The residents cried out in alarm. That was twice as many as they had in their combined forces. Rukia said that they could not guarantee their safety, and they would have to wait for the results here in the castle. Thor clenched his fist and said that Mabel had told him that the Empire would use an item from the world of heroes, namely the Sacred Sword. Rukia noted that the letter from the Empire said to let the Demon Lord's subjects see the light of the Sacred Sword that defeats demonic beasts. The protagonist asked, she knew about his dream, right? More precisely, not a dream, but rather an ambition. Rukia said with a grin that he wanted to surpass the items of the hero world, and he also said that he wanted to create a sword that could rival the Holy Sword. The villagers asked in confusion, surpassing the Sword of Heroes? Was that possible? If it was Lord Thor, he wanted to see it. A magic sword that could surpass the Holy Sword. The protagonist added that this sword was just a prototype, but one day it would surpass the Holy Sword of this world. And in order to fulfill his ambition, he had to see the Holy Sword in action with his own eyes. Rukia asked, did he understand what he was asking for? He could die, but this man had been sent to the demon realm willing to die. As a friend, she would not want to oppose Thor's sincere wish, but as Rukia, what should she do? On one hand, she doesn't want to risk letting a good man go to danger. She's sure they can tune the magic items themselves, but on the other hand, she doesn't want to deprive the protagonist of the opportunity to get inspiration for the legendary sword. He wants to see the sacred sword that badly? The villagers started begging Her Majesty to see it, and she thought, with everyone around him on his side, as the ruler, she can't refuse, really, as she promised. Rukia said that the protagonist was assigned to the logistics division. Kelv called out to her in confusion, and she said that he would follow her court alchemist. The departure will be in 3 days. Thor happily thanked Her Majesty, and Mabel happily added, she was glad that everything worked out. He asked her, didn't she know that everything would be like this? Mabel winked and noted that she was his assistant. The protagonist said that he clearly did not deserve her. Rukia looked at him and thought about how his eyes were shining with happiness and the joy of the upcoming meeting with the sacred sword. She was very happy to see that everyone around him supported him because she was the most worried about him. According to the protagonist, this way he was allowed to accompany them on a campaign against monsters. Mabel will go with him as his bodyguard, and there he will teach Rukia how to use the magic sword. In preparation for the upcoming events after the presentation, he spent all his free time creating as much magic cloth as possible. At the same time, the Empire, right after Reizenga rejected the Count's proposal. Rigus angrily asked, did he fail to negotiate with him? The man apologized as there was some misunderstanding. Rigus rejected his apology and asked, did they fail? Does that mean they are doomed? The man excitedly said that he could not do anything, and Reizenga will not negotiate with him anymore. Rigus thought in horror that the plan he came up with was approved by the Minister of War himself. He knows what the Flame Lord is like, a powerful warrior who hates weaklings who are unable to fight. He expected him to happily agree to his plan to use Thor, and yet, the man he chose as his future son-in-law? Rigus pointed out that he is just a victim, the general should cling to him. But why is this? The man said in confusion that he himself did not understand what had happened in the demon's domain. Rigus asked discontentedly, maybe they were personally interested in him? Had he told them information about the Empire, or appealed to their mercy? The captain of the guard burst into their office and exclaimed that they had a problem. Rigus replied that he knew and was already thinking about a solution, so he should not interfere. The captain said excitedly that this was different, and that it was the Minister of Military Affairs. Rigus looked at him questioningly, and the man asked in horror what he was doing here. Zagran followed the captain in and apologized, saying that he had received a message that their plan had failed and had come to confirm it personally. Rigus and the man bowed to him, and from his words, it was said that the Minister of Military Affairs was one of the 3 highest imperial officials. He enjoys the trust of the Emperor, and also serves as the mentor of the 3rd Princess, Lyanna, a man of much higher status than Duke Rigus. Rigus said excitedly, he was afraid that their plan had not yet been realized, and they had miscalculated a little, but they would soon fix everything. Zagran said that it was unnecessary and the plan was cancelled. They had been too rude, so he had never expected them to insult the general on his own territory. Besides, they wanted to eliminate their own son, and that was beyond all bounds. Rigus asked in confusion how he knew. Zagran replied that he had asked one of his men to infiltrate their unit and file a report. Rigus thought in horror that it seemed he could no longer hide it. Zagran noted that their task was to ensure that the Empire did not have to make an enemy in the person of the Demon Lord. Sending his son as a hostage still served that purpose, but what he did next, the plan had obviously been arbitrarily changed. Rigus justified himself by saying that it was part of the plan. Zagran asked with displeasure, was it part of their plan to frame the son for a crime? He did not see a word about that in his plan. They should have retreated immediately, as the general rejected his plan for the silver fraud. Then the conversation would have ended on a neutral note. The quid pro quo idea had failed, but they were still on the monster hunt. This was a good opportunity to remind the Lord of the Empire's strength. Rigus had firmly asked him to let him accompany him. Zagran had rejected him and said he wanted him to act elsewhere. He had looked at him questioningly, and Zagran had pointed out that a conflict had broken out with a small country in the south of the Empire, and they would be fighting there together with an army under the command of the Ministry of Military Affairs. He would give him the details at the High Council, and he could present his arguments at the meeting. Rigus had compassionately asked him to wait and give him a chance to explain himself. Zagran had turned to him and asked him not to talk about his son. Thor was now a taboo topic in the council, and there was no point in claiming his merits when they had sent such a man to the Demon Lord. It would be considered disrespectful to His Highness the Emperor. Rigus had asked in confusion, but why? Zagran explained that his son had stood out too much in less than 10 days. He had gained the trust of one of the Demon Lord's strongest generals, and he had even started talking about a possible marriage. Moreover, he was probably already aware of the attempt to make him the culprit of everything. As a result, he should have hated the Empire and him, and therefore they would be forced to abandon him as well. A man with such connections could have served as an excellent pawn for them, but because of his actions, they had lost the opportunity to use him. He himself could have benefited greatly from this, but from what he had heard, he had not even thought about it, so instead he insulted him and sent him to what he thought was his death. Rigus, with a voice trembling with fear, said that he was useless and had no fighting skills. Zagran wondered, useless? How did he gain the trust of the Demon Lord's strongest general then? Rigus shouted that it was only natural for a nobleman to devote himself to serving the Empire, and he was not even a warrior. Zagran said how wonderful it was that he believed in such noble ideas. But the Empire needed the Demon Lord to stop talking about his treachery towards his son, and the fact that he was a high-ranking noble made him even angrier. So it was coming to the point that he should be willing to give up his title for the sake of the Empire. He wasn't saying that he couldn't do what he had asked of his son, was he? Rigus screamed in fear, and the son asked him to continue their conversation at the High Council and accompany him. Rigus sat in the carriage and thought, so this is how his legend ends. Is this the end? He noticed how the horse helped the foal stand up, and Rigus thought that there had been a slight misunderstanding between them. But shouldn't he wish for that? This was nothing more than a quarrel between a father and sons love their fathers, right? It was for his sake that he flattered the general and the others. Why else would a weakling like him try so hard? If only they had exchanged letters once, and all this would not have happened. He said that if Thor wanted to come back, otherwise it was possible. Zagran looked at him in surprise and he decisively added, he was recognized by the Demon Lord, so he was doing his job. He worked for the Empire every day as a spy, and he had to write to him to present him as a loyal citizen of the Empire. Zagran thought, is he still trying to justify himself? But if you think about it, then perhaps by sending a letter to the protagonist, he could sow seeds of doubt in the Demon Lord and said that they should do it. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Dalgaria Empire, the Emperor called out to the third Princess Lyanna, and she approached him. He muttered, as he had already said, a new kind of monster, a giant arachnid, had appeared in the borderlands of the demons. Negotiations with the demons have failed, so they must show their strength in battle. Let them remember that they are the Imperial Dalgaria, the heirs of the heroes, and are strong enough to defeat the Demon Lord. Lyanna placed her hand on her chest and said that she understood His Majesty. The Emperor said that she was strong in spirit and therefore worthy of taking this. The assistants brought out a box in front of her, and inside was a sacred sword. He added that this was the sacred sword of Dalgaria, once wielded by heroes from another world. The Emperor asked her to use it to show the people of the Demon Lord's lands the power of the Empire. Lyanna took it in her hands and said contentedly that it was a great honor to be chosen as the guardian of the great sacred sword. She, the third princess of the Dalgaria Empire, would show everyone the second coming of the heroes of another world. Let the blessing and light of the heroes become the strength of the Empire. The Emperor noted that everything was correct, but the path to the demon territories was not close. Was there anything she would like before leaving? Lyanna asked if she could see her twin, Sophia. The Emperor agreed, and she thanked His Majesty she would join them in a minute, after which she happily ran to meet her sister. After a while, Lyanna ran into the garden, and Sophia greeted her. She was looking forward to meeting her, the Princess of the Sacred Sword. She bowed before her, and Lyanna embarrassedly asked her to stop. She was embarrassed when she called her that. Sophia asked in surprise, was it okay that she was here? There was a ceremony in the palace today, wasn't there? Lyanna sadly said that the ceremony was already over and she could not tell her all the details. She smiled and noted that she did not care, as long as she was healthy, and now she would make tea for her. Lyanna excitedly exclaimed, let the maids do it. Sophia said that since she was here, she wanted to do everything in her power, and besides, she had already started. Lyanna looked at her sad face reflected in the water and said that if she were strong enough, Sophia would have become the Princess of the Sacred Sword, not her. Sophia asked that physical strength was one of her strong points. Lyanna happily agreed, but her light magic power was nowhere near hers. Could she use the Sacred Sword with greater success than her? Sophia pointed out that she was not strong enough to handle it, and if she had it, it would be a waste of treasure. Besides, she was happy with her wish and was still alive despite her weakness. If she were a commoner, she would have been sent to war, and if she were born an ordinary noble, she would have been sent to another country as a hostage. Lyanna asked in surprise, a hostage to another country? She remarked that she had heard that Duke Rigus's son had been sent to the demons like that. As far as she understood, it was a punishment for not having restored the magic sword very well. Lyanna thought about what she had been told that half of the sword had been restored by a vagabond who had never been found. Sophia wondered if she could come here before or after she had completed the task assigned to her. Lyanna happily asked if she had understood everything already. She was a great sister after all. Sophia called out to Lyanna and said that she had some advice for her. Magic energy condensed above her finger and grew around them. She said that now no one outside would be able to overhear them. Lyanna worriedly said that she should not use magic for such trifles because her body was weak. Sophia smiled and said that everything was fine and that she should not worry. Lyanna put her hand on her forehead and asked if she had a fever, but her forehead was so hot. Sophia asked her to listen to her. She and this sword had great power, but the world was big. She could meet unimaginably powerful opponents that would be beyond her strength. Lyanna asked in confusion, was she talking about the demon lord in the north? Sophia pointed out that they did not know them very well, and she should remember this and be on guard. Lyanna wondered, but if she was powerful, shouldn't they show him their power? Sophia said that they should try to understand the demons and not intimidate them with force. Lyanna apologized to her. She did not know that she was so worried about her, and she would remember her words. Sophia said with a smile on her face that honesty was one of her virtues, and also her childish spontaneity and sensuality. This could save her one day. But she must be careful, because someone might try to take advantage of her honesty. Lyanna said that she always tells her directly what is on her mind. Sophia noticed that this was important, and she said that she had Zagran to teach her. Sophia asked in surprise, really? She had something to report? The maid ran up to them and said that the Minister of War Zagran had arrived to see Her Highness Princess Lyanna. Zagran apologized to Her Highness and Sophia. He had additional orders from the Emperor, and she was ordered to gather her troops in the Ministry of War and go to the territory of the Demon Lord, so she had to leave immediately. Lyanna asked in bewilderment, immediately? Zagran said that this was a direct order from the Emperor. Sophia asked her to be careful and for Zagran to keep an eye on her. He said that it had had nothing to do with her, so he advised her to keep a clear head and stay here until it was time to fulfill her duties. Lyanna called out to him in displeasure and said that he was too rude to her sister. Zagran asked if there was no time to waste. She wanted to be a perfect princess, didn't she? Lyanna came to her senses and noted as the Emperor would order. Sophia looked at her and the army excitedly, which was ready to march on the demon lands. Meanwhile, in the Demon Lord's domain, the detachment that is to defeat the Hexabyss monster is moving along the southern highway. The goal is the mountainous terrain in the south, and the detachment consists of Minotaur infantry and Elven mage squads. They are followed by a support detachment responsible for transporting food, weapons, and armor. He suggested that they transport all this using his compact storage room, but Mr. Kelv rejected the idea. Carrying payas is also a way to show the soldiers that they have food and everything they need. If instead of bales of supplies they loaded one incomprehensible box onto the wagon, it would make the soldiers worry, wouldn't it? So that's how it is. It's not without meaning. The protagonist hopes that everything will go well. He calls out to Mabel and says that they will do their part of the job. She happily agrees and exclaims that she will protect him even at the cost of her life. The protagonist asks her to leave it, and Mabel tells him not to say that. He looks at her questioningly, and she notices that Matter Thor is very important to her, and to His Majesty the Lord, and to all their lands. Thor smiles and thanks her, thinking that he feels the same way. Mabel asks him to leave everything to her, because for him she will tear apart at least 10 spider monsters. The protagonist chuckled and said that Ms. Rukia should check the magic sword from the safest place possible, so he was sure that everything would be fine. She resolutely noted that she would do her best to take a good place. The protagonist looked out the window and asked her to look at it. It seemed that the Imperial troops were already here too. A few days later, the Demon Lord's army arrived at the meeting place with the Imperial troops. The Lord said that they would stop here for a rest before meeting with the Imperial representatives, and then thanked everyone for their hard work. According to the protagonist, Rising and his lizard troops went to scout out the nest of the Jessenbist Gargaros. The man and the lizard watched the monster from a cliff, peeking through binoculars. They would be ready to fight if they suddenly went to them. The ruler said that it was still somehow unexpected. Kelv agreed with Her Majesty, and the inhabitants said that they did not expect it either. He did not think that under the tent canopy it would be so cool and pleasant. As Thor said, the tent made of magic fabric with the wind attribute turned out to be very comfortable. Even if there is complete calm outside, there is always a pleasant wind. In addition, everyone wears clothes and underwear also made of magic fabric. It does not delay the evaporation of sweat, and therefore no one suffers from the heat. The girl who stood at the threshold apologized for the intrusion and exclaimed that everything necessary to provide the army had been delivered. She asked them to make sure that everything was in order. The girl called Thor and Mabel, taking them to another tent, and using magic, the walls of the tent became transparent. The Lord looked at the barrels in surprise, and she said that as they saw, they had everything they needed and a multi-day supply of food for their soldiers. The Lord thought that even useless fabric with the light attribute which can be transparent was put to excellent use. She called out to Kelv, and he asked what was the matter. The girl asked about the new tents. They were convenient, weren't they? Kelv asked in surprise, weren't they beautiful? He asked her to show him what was inside the bales. The girl showed him and said that as they could see, everything here was filled to the brim with food. Kelv agreed with her. It was very convenient. He wondered if Her Majesty knew about this. Rukia looked at the protagonist and asked, everything is fine, isn't it? Thor thought awkwardly, why are they looking at him? Kelv exhaled heavily and said that it would be difficult to control the troops' confusion after all. The protagonist asked in confusion, didn't he say that it was important to show the soldiers that they were able to feed them? Rukia ordered to do this and entered one of the tents. They sat down at the table and she said, before they meet the Imperials, she wanted to tell them something. The target they need to defeat is the demonic beast Gargaros. As they all know, it is rapidly multiplying, and its offspring are devastating the lands of the demons, and their number has reached several hundred, and there are more every day. However, they are able to defeat them without the help of the Empire on their own. Rukia pointed out, but that would put their soldiers at unnecessary risk, and she wanted to handle it carefully without losing any of them, so they would join the Empire in this battle and launch a full-scale offensive and exterminate the monsters. Kelv pointed out that this was the first time their countries had acted as a united front. They would succeed, and it would strengthen their good neighborly relations, and the liberated mines would provide them with active trade, so they should all remember that. Now for the details of the plan. According to the scouts, the Hexenbeast and spiders have settled on the mountainside, and the small spiders have covered everything with webs. It is too dangerous to fight in such an environment. They will try to get rid of it and lure the spiders to them. The Ryzenga troops will deal with the threads, let them burn the webs to the ground, and use the pocket-sized super small storage rooms made by the protagonist. This stores the flame that will be used to burn the threads. Rukia noted that this will be enough to deal with the threads. Kelv said, and as for the actual attack, the elf troops will first launch a magical volley. Usually, due to the limited range of magic, they would have to get quite close to the monsters, but this time they have laser pointers. The range has been increased, so the mages do not have to enter the zone of the threads, and they will not be attacked by the enemy. With this, it is safe to say that the elves are completely safe. Rukia said, finally, their infantry, that they will fight in close combat. Kelv said that for this fight, the Minotaurs are equipped with health enhancement pendants. With this, they will be able to surround themselves with water mana, and they made sure that by converting the mana, they will gain the power of water, which can match the heat of the flames of the Ryzenga troops. Rukia said that they will try to make things easier for them by inflicting as much damage as possible with the flames. After the bombardment, the lizard troops will be watching the area to prevent the small spiders from escaping. They all looked at Thor at the same time, and he thought, why are they all looking at him? The elf asked in confusion. Do they have countermeasures against Gargarosa and the webs woven by the small spiders? The Minotaur added that they have also balanced their forces and the Raisenga troops. The elf said excitedly, besides, they are elves, can attack from a distance, and Her Majesty will also be safe. The Minotaur said in confusion that this is too much and he cannot think because his head is spinning. The elf agreed with him and said that his head is a complete mess. Kelv asked displeasedly, how can everything be so good? Thor watched them and thought that this is embarrassing. Rukia ordered everyone to be on guard, because anything can happen in the battle. Even though their forces were growing stronger, carelessness could lead to failure. They had to remember that. She turned to Kelv and asked how the cooperation with the Empire was going. He apologized to Her Majesty, but there was still no news from the Imperial Guard. Rukia asked in surprise, still? Kelv noted that they had exchanged greetings and he had outlined their plans. They had not yet informed them of their own plans. Rukia asked in confusion, what were they even thinking about? From the protagonist's words, it was clear that they had known from the beginning that the Empire could not be trusted. That was why they had sent out scout patrols throughout the area before coming here. He said that this was supposed to be a joint operation with the Empire, but this was only a verbal agreement. In reality, the Imperial Guard could very well decide to act without waiting for the Demon Lord's troops. After all, when the Empire believes that its enemy is weak, it does not hesitate to engage in battle. He was almost certain that this was exactly what they would do. Lizard entered the tent and said that an urgent report had arrived. The Raisenga advanced troops had transmitted a message that the Empire's soldiers had already begun fighting the demonic beasts. It seemed that they had provoked Gargarosa and the small spiders and driven them to the rocky outcrop at the foot of the mountain. What would be Her Majesty's orders? A little earlier, the Imperial Guards had lined up in large columns. Zegran said that the purpose of the mission was to demonstrate the Empire's strength to the Demon Lord, and defeating the monsters in the Lord's territory was a rare chance for him. He hoped that they would approach it responsibly and turned to Lyanna, asking Her Highness to say a few words. She thanked everyone for coming all the way here. It was still a long way from here to the volcano, but it was quite hot here too. The knights shouted that they were full of strength, and Lyanna caught herself thinking in bewilderment that she was so hot that she was sweating all over her armor, and she couldn't wait to get home and see her sister again. Zagran looked at her with displeasure, and Lyanna began to speak enthusiastically. Their scouts reported that the demonic beast Gargaros had already noticed their presence and was heading here. She raised her sword to the sky and suggested that everyone defeat him and show the Demon Lord the power of the Empire. They will show that demons and non-humans are no match for them. Victory over evil creatures is the mission of the Empire, the successors of the heroes. Zagran said that they have 300 elite guards here. More than enough. Lyanna asked how many were on the Demon Lord's side. He answered that it was difficult to say, but perhaps 100 or so. Since they had 3 times as many people, they would definitely be able to defeat the monsters without them. It would show them what the Empire was capable of. Her Highness remembered the procedure, right? Once the giant was defeated, their soldiers would be able to destroy the remaining spiders without any problems. She had to watch her mana, since activating the holy weapon required a lot of mana, and she would only be able to use it for a short time. And she had to make sure that she could deal with the Hexenbeast in that time. Lyanna asked with displeasure that there was no need to repeat this over and over again. She wouldn't make a fool of him in front of the Demon Lord, Zagran added, and in front of their soldiers. She thought about how she had to be the perfect princess in front of everyone, fearless and brave like a hero, cold-blooded like an emperor. The knights noticed the monsters in the distance and shouted, "Here they come, a giant Hexenbeast and a swarm of small spiders." Zagran said, "It seems they managed to lure them out as planned." He looked at the monsters in surprise and thought that there were many more of them than they expected, and there were many more of them. There are already 200 of them now, or even 300, even though our intelligence recently reported only 100 individuals. In such a short time, their number has increased several times and continues to grow. This creature reproduces at a terrifying rate, a truly demonic beast. Therefore, they must be very careful when opposing them. But of course, there are ways to resist them, and in this case, this is just a mindless horde, and the army has tactics and formations. Therefore, they must smash them. They simply must. The army pushed their shields forward and the monsters abruptly hit it. After which they released many arrows that pierced the spiders' bodies. The knights took out iron axes and attacked the monsters. Zagran gave the order to the magicians to use magical energy to hit the opponents. He shouted that the enemy's advance had been slowed and that the cavalry should cut a path to the giant spider. Now, Her Highness, it was time to attack the main spider. Lyanna said for the sacred sword of Dalgaria to respond to her. Zagran thought that the perfectly aligned, flexible, mobile troops from here were even beautiful, as befits their imperial country. All that was left was to use the treasured sword and end this misunderstanding. The knights moved to attack the monsters, and the monster began to roar. Zagran said, "Is that all it takes to suppress the Empire's momentum, with just a roar?" He ordered the cavalry not to stop and cut a path for them. The monster dealt with several knights with one swing, and he thought in surprise that this could not go on any longer. He called out to Lyanna and ordered her not to leave the line. Zagran looked at her and asked, "Her Highness?" Lyanna thought that her instincts were whispering to her that there was no better time than now. Her eyes clearly see the path to his body amidst the chaos of battle, and she will avenge them. She prepared for the attack, and Zagran ordered to protect Her Highness. The infantry should hold the retreat route, and the magic troops should advance and prepare to destroy the main body. Lyanna appeared in front of the monster, and she ordered him to behold the power of the sacred sword Dalgaria, the heritage of heroes. She swung the sword, and the knights looked in surprise as small spiders began to fall out of Gargaros. Lyanna thought in surprise, were there more spiders in his belly? She must destroy him, no matter what, otherwise everything will end. She used the beam of the sacred sword and attacked the monster, cutting his belly. Lyanna fell from the carriage and thought about the small spiders distracting her attention. She missed and could not kill him in one blow. She tried to use the sacred sword, but her hands were shaking and her body was weak. She had exhausted all her mana, and her strength had diminished. Zagran thought, the holy sword's attack hadn't finished him off, but at the very least he was seriously injured. He ordered the magic squad to open fire right now. The magicians fired magic attacks at the monster again and again, but after the dust cleared, the monster appeared. Zagran thought in surprise, couldn't it be that it wasn't even injured? No one except His Highness's attack could hurt him? The line was starting to crumble, and first of all, they would save His Highness and regroup. The Imperial Guard had held back the first wave, and now the odds were on their side. If they overthrew their front line again, they would force them into a battle of attrition. They would destroy the bulk of the spiders, and their invasion would be decapitated. They had every chance of winning. He suddenly heard a sound and wondered what that rumble was. The knight called out to him in fear and exclaimed, "Enemy forces, these are reinforcements." Zagran rose higher and looked into the distance and exclaimed, "It can't be. There are as many approaching? There are even more. They left so many forces in ambush? The damn monsters tricked them." The knights exclaimed that they were completely surrounded. They ordered all troops to tighten their formation. "What's going on?" "There are 300 of them. No, 500 of them, and they outnumber them and outnumber them." The knights looked at the monster in fear, which opened its mouth and was about to attack them. They thought that it was as if they were a snack for it. Lyanna weakly held the sacred sword in her hand and thought that now that it had exhausted its mana, she only had fencing left. Fight this monster with only a sword? She looked at the spider that was about to attack her in fear, and she thought that without the power of heroes, it was impossible to cope with such a huge monster. She shuddered, and thoughts flashed through her mind. Will she die here? When suddenly she noticed some red spot on his head. Suddenly, Rukia ordered all the soldiers of the Empire to listen carefully. He is the Lord of the Demon Lands, and from now on his troops will support them. Lyanna thought, magic cover from the territory of the Lord of Demons? But it is impossible, too far and beyond the reach of magic. But the blow they just dealt was powerful. Rukia ordered to combine attacks, and the magicians released powerful energy, striking the monster. Lyanna looked at the defeated monster in bewilderment, and Rukia asked, "Does it hurt?" A combined attack from 30 magicians. She pointed her hand at the laser pointer and said that this magic item not only increases the range of magic, but also directs it to one point. Magic volleys from several people fired in the direction of the pointer beam merge and deal increased damage. When she tried it earlier, she was very surprised by the power of the explosion at the point of impact. Mabel called out to Thor and asked if he had seen it. The protagonist agreed with her and said that he had seen the laser pointer blast, which was amazing, but he almost fell in love with the divine grandeur of the holy sword. Kelv watched and wondered if the Imperial Guards really intended to defeat the demonic beast Gargaros alone. Rukia said that perhaps they wanted to raise the prestige of the princess using the holy sword, or they just wanted to show them, the demons, the power of the hero's weapon. Rukia remembered her words and said that the Empire had abandoned Thor, but someone out there still wanted to use it for their own purposes. It would be dangerous to trust them too much, and he also intended to clarify something after defeating the Hexen Beast. Rukia said that she wanted to make sure that those using the protagonist were just a bunch of nobles, while the Imperial family were respected people. The ruler replied that she would speak to the princess after the battle and find out everything. Kelv said in surprise that he admired Her Highness's thinking. Rukia added that, anyway, The Imperial troops had shown them brilliant tactics, and they were probably lucky to have seen it. Kelv said that their only mistake was underestimating Gargaros's strength. Rukia noted that she had warned the Empire that this Hexen beast was dangerous because it came from nowhere and was not studied. But neither she nor they could have predicted such a creature. Zegran ran up to Leon and said that the encirclement had been lifted, and they should hurry while they still could, and the battle was far from over, because Gargaros was still a formidable opponent for all of them. There is no way the Demon Lord can defeat him on her own, but they will weaken the Hexen beast with long-range attacks, and then they should be able to finish it off. In that case, they will need Her Majesty's holy sword again. Lyanna rose to her feet exhausted and looked at Lord Rukia in surprise. The lizard exclaimed that the spiders were no longer besieging the Imperial troops and were moving straight towards them. Rukia said that it seemed that the princess's weapon did not have much effect. The numbers are large, but their strategy has not changed. Rukia shouted for them to use long-range magic to slow them down. And when the enemy's advance is delayed, then Raysanga's troops and the Minotaurs will attack. The Minotaur activated the health enhancement pendant and ordered everyone to be ready. The elf called out to the elven squad and asked them to support them with magic, to give it their all, to the last drop of mana. Rayzanga called out to Her Majesty and said that he will show the full strength of their people. He will make them tremble and pay for the deaths and desecration they have caused on their lands. Agnes activated the magic barrier and noted that not only her father, but she too would fight. She mentally asked Mr. Thor to just look at her. Rukia ordered the elves to begin the attack with magic volleys. Meanwhile, the captain jumped out in front of the carriage, and Rigus handed him a scroll of paper, saying that he must deliver this and was counting on him. The captain replied that he would do everything to ensure that this letter reached its addressee. On the battlefield, the troops of the Empire and demons were tense. Rukia said that the target was the red spot of light on Gargaros's body. It was almost impossible to hit from a distance. Some did not see it at all, while others could miss. But even so, the laser pointer would not let any volley miss the target. They attacked the monster, and Rukia said that having lost a pair of legs, it would inevitably slow down. So it was her turn. She asked Kelv to redirect the laser pointer, as the target was a swarm of small spiders that were moving towards them. Rukia used dark flame and thought that the princess had shown them the power of the holy sword, so she should show them the power of the dark element mana. She then used the magical flame of the void and fired a volley at the monster. Rukia said contentedly that the magical flame of emptiness, despite all its undeniable power, is rarely used due to its low mimicking range. But the laser pointer compensates for this disadvantage quite well. Rayzanga looked at this sight in surprise and said, "This is amazing. Entire hordes of spiders were destroyed with one blow." Agnes said that everyone who was touched by the magical flame turned to ash in a matter of moments. This is both frightening and fascinating. Rukia looked at the flame where the monster was and asked if it was still burning. Soon it will go out anyway, and ordered everyone to continue to deal even more powerful blows. Kelv watched this madly and said, "The strongest in close combat has become the strongest in long range too." How quickly the magic reached a new level. Rukia asked him to point the laser pointer to the other flank, and he did as she said. Suddenly, everyone looked at the attacked monster in surprise, and Rukia asked why the demonic flame of the void moved along with the pointer. As if the flame was glued to it, or was endlessly erupting from it. Kelv excitedly noted that he himself did not understand and could only assume that this was the property of the laser pointer. Rukia activated the magical flame in her hand and happily said that in any case, if they deal more damage, then it will be good. But the flame will soon go out anyway. Rukia ordered everyone to begin the attack, and Kelv noted that he will send a second volley of demonic flame of the void. He fired a magical blast from his laser pointer and it hit the target. Suddenly black smoke appeared and Rukia asked in surprise, "Is that black smoke?" Rukia said in surprise that the flames had intensified many times over, and could this be a consequence of using a laser pointer to direct magic with the element of darkness? Thor had said something about this once. A laser pointer uses the principle of the struggle between the elements of darkness and light, and the mana of darkness suppresses the mana of light from all sides, thereby turning this flow into a thin, straight beam. And if the pointer is now conducting demonic flame, then the mana of darkness, which is the basis of the pointer itself, constantly feeds it, making it stronger. It is just like throwing logs into a fire, which causes it to flare up greedily. That is why the demonic flame does not go out, but seems to follow the pointer. It feeds it at the point it points to, and the flame immediately flares up and spreads to everything that this beam falls on. Until the mana runs out, the flame will burn enemies without stopping. Rukia said that she also imbued the magic stone that powers the laser pointer with darkness. Thus, the laser pointer's magical power and the demonic flames of emptiness are of the same nature, generated by her mana. As a result, they observe the connection between her and the pointer. When she controls her mana, both the flames and the pointer obey her. Kelv said, this means that when Her Majesty uses the laser pointer. Rukia interrupted him and happily said that once it is in her hands, she can move the magic at will. The ruler turned the laser pointer with her hand and asked, like this, "Can he see?" Suddenly, a volley of laser pointer left a long trail of black smoke, and Kelv said in fear that he's willing to bet he just killed a few hundred more with it. Rukia said, "Indeed, they have created a truly extraordinary thing." The spiders began to turn back, and the elf asked to look at the spider ray, which turned in their direction and tried to run away. They will not let Her Majesty down and will not let a single one escape. The elves rushed to the attack and struck the swarm of spiders with their magic. The Minotaur asked if they were preparing to attack. Risenga, perplexed, said that he did not know. Do they need them here at all? Thor praised Mabel and thought he knew it. It was not for nothing that he insisted on his participation. He had the chance to witness a very interesting spectacle. Mabel said that hundreds or more magical beasts instantly burn. The main character said that all this is just like the competition for the destruction of monsters at high speed, described in the legends about heroes, and what they read about in the product catalog, the so-called presentation. Mabel was surprised, and he noted that she was right. This is the very presentation. They began to cheer happily about the presentation, and Thor said that right before their eyes the price from the legends was unfolding here, and now the competition of the heroes of the past was coming to life. The ruler looked at the immobilized monster and said that it was time for the finishing blow to this monster. Suddenly a swarm of spiders ran into a pile above the main monster, and she asked in surprise what was happening. Rukia said that the small spiders ran to his cry and formed a solid living shield in front of Gargaros. Kelv noted that from here it was completely impossible to see what he was doing behind this wall. The lizard jumped onto their rock, and Rukia asked the messenger to quickly report on the situation. He said that the main spider behind the improvised wall was successfully retreating. Rukia added, that's how she would destroy the demonic beast along with this wall. She would simply cut it down. Kelv asked in confusion, she wanted to use this. Trust Master Thor's improvisation? The sword he had created for her? Rukia clenched her teeth in anger and exclaimed, that's exactly what she would do. Suddenly, a spider came out of the wall and crawled right to the place where the Lord and Kelv were. Rukia took out a magic sword, and the man happily asked everyone to look at the fact that Her Majesty had drawn a sword. This sword said Master Thor, and Rukia put it in front of her face, filling the sword with power, and said that this is her black flame. When she tightly grips its hilt, the mana sealed in the magic stone is released. It will merge with her mana, which will also burst out, and then she just has to direct all this mana precisely to the target. Rukia raised the sword to the sky and used extreme mana consumption. According to Thor, usually a magic attack that uses an excessive amount of mana will destabilize the bearer. But thanks to the sword, this does not happen. Suddenly, a black magic beam shot out from behind the rock, and everyone looked at the sight in surprise. Lyanna looked at it in bewilderment and thought that this was another level. The holy sword attack she performed was nothing compared to this. Its attack range was limited by the owner's mana, and its limit was 10 meters. But it was much more powerful. This was the sword of the Demon Lord. Rukia said that she, the Demon Lord, commands the destruction of the demonic beasts that are devastating her lands. The demonic sword of emptiness released a powerful magic beam that destroyed everything in its path and attacked the monster. Rukia said that she would not let it escape and ordered it to return to the underworld. She cut the monster in half with a powerful sword beam, and everyone began to joyfully rejoice in victory. The man enthusiastically exclaimed that Her Majesty's sword destroyed the demonic beast Gargarosa. The girl remarked that it was a grandiose spectacle. To defeat such a monster so easily? She could not believe her eyes. Mabel and Thor smiled joyfully at the victory, and Zagron and Lyanna accepted defeat in this battle. Lyanna thought that her sister was right. The world is big, and one day she will meet opponents whose strength will exceed her wildest expectations. She knew it, but she could not even imagine this. Risenga said that it was over before they could participate and apologized for not being useful to her. Rukia pointed out that she didn't expect to do all the work by herself, but they would definitely have many other important tasks. Risenga, Agnes, and the Minotaur looked at her in admiration and exclaimed in one voice, "That's right." Rukia raised her sword to the sky and exclaimed, "The monster Gargarosa has been defeated." The people of the Empire also contributed, and she has a lot to say, but she wants to highlight the princess's bravery for demonstrating the power of the holy sword. Lyanna looked at her in surprise, and she thought that in the eyes of the princess, her sword must look scary. She thought that the Demon Lord had something comparable in power to the holy sword, but it was still the same laser pointer, just in the form of a sword. Thor said that he made it so that mana could be accumulated and poured into the built-in magic stone in advance. Due to this, the power of magic at the moment of attack is even more increased. If she uses this sword with a laser pointer and points the hilt, a magical blade will be formed from the mana instantly. She may not be afraid to pour all her enormous power into it, but the guiding properties of the laser pointer will not allow the mana to go berserk and explode the sword. She can be sure of that. The blade does not play a role in the attack and will be detachable, so she can choose what shape it will be. This sword is not even sharpened for combat. It can hardly be considered a cold weapon, rather a blunt one. Therefore, it can only be called a magic sword with a big stretch. Just an object that stores and releases mana, but it is quite enough to disarm the Empire. Ruki cleared her throat and said that she would like to talk about their mission. Would the princess give her a minute of her time? Lyanna smiled and asked, "Let's talk?" After a while, the princess and Zagran went to a tent that stood on a high mountain. Zagran was perplexed that this entire battle was one big mistake. When they sent a group of bandits to secretly reconnoiter the situation in the demon territory, they reported that they saw no more than 100 spiders. Very little time has passed since then. It is unthinkable that in this short period of time, their number has increased many times. They had few troops, so they thought that the Demon Lord's warning letter was a hoax to lure out their forces. In the end, they still came with a large army, but only because they were afraid of an attack from the demons. Who knows what to expect from them? But even with all these soldiers, he could not defeat the monster. This is a complete failure. It is unlikely that he will be stripped of his position, but he is sure that when he returns to the mainland, he will be held accountable. He looked at Lyanna and thought, so he wants to at least avoid further blunders in the negotiations. Until now, he had groomed her as an ideal pawn, so let her be useful to him. Zagran called out to her and said that even in the presence of the Demon Lord, she must be at her best and maintain her dignity, to always remember what it means to be superior. Lyanna thoughtfully said, "To take from the weak, to show them overwhelming strength and subjugate them." She clutched her head in madness and asked, "But is it possible to take from the weak? On one side is the Empire, on the other is the Demon Lord, and who is weaker in this situation?" The Empire with its army of 300 elite guards could only deal minor damage to the monster and was one step away from total annihilation. At the same time, the Demon Lord easily defeated entire hordes of small spiders and stopped Gargaros with only 100 warriors. Wasn't it obvious which was which? In other words, the Empire had lost. Lyanna remembered Sophia's words and asked, instead of solving this issue from a position of strength, maybe they should try to understand them? Zagran looked at her with displeasure and wondered if Princess Sophia had put her up to this. He called out to Her Highness and said that if she didn't concentrate, her sister might be the one on the front lines next time. Her Highness Sophia had significantly more magical power than Her Majesty Lyanna, but due to her sickly constitution, she could only use it as a one-time bomb and would suffer greatly. Zagran said that if she didn't want that to happen, she would have to act like her title and not make the mistake of putting them in a losing position and making concessions. These demons couldn't be allowed to negotiate unilaterally. Lyanna excitedly asked him not to force Sophia to do something she didn't want. Zagran said that she would have to use something stronger. Does Her Highness remember what defines an ideal princess? Lyanna sadly agreed to follow the Emperor's orders. He told her to go now and accept the invitation to this negotiation. She turned around and noticed a dead rabbit with a horn, and Zagran put a crazy smile on his face. Lyanna introduced herself to Rukia and the others, thanking them for saving them from this crisis this time. She got to see the power of the Demon Lord and his subjects. She was amazed, as she had never heard of such a sword being wielded by a Demon Lord. Even the Holy Sword didn't have such a long-range attack. It was unbelievable. The way they slaughtered the rows of demonic beasts from afar was like a divine punishment. Zagran thought about how even if he explained to her how to conduct herself in the meeting, she couldn't overcome her fear. Although he understood her, in the face of the overpowering power of the Lord and her evil sword, even he himself could not get rid of the fear that settled in him. Rukia greeted her with the deepest respect and introduced herself to her. She asked her not to be ashamed of her actions in that situation. She made the best decision possible. Lyanna thanked her fearfully, and Rukia thought about how the Imperial troops were at their best in that skirmish, showing their skill and valor. But that was only against the small spiders. No matter how well they were formed, they would not have been able to withstand if Gargarosa had gotten close to them. In that case, even the Holy Sword would not have been a salvation. In a dense formation, it is impossible to swing it without hitting comrades. So fighting the main spider in a one-on-one fight, moving away from the guard's formation, was the right decision. If only not for the ambush set by the spiders, with one more blow of the Holy Sword, the Imperials could well have forced the Hexen Beast to retreat. She is both a princess and a good warrior, capable of taking risks for her comrades. Zagran called out to the Demon Lord and introduced himself, hoping that she would allow him to speak. Calv asked, so the Minister of War personally arrived with the army? He is a servant of Her Majesty, and this is General Raisenga. Zagran said, the wisest chancellor, Her Majesty's confidant, and a thunderous general. They have heard of them. He bowed and thanked them for saving Her Highness Lyanna from defeat, and congratulated them on their successful victory over the demonic beast. The Empire and the Demon Lands, he was sure that in the future, their great victory together would be written about in history books. Rukia thought discontentedly. The Empire and they won together? Raisenga clenched his fist in anger and veins appeared on his face. Kelv said that he should remind them that the military campaign was supposed to take place after their armies combined their forces. However, the Imperial Guard ignored this point and entered the battle, finding themselves attacked by demonic beasts. Lyanna remembered Zagran's order and remained silent in confusion. Rukia asked Kelv to wait and said that she was afraid, Her Majesty, that this was too important to ignore, and the soldiers would not be convinced if they did not figure it out. Rukia called out to Leon and asked her to answer a question. Why did the Imperial Guard start the battle without them, despite the agreement on joint action? Besides, this Hexen Beast had never come down from the mountains to the open ground. The fact that it had come all this way could only mean that she had taken uncoordinated actions against it, which had provoked it. Looking at this, one could conclude that all of this was planned in advance, and the Imperial side deliberately wanted to lure all the spiders along with their leader. And since they had not dedicated them to their plan, it turned out that the Imperial soldiers had acted in the territory of the Demon Lord without permission. Rukia asked displeasedly, did they think about their residents? What if hordes of spiders had descended from the mountains in anger and attacked the surrounding cities? That was exactly why they had agreed to attack together, to eliminate possible damage. But they don't seem to care. Lyanna called out to Rukia with tears in her eyes, and she said that she did not want to blame her. Rukia pointed out that she only wanted to know about her intentions and whether the Empire was worthy of their trust. Lyanna excitedly began to make a speech when suddenly Zagran interrupted her and asked to allow him to explain that this time the army's hasty advance was caused by the rash actions of soldiers impatiently striving for military glory. She looked at him in surprise, and he asked her to remember how an ideal princess should behave. Zagran said that in the Empire, guilty nobles and their people are required to answer for their actions, including through duels, and for their excessive pride, which led to the desire to be the first to attack the lair of the monster, they will be punished according to the laws of the Empire. Raisenga unexpectedly approached him and asked displeasedly, what kind of uninvited statements were the Minister of War? The Demon Lord had not asked him a question. How dare he butt into their conversation? Rukia said that it was his and Leon's business, the head of the Imperial forces in this campaign, and it was not for him to interfere, so he should refrain from doing such things in the future. Zagran apologized for his outburst. Rukia turned to her again and asked her to tell them how it happened. Leon smiled and said that Gargarosa had come down from the mountains because some of their soldiers had acted without permission. They had attacked the Hexen Beast lair, failed, and fled, bringing the monsters with them. When they reported this, they quickly adjusted their plans and prepared for the confrontation. They did not report this oversight to the Demon Lord because they did not want to tarnish the honor of the Empire. On behalf of the Imperial family, she deeply regretted what had happened and asked for her forgiveness. Rukia looked at her in surprise and wondered, was this from the heart? She said that the Minister of War would tell them all the details. Zagran put his hand on his chest and said that it was the greed of some of their guards that had brought the spiders here, but Her Highness, the merciful princess, was determined to save them. He asked them to look at her appearance and courage, who had fought while bathing in the blood of demonic beasts. Kel thought about how he was sure that she had not participated in the massacre of the small spiders and had not bled, but they tried to create the impression. He wondered where the guilty soldiers were. Zagran noted that they were already in custody. Kelv wondered if they could talk to them. What if they listened to them and they told them a completely different story? Zagran said with displeasure that people would tell any tales just to remain innocent. He prepared a letter of thanks, not as compensation, but as a token of gratitude. Later, they would receive official thanks from the Emperor himself. From the story, it was clear that in addition to sincere thanks, the letter announced their intention to hand over the supplies not used in the battle to the demons. In addition, in the letter, the minister spoke of the intention to propose a non-aggression pact between the Empire and the Demon Lord with an official ceremony. Previously, the treaty to prevent war was concluded only in writing, but now an official ceremony is possible in the presence of both parties, the Demon Lord and the Emperor of Bulgaria. Princess Lyanna and Minister of War Zagran are so impressed that they intend to propose the above to the Emperor. Zagran said that Her Majesty's power has surpassed their imagination, so it is only natural for their countries to think about cooperation. As soon as he and Her Highness return to the capital, they will hold a council with the Emperor. They must pay tribute to her power and take a step into a new future together. Rukia thought that Thor had seriously misled the people of the Empire about its true power, and said that he wanted to hear what Kelv and Raisenga thought about it. Kelv said that they should accept their offer, since they would never admit to fighting alone, so they should take advantage of their miscalculation. Rukia asked, so they should be satisfied with their gratitude and gifts? Kelv pointed out that there was also the matter of the non-aggression pact. If the Imperial family were to be present at the conclusion, it would mean that they would recognize the demon lands as equals with the human kingdoms, which would have a great effect. The Empire would not be able to break such a non-aggression pact. Rukia added thoughtfully that depending on the outcome of the negotiations, trade between them and the humans might also be possible. If the Imperial Guard recognized them as equals, there would be many benefits to be gained from that. Kelv said he was sure it was a good idea and expected it to bring great practical benefits. Raisenga asked to stop and asked if they blamed the Empire for breaking the treaty on a joint attack. Kelv said they did, but they knew the methods of the Imperial High Command. Those few soldiers the Minister of War was talking about probably didn't exist and would be blamed for other people's mistakes. Rukia said that it was possible. If they demanded that some of these soldiers be handed over to them, they would dispose of those who were on their full account. They wouldn't punish the real culprits anyway, but the Empire would be able to spread a new rumor about their cruelty. Scary demons killing soldiers, that could also be a strategy. Raisenga angrily exclaimed that it was disgusting. Kelv said he understood him, but the Lord was right and it was better not to play into the Empire's hands. Overall, they had achieved good results. Gargaros's Hexenbeast had been defeated and they had not suffered any damage. Rukia agreed with him. This time, she just wanted to check if the Imperial High Command could be trusted to defeat Hexenbeast, and the answer was no. She added with displeasure that she would not say that she was upset about it, but that was the reality. Kelv called out to Rukia, and she said that everyone was like that, and some of the people of the Empire were dealing with them. The citizens of their territories and the imperial citizens of the borderlands were doing secret business and let them only trade limited goods that were hard to find in each other's lands. However, this was also a connecting thread between them and the Empire's citizens. Rukia said that she did not want it to be severed just because of the Imperial military's greed, but that they had defeated the demonic beast and saved the Empire's princess could benefit both them and their people, and they must consider the interests of their people. Rukia said that they would accept a letter stating these facts and a thank you gift, as well as a non-aggression pact. They would formalize their cooperation and publicize it, as well as their victory in battle. Meanwhile, in the Imperial commander's tent, Zagran asked Lyanna to listen to him. She must be like a cold-blooded emperor. She must never give in to her opponents, even if they are stronger than her, since they must be strong too. Lyanna angrily ordered him to shut up. He has been repeating the same thing since childhood. She knows what he means. After all, she is a princess and does not submit to anyone, even the strongest of men. So she will take everything she can. Zagran asked in confusion, "Take, what is she talking about?" Lyanna said, "It means supplies, weapons, or information, anything that will benefit the Empire." Zagran noted, even if it is for the good, especially if it is against their enemy. According to the stories, after a long discussion, the demon lords and their entourage gave an answer to the Empire and the princess. Lyanna accepted it as a representative of the Empire, and the demons officially received a letter of thanks from the Empire, thanking them for saving the princess. This official letter marked the beginning of a new branch of negotiations. In addition, it was a sign of friendship between the Lord and the Empire, and all this would determine the shape of the future non-aggression pact. Lyanna raised her hand and asked if she could ask her one last question. Rukia agreed, and she said that the inhabitants of the demon territory use magic with a terrifyingly long range, and the black magic sword too. Where did they get such power? Rukia said thoughtfully that she had simply borrowed the wisdom of an alchemist. She was surprised and asked, "Maybe that wandering alchemist?" Rukia asked, "Wandering?" "And it can really be said that he came to their territory." Lyanna happily asked, "So there was a high probability that he came from the Empire?" Rukia asked, "What if that was the case?" She asked if she could introduce her to him. Maybe he was the one who restored his magic sword, and she didn't think there was anyone else with such skill. Rukia asked if she introduced him, and what would happen next. She said admiringly that she would like to thank him and, if possible, invite him to go to the capital with her. Alchemists have a low status as a non-combat class, but the Imperial family values those who improve items for them. In other words, she wants to put this wise craftsman to serve the Empire, and if he is that good, she can even offer herself to him. Rukia asked displeasedly, "Offer herself?" Lyanna exclaimed that with her, even an alchemist who is unable to fight can be of use to the Empire. She believes it will be a great honor for him and is sure that the Emperor will agree. Zagron smiled contentedly at her plan, and Rukia's eyes filled with black magic out of displeasure. Sometime after receiving the news of the demonic beast's defeat, Thor and Mabel, as well as a party led by Agnes, explored the area around the demonic beast's nest in order to find and exterminate the surviving small spiders. Agnes said that he could stay at the main camp, and they would do all the work. The Minotaur looked at him and exclaimed, "This is the alchemist everyone is talking about. He is the one who created Her Majesty's sword." Thor noted that he is also a participant in this campaign, so he would like to help. They continued to whisper, "He has never seen him. So that's what he is. He is a close assistant of Her Majesty." The protagonist thought irritably about how embarrassing it was that he became so famous to the masses. Agnes used flame and said excitedly, "Too much flame, she overdid it." Thor used a magic item and absorbed it into the flame. The squad exclaimed in surprise. He absorbed the flame into his body. The protagonist looked at them in confusion and thought, the pocket pantry was given to only a few, so the people do not know about it. Mabel turned to them and asked, "Did they see this? This is a wonderful deed. The alchemist she serves can do even more." He asked her not to heat up the situation, and she said excitedly, perhaps he really should not have come in person. They could run into soldiers of the Empire. She's afraid that it may not be too pleasant for him to meet someone from the country. Thor asked her not to worry. While he is in this cloak, they are unlikely to recognize him. In addition, he came in the hope that they will find some alchemical materials here. Mabel said, she understands his interest, but still. The protagonist thoughtfully said, he would also like to examine the remains of one of the spiders. If they find out the strength of their bodies, it will help him in creating a sword superior to the sword of the heroes. He saw the princess wield the holy sword against the demonic beast Gargarosa. The sword released a beam of light magic that should have stopped the Hexenbeast, but the wall of small spiders surrounding it absorbed the attack, and the main body barely received any damage. He thinks that there were about 50 small spiders in the path of the light beam. In other words, if you know their durability and multiply them by the number, you can calculate the strength of the holy sword. Thor said that this information is very important so that he can make his dream of surpassing the holy sword come true. Mabel called out to him and said excitedly, "A magic sword that is even stronger than the one they have already created." Agnes asked if such a thing was possible. Thor was surprised and wondered why they were both so shocked. It is true that the magic beam from the blade made the hordes of spiders disappear and defeated the magical beast Gargarosa without any problem. But all this is just a laser pointer with some improvements, nothing more. The only thing that was amazing was the Lord's magical power. It was truly magnificent. He wanted to see Rukia's presentation again. Perhaps when he created a new sword, she would show herself even better. Mabel said that she thought Her Majesty would agree with her, that whatever his goals, his safety came first. It was more important to them all that Master Thor was safe and sound. Agnes noted that she also did not want him to get hurt while here or have an unpleasant encounter. Thor smiled and said that everything was fine. He was here for a short time and would be back in a while. As soon as he found a suitable spider to examine its parts and thanked them for their concern, he thought that he did not want to disturb them even more, so he should quickly look around here and leave. The Minotaur called out to Agnes and said that they had found an Imperial soldier. They were watching the knights from behind the bushes, and she said that there were still people of the Empire here. First of all, Thor should stand behind her. Meanwhile, in the Empire of Dolgaria, a maid called out to Duke Rigus, but she immediately corrected it. That is, Lord Rigus, here is his tea. He angrily clenched his teeth, and she said, "That's what the Minister of War said." Suddenly, he grabbed her hand and laughed madly, said, "He is a lord. No matter, no matter. Very soon he will get everything back, his honor and his position." That's right, he will get the title of Duke back, but will he be able to hold on to it? All is well. Once he clears his name, he will achieve even greater success. Of course, he will be promoted and perhaps even appointed the new Minister of War. The maid looked at him questioningly, and Rigus said that he can be sure of his imminent victory because of this letter. He just needs to make sure that it falls into the hands of this fool, and then he will win. After reading the letter, he will return to it, because this is a letter from his beloved father from the Empire. He would like it to be so, but what if he hates him 100 times more than he hates him? If he does not listen to the letter, then he must at least reveal the contents of their correspondence to everyone. If the demons find out about his correspondence with him, they will suspect him of spying for the Empire. Then his safety will be at risk, and he will have to listen to him. To do this, he will simply send him a new letter from time to time, so that sooner or later he will be exposed. What will the fools around him think when they see him hiding the letters from them? The fact that they don't know the contents of the letters from the Empire will give rise to speculation and suspicion. If these suspicions turn the demons against him, he will have no choice but to rely on him and flee to the Empire. Then he can make him his puppet. He just needs to be patient and persistent. He will have no choice but to submit to him. What if he has a trusting relationship with the demons? This is some kind of nonsense, of course not. If everything goes well, then his punishment will be mitigated. What's more, it will be written off. It is natural, after all, such a great achievement. He will control his son and the Flame Lord along with him. If he achieves this, then it won't be long before he can subjugate the Demon Lord himself. In that case, he will become a true legend. Minister of War or a hero, he is torn and does not know what to choose. In any case, his progress towards legend will be unwavering, and success and honor will inevitably await him. Everything is in order. Should he tremble with fear here? When suddenly Rigus began to dance and, stopping in front of the servants, asked why his dear friends had become silent, he offered them to listen to a beautiful hymn in his honor. Time to drink the wine of victory. The hour of success is coming, and this feeling inspires him. The goddess of victory is on his side, and she feels it with all her soul. The hour of his triumph is approaching. The soldiers noticed them, and the captain asked for help, since they were being chased by small spiders, and they were lost. Agnes approached him, and Thor thought that he was now wearing a mantle of magical weaving of dark attributes. It absorbs light and becomes completely black when filled with magical power. If he puts on this mantle, throws back his hood, and hides in the shadows, his figure will dissolve in the darkness. He remembered that he had received a message from Lady Rukia earlier. Before the battle, several soldiers had attacked a pack of monsters. She said that it was part of the Empire's strategy, and he agreed with her, but it still bothered him. The captain raised his hands and said that he was willing to disarm, and as a member of the guard, he was counting on their mercy. Agnes said that she saw that they had a hard time, so they could rest assured that she would return them to the Empire. He smiled happily and asked, "Is she Agnes?" He had heard so much about her. Thor looked at the captain, smiling slyly, and said, "It was him, the captain of Duke Rigus' guard. He was also the man who had told about his crimes and incompetence when he was exiled. Why was he here?" He had a bad feeling about this. Why was the captain of the Duke's guard here? It was better to be on guard, and he created a pillow trap. Thor called out to Mabel and asked her to give that to Agnes. She asked in surprise, "Give Agnes this pillow?" The protagonist said because the guards looked tired. They didn't want them to complain that they made a proud Imperial soldier sit on the ground. He thought that if he put a pillow on this stone, it would make a good chair. Mabel agreed, and after a while, the captain was sitting on the stone with a pillow. She asked if he knew these Imperial soldiers. Thor said that he was the captain of the guard of Duke Rigus, his family. Mabel asked in surprise, maybe they were close to him? The protagonist said, not at all. In fact, when he was expelled from the Empire, he was quite upset about his lack of combat skills. Mabel's body was enveloped in magic, and she asked him for permission to use offensive magic. Thor asked her to wait. He was more interested in what he was planning. It was not normal for the captain of the guard to be here alone. He said that he was running away from a small spider, but an Imperial soldier cannot behave so uncontrollably. This country is a military power, and they are obliged to monitor the number of troops. The Imperial Guard would never leave a wandering soldier unattended unless they had some other purpose in mind. The captain smiled and said that he had a favor to ask of Agnes. He took out a scroll of paper and said that it was for his Lord Thor. Could she please give it to him? The protagonist thought in confusion. Lord Thor Rigus? He did not remember him calling him that. The captain said that the Varga Legis had offended him because of the atrocities of the border count, and the letter apologized, making a new proposal. Agnes came to her senses, when suddenly her body caught fire with magical flames. The captain exclaimed in fear. He was a confidant of Lord Thor and asked her to remain calm. Thor thought about the fact that he did not have a confidant of the Empire and said that Mabel needed to talk to him. She came out to them and, apologizing for interrupting the conversation, said that she was a confidant of Lord Thor. The captain was surprised and asked, "Is she the same as him? But why her?" Mabel noticed that he said that he was one of the protagonist's trusted subordinates. Then could he tell her what he likes? What are his hobbies? What is his favorite color? And what is his favorite food? He laughed and awkwardly asked, "How can anyone remember this?" Mabel asked, if Thor trusted him so much, he should know at least this much, right? Thor smiled and thought, of course he was not worried, because he did not pay attention to him. He did not know anything about him. The captain exclaimed in confusion that he was not going to reveal the secret of his master without his permission. Mabel smiled and asked, so she only needed Master Thor's permission? The protagonist came out to them and said, everything is fine, she can tell him about him. The captain was surprised and perplexed by the name of the protagonist. Thor said that he did not know that he was attached to him, but he would like to know what he thinks of him. The captain said, confused. He meant that he had been misled and that the Rigus were no longer dukes but counts. So much time had passed, he could see that he had changed a lot. He thought it was strange. When he was scolded in the Empire, no one stood up for him. And now he had allies. The people of the Demon Lord valued him. This was against the plans. The captain grabbed him by the robe and asked how this was possible. Why did the people of the Demon Lord trust him so much? Was he licking the demon's boots? Did he have the skill to flatter them? And asked him to tell him about it. He had done everything he could in his situation. It couldn't be. He knew he didn't want to talk to him. Thor noticed. He said he had something from his father. If this letter was for him, why didn't he give it to him now? The captain handed him a scroll of paper and asked him to read it carefully when he was alone. Thor smiled and asked Agnes and Mabel to remove the seal on this letter and read the contents so that everyone would know about it. The captain exclaimed angrily. He was the son of a nobleman. It was impolite to make his father's letter public. What would he think of it if he were here? Thor asked them to read it. He wanted everyone to hear the contents of the letter here. He thought that a letter from his father was not a reason to rejoice. There was a chance that it was about a plan to destroy the Demon Lord's territory, so it would be better for them to read it here. That way he could prove that he was not involved in it. Mabel read the letter and the captain awkwardly asked, well, does he understand now? What does he feel? Thor gritted his teeth. He understands that this letter is quite vile. It's wordy, but it says this. Provide him with information about the Demon Lord's territory and find out and report to him the strength of the fire general whose territory is closest to the Empire. On the day of the new moon, he will send a second letter, and when he returns to the Empire, he must take Agnes with him, and for his services he will return his title. And this is just the beginning. He did not come up with this proposal. The handwriting is his, but the wording and context belong to someone else. Perhaps the Imperial authorities entrusted him with writing this letter. The captain said excitedly, he feels like he is being too harsh with him. After all, this is an expression of fatherly love. He understands. And did he understand? Thor thought discontentedly that he is fed up with his methods. He is using him for his own interests and for the interests of his empire. Then this is a good opportunity. Thor exclaimed that he is addressing the people of the Demon Lord's territory. There was evil intent in the letter sent by his father Rigus. The letter was embellished with words, but its content was to gather information about their territory and bring Lady Agnes to the Empire. The captain looked at him in fear, and he said that such a letter was from his own father, and he was simply speechless. Mabel and Agnes burst into tears and said that it was so terrible. The protagonist exclaimed that he did not consider the one who sent him such a letter as his father. Lord or Empire, he was giving up the country and home that caused pain and grief to his loved ones and friends. From now on, he would live under the name of his late mother, just as his family had abandoned him, so he would give up his home and country in front of everyone. From today on, his name is Thor Hanan, and he will never take the name Rigus again. He is a simple alchemist who came from the Empire to the territory of the Demon Lord and asked to be called that. Mabel bowed before him and said that she understood his feelings, and from now on she would call him Thor Hanan. She was sorry that his secret name had become public knowledge, but he could call her by any name he liked. She would serve him better than ever as his subordinate. Agnes smiled and said, the same goes for her. No matter what his last name was, she was in his debt and would serve him forever. The villagers exclaimed that they understood his feelings, and no matter what letter he received from the Empire, their trust in him would not be unshakable. He published the letter in front of them, and if they did not justify his trust, then shame on them. The captain watched in bewilderment, when suddenly Thor burst into tears and wiped them away with his hand. The captain shouted angrily, does he understand what he said? He renounced his last name and forgot about his pride as an imperial noble. The protagonist said that he did not want this and did not need it, and asked him to tell his master this when he returned. How did he manage to escape from the Imperial Guard and end up here? Thor asked him to tell him, because he was sure the Lord would be interested. The captain asked in confusion, was he really Thor Rigus, who lived in the capital? The protagonist smiled and remarked, so this proved that he did not know him at all. The Lord thanked everyone for their service, and Thor said that they were waiting for Her Majesty. Rukia smiled and said that she was glad to hear that there were no remaining monsters here. The captain asked fearfully, a demon lord? We must run, or it will be the end for him. It will eat them alive. He tried to get up from the stone, but he did not succeed. Why can't he walk? Rukia said discontentedly that she also ordered the aim to search for Imperial soldiers who might have wandered here. Rukia asked what these writhing soldiers were. Who did this? Thor awkwardly thought about not looking at him like that and said that it was an Imperial Guard soldier who lost his way. Why was he twitching like that? That's why he was stuck to the rock with the pillow. Rukia asked. Stuck? Rukia sadly noted that they would have a long talk later. Rukia said that regarding this, the Imperial Guard would be under their protection. Reisenga put his hands on the captain's shoulders and said discontentedly that if anything happened, they could question him. Rukia exclaimed that the defeat of the monsters was over for all of them and thanked them for their hard work. Now they would go down to the plain and set up camp, enjoying a feast after the battle was over. After a while, the villagers celebrated their victory, and the festive table was groaning with food. Thor approached Rukia and called out to her. Rukia said that she was his ruler now, but she wanted to be a ruler for him that he would not be ashamed of. The protagonist happily said that he respected her, and that she was the best mistress he had ever had. Rukia said that she was pleased to hear that from him, and since that was the case, she would not ask that question anymore. Rukia said that she would tell him what the third princess of the Empire had said. Lyanna had said that alchemists did what the Imperial family wished, and wanted him to devote himself to creating items. She would consider it an honor to bring the wandering alchemist back to her empire, and the alchemist himself would be happy about it, right? Of course, he was from the Empire, and the Imperial family would accept him, as long as this man lived until his last breath. Rukia said angrily that she would not allow him to devote himself to serving the Emperor. Lyanna asked in surprise, Your Majesty? Rukia asked in displeasure. What does that mean? If it was the alchemist who reported directly to them, then they should have taken care of him when he was in the Empire. The Imperial princess could have at least talked to him before losing him. Then they would have had a chance to find out if he was a competent alchemist or not. And he would have stayed with them, but they didn't even do that. Rukia asked. She said it as if she knew him and valued him. Then why was he being mocked? Lyanna tearfully said that she was not there then and did not know anything about it. Rukia asked, Does she mean that she does not know anything about the hostages that they sent away? She does not know how Thor felt when he came to them, how much he thinks about them, or that his powers are capable of changing the world, but he himself only thinks about creating useful things. When she thinks about him, she feels warm and tender in her heart, and this princess knows nothing about him. She will not give Thor to the Empire. Kelv asked everyone to calm down and said, This concerns him too. Reisenga, Princess Lyanna is scared. Rukia noticed the frightened princess and asked Reisenga to calm down. He had every right to be angry, but their policy remained unchanged. She would not mention him again, as there were beings from all walks of life living in her domain, some of them possibly from the Empire. But once they crossed the border, they became her subjects, and she could not allow them to reveal information to other countries. Lyanna asked her not to say anything like that, but she interrupted her and told her to listen. She and her people had chosen him, and they, the Imperials, had declared him unnecessary. Then they had to take responsibility for that choice. Even if he was the alchemist they were looking for, she could not give him to them, since he made these lands happy. Rukia exclaimed that she would heal his heart and live with him as he lived with her. She would always be with him, and would not let him be taken away. It could be said that this time they and the Empire won together, but that was not something she could share with them. Rukia said that she wanted peace between their kingdoms in the future, and that was all she wanted from them. Did Princess Lyanna understand? She agreed with her fearfully. Rukia finished her story and said, This is what happened. Thor said, upset, that he knew that negotiations with the Empire would not be easy, but to this extent. Mabel said, To make these lands happy. Rukia wondered, wasn't that natural? He was helping them all with his activities, and Mabel too. She chuckled and thanked Her Majesty. Thor thought he knew that was what she meant, but he was still worried. Rukia asked, Did he ever restore magic swords when he served in the Empire? The protagonist agreed and said that he remembered doing such work in the item storage rooms in the government office. Rukia asked if the wandering alchemist the princess was talking about was him, right? Thor said it seemed so, and thought that the Rigus dukes had made it so that his achievements in the town hall did not exist, so he thought they had pinned all the credit on the wandering alchemist. Rukia said that she did not want to deceive him, use him, or move him around at her own discretion. So she decided to tell him the story of the Princess of the Empire's desire without hiding anything. First of all, as a friend, she did not want to lie to him. But if he wanted to, if he was from the Empire, then it was only natural. Thor called out to her and asked her to tell the princess to leave them alone the next time she saw them. Rukia responded happily to his words, and he said that before making demands on others, They should pacify their own nobles and teach them not to send unnecessary letters to other countries. And even if he wanted to return, would he have to do the work ordered by the emperor? He did not want to do that. He could only make various items thanks to the lady. They gave him a place to work. That was how he found the mail order catalog. They gave him a place to live and allowed him to do whatever he wanted, and he was happy with that. He is happy because he has such a master, so he knows nothing about the recruitment of the princess and is not at all against living here under her leadership. Rukia thoughtfully said that she was worried that she was holding him against his will, but her fears turned out to be groundless. Rukia exclaimed enthusiastically. He could rest assured. From now on, she would carefully check all letters addressed to him and reject all requests. And it was a good strategy to announce himself in front of everyone again, wasn't it? Everyone saw that he was a resident of their lands, and everyone was pleased. Thor happily thanked Her Majesty, and Rukia said, "Be that as it may." The mission was over. Tomorrow she would return to the castle with the army. Rukia said that the protagonist and Mabel could stay in Reisenga's domain for now. The house and workshop would be built on his lands, so they should not forget to take a good look at the land. Mabel said admiringly, Thor's workshop in the new estate. Not a study or a small workshop, but his own workshop. The protagonist happily asked, could he finally put up his own signboard and do alchemy? Rukia wondered. That was one of his goals, wasn't it? He was looking forward to seeing his workshop. Rukia said if he went too far, she would have to call the guards to stop him. The knight ran up to Zagran and kneeled to tell him the news. He remarked that it seemed the letter had not arrived again. He suspected that Thor, who had been sacrificed based on the little information they had, was a wandering alchemist. This was confirmed by his own confession, and they had two options, an informant and a magic sword. Zagran said that it was good that they had identified the alchemist, but he did not expect him to open the letter on the spot and prove his innocence, to abandon his own family. He not only creates things, but also thinks quickly. This expedition is all about words. Gargarosa is a demon lord monster. It seems he has always been just a man who fits into a framework. Then suddenly a horned rabbit hid in the bushes near them. Zagran called out to Leon and said that they would return to the Empire early in the morning. She apologized, but she was responsible for the failure. He replied that this was not the place to discuss it. Her Highness needed to act decisively. She should never show weakness in front of her soldiers or people, as this would lead to unrest, and asked her to be stronger for the sake of the Empire. Lyanna called out to him, when suddenly he noticed a horned rabbit jump out of the bushes and attacked him, plunging its horn into his palm. Zagran asked in fear, "Is Her Highness safe?" He used his blade and swung it, deftly defeated the monster, and thought that it seemed like they had come for revenge. He ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Perhaps there were more monsters hiding there. We must remain on full alert. The knights surrounded the princess and Zagran, protecting them from the monsters. He thought, no matter how strange they were, he would protect Her Highness to the death. Lyanna said that there was no sign of demons. It seemed like it was just a wild beast. Zagran laughed and thought, this expedition had taken a significant toll on his psyche, hadn't it? Lyanna grabbed his hand and bandaged the wound. He said that he hoped Her Highness wouldn't mind. She ordered the soldier to bring the first aid team. He replied that there was no need for that. Lyanna asked, he needed help, didn't he, Grandpa? She could call him that. Zagran looked at her questioningly and thought, even though Her Highness Princess Sophia had warned her to be wary of him, she still called him Grandpa? She was a good pawn, wasn't she? Zagran remembered how he had taught Lyanna and said that he was tired. Lyanna chuckled and said that Grandpa was as usual. He said that they had a lot to do in the Empire, so they would be back soon. The day after defeating Gargarosa, Rukia handed him some papers and told him that she was giving him permission to practice alchemy. It was a certificate that allowed him to practice alchemy anywhere in her lands. If he wants to distribute items made with alchemy to many people, he must use this certificate in advance. Thor happily thanked Her Majesty, and Kelv pointed out that it would be okay if he gave the item to 1 or 2 citizens, but if he gave it to many, there could be big problems. Therefore, he asks to be very careful. The protagonist put his hand on his chest and said that they would follow his recommendations. Kelv awkwardly spread his arms out to the sides and said that in any case, it would be very useful if they kept in touch in case of anything. He gave them more documents than necessary, but they did not have to use it all, did they? Thor asked him to calm down and bowed and thanked Her Majesty and the Prime Minister. He had seen and experienced a lot in their territory. Now he wanted to use the knowledge he gained for the benefit of their kingdom. Rukia said that there was not too much kindness, and now, after all the events, she was announcing a holiday. This feast is a reward that she will give him for the great victory over the demonic beasts. He can enjoy the trip to the territory of the Fire General to the fullest. Everyone said goodbye to them, and Thor and Mabel went on horse-drawn carriages to the territory of Reisenga. Upon arrival in his domain, he asked Thor to allow him to accompany him to his domain. The protagonist was quite thoughtful about what kind of magic item he should make. They arranged a festive feast, and all the inhabitants joyfully rejoiced at the victory and the presence of Thor in his domain. Risinga called out to him and asked, "Does he seem to be thinking about something? Is he really thinking about a magic item?" Agnes noted that only a day had passed since the intense battle. The protagonist must be tired. It seems to her that he does not always think about items. Risinga called out to Mabel with displeasure and asked, "Is this true?" She exclaimed, "No way." Thor called out to the general and said that he had a question for him. "Do any of them have light attribute attack skills?" He looked at Risinga and Agnes, who were stunned, and asked what was wrong with them all. The research they were about to start was related to the light attribute. So if there was someone who could use light attribute magic, he wondered if they could help with the research? Risinga thought in confusion. A magic item? It kept surprising him. Light attribute attack magic might be there, but why the light attribute? Thor said to study the Empire's holy sword. He had seen it, hadn't he? The princess used the holy sword and the blade of light. Risinga agreed. It was amazing, and the holy sword released a huge blade of light that destroyed the demons one by one and injured Gargaros. But what was even more surprising was that Her Highness's sword was even cooler. It has a range several times greater than the holy sword, and even destroyed entire crowds with a single strike. Thor exclaimed in displeasure, "This sword is a prototype. There is room for improvement." With such characteristics, he wants to create a real magic sword, and for that, he needs to study the holy sword as well. In fact, he wants to see if he can create an item that can block the holy sword and try it out. Agnes, Mabel, and Risinga asked in surprise, "An item that can block a beam of light?" He said that this was a bold idea, as expected of him. Agnes pointed out that normally she would not have come up with anything that could protect her from the holy sword. Risinga smiled and asked, "Is he a real researcher, isn't he?" Thor replied that he just likes alchemy. If he only tested it, he would be able to calculate the power of the holy sword. Risinga asked, "Is that why the need for a light attribute attack? Didn't their majesty give him a rest? He should relax after that." Thor said admiringly that he understood, but he wanted to start researching, and while the image of the holy sword was still fresh in his mind. Risinga smiled and said that was what they liked about him, wasn't it? Agnes agreed with him, and the protagonist asked her if she could name anyone who could use light magic. She said that if you think about it, there are some rare races in the kingdom, and some of them can use light magic. Thor jumped up to her and asked if she could ask them. He sees the health pendant, and it has been working fine ever since. Agnes bowed and thanked him. Now she can wear nice clothes, and not worry about the flames escaping against her will. So she can be herself. But the people around her are still afraid. Risinga said that some of them feel uneasy when they see her without armor. But they doubt the effectiveness of the health-boosting pendant, but others are not so sure and are perplexed when they see Agnes in ordinary clothes. When she was a child, she burned the clothes she wore and thinks that everyone remembers that time. Thor asked Mabel to give him souvenirs. He prepared earth magic weaving just for such an occasion. Of course, he already asked the Prime Minister for permission. Risinga asked if the demonic weaving was what was used for the tents. Thor said that it was wind magic weaving, which facilitated ventilation, and light magic weaving, which allowed one to see what was inside. And this is earth magic weaving, which has fireproof properties. He asked the members of the house to confirm his effectiveness. He assured him the problem of losing clothes will solve itself. Agnes folded her hands and happily said that she will not forget this favor and will do her best to be useful to him. Risinga said that he was also grateful to him, so everything is fine, it is just a souvenir. The protagonist happily said, in addition, he needs to build a workshop on his territory. He owes them much more than they owe him, so they can let him help them. Risinga replied that he will accept his kindness, and in return he can do whatever he wants on this territory. According to Thor, the four of them chatted for a while, and after a while he and Mabel went to their rooms. Risinga said that he should apologize to his daughter and may not be able to support their love. Agnes embarrassedly asked what he was talking about. He said that they will omit the details, but he can no longer support her in a one-sided love relationship. He had sworn allegiance to Her Majesty, which was why he couldn't tell them any details. Agnes asked excitedly if Her Majesty might have feelings for Master Thor. Risinga said he wasn't sure, but he thought so. But he had said he couldn't tell. Agnes made an awkward remark, but he had hinted at it. You shouldn't worry about it, she only wanted to serve the main character with her soul and body. Risinga called out to her and asked if that wasn't the same as worshipping him. She had been looking at the Lord while they were eating. Agnes asked excitedly, what? She hadn't noticed it. She had always worn armor and looked at the world through a slit in her helmet. So she wasn't sure if these feelings were like those of an ordinary girl for someone else. But she had sworn allegiance to Master Thor in the name of the primordial flame. He replied that he had no doubts about her intentions. Agnes said that he had given her so much. She did not want to think about love or anything like that until she had given more than she had received. That was why she wanted to help him as much as she could while he was in their domain. Rizenga said that she had grown up, and if she had thought it all through, he would not return to the matter again. All he could do was ask him what kind of woman he liked. Gentle as the darkness of the night, or passionate as fire. Who did she think he was? Suddenly Agnes became angry, and Rizenga asked excitedly why she was looking at him. She did not want him to do something like that. As her father, it was natural for him to worry about her. Meanwhile, on the first night after Thor's arrival, the general's house was filled with the sounds of family fighting all day long. The protagonist said that the general had given them a very large room, and by the window, there was a small pantry that he had brought from the Lord's castle. There is everything needed for alchemy here, and until his workshop is ready, he will work in a small storeroom. Thor took out a rare book of heroes and said that first it should be an item to protect against light attribute attacks. Mabel knocked on his office and asked if she could come in. She had honey tea and sweet fruits. The protagonist thanked her, and she asked if he was tired. She can give him a massage if he wants. Thor said that was tempting, but not now. He was going to look for items that could protect against the light attribute. Mabel asked him to calm down. He had just arrived on the territory. Her Majesty was also worried about him. Thor wondered if it was Rukia. Mabel agreed. Her Majesty told her not to make him work too much and asked her to let her take care of him. He said that he would not burden himself too much, and she asked when he would be finished. The protagonist answered when the product was ready. He was going to stop today, but he was so excited about finding the items that would help everyone else that he couldn't stop thinking about it. Mabel asked in surprise, was that what he was thinking about? She called out to him and said that Her Majesty would be upset if he was weakened when it was time to go to her castle, and asked him to keep that in mind. Thor agreed. And now that he was thinking about it, the two decided to pick a time and have tea. Perhaps it was done so that he would lead a more relaxed lifestyle. Thor said that today, he was just looking for something to do. Maybe she wanted to look at the mail order catalog with him? Mabel agreed and said that when she talked to him while they ate, she felt something. He noticed that this mail order catalog had items that contained elements of light. He didn't think so. The protagonist noted that she was right and thought that there was an item in the mail order catalog that could protect against light attacks. Mabel asked why. The protagonist said that a long time ago, a hero from another world used attack techniques that used the element of light. For example, magic that shoots countless light bullets and sword techniques that shoot light waves. It seemed that the hero liked to shout out the names of his techniques and write them down in a book in his language. In the first place, they were the ones who gave the holy sword technique the name Photon Blade. The fact that he used so many light element techniques meant that the hero had the ability to use the magical power of light. Therefore, people in his own world used techniques that used light many times. Mabel was surprised that this seemed to be true. Thor said that this happened every day. He thought they were competing to see who could show the most powerful technique, instead of just saying hello. The two men touched their blades with powerful light energy. Mabel thoughtfully said that the hero's world was a terrible place. The protagonist noted that even a competition called a presentation, anything can happen. For them living in this world, the hero's power is immeasurable, and even this mail order catalog is only a part of his power. An alchemist like him, is it really possible to get closer to the hero's world by ordering something by mail? It seems like he is afraid, but no, it is exciting. He wants to get closer to the hero's world and he cannot be afraid. Thor called out to Mabel and asked if there were any records of the hero's light attribute in the Demon Lord's territory. She agreed. It is still talked about today, especially the destruction of the first Demon Lord's barrier. He must concentrate and release light magic. What about ultraviolet? The protagonist asked. Ultraviolet? Of course, this technique. After all, it is the strongest magic based on the element of light. The hero often omitted the names of his techniques, so it is necessary to pay attention to the abbreviations of his language. In other words, it is the spelling of the phrase ultraviolet in the language of the hero. Mabel asked if he could not only read, but also write in the language of heroes. Thor said that in the Empire, they are forced to learn the names of the heroes' moves in their language, so he can write too. He called out to her again, and taking the book in his hand said that he was going to read the text of the catalog, so she should listen carefully to the words that might be relevant. Mabel understood, and he said that he was starting to read. Mabel thought that they would hardly find it quickly. Thor said that this was a really incredible thing. 2 items were found, and both were light magic. They are related to ultraviolet, strong light, prevention, and the initials U and V from ultraviolet. These 2 things had everything, but the scariest thing in the catalog was that their products were finally able to defeat the sun. They present fascinating items that will prevent danger. Definitely do not underestimate the power of UV. Every time his body is exposed to light, the damage to the skin and body accumulates. But they cannot worry, their specific weapon against the scary letters UV. A special umbrella, shortened and reduces the danger of UV exposure by 90%. And one more product, lotion against UV. The components included in this composition are hypoallergenic, so it can be safely used even by children, and at the same time, it has the same protection as an umbrella. In this, it is safe to wash the whole body. They can enjoy playing outside, even in the sunlight. They must hurry and get skin that can withstand the sun. Thor changed his mind and said that the sun is the source of light magic. Mabel agreed. They say that the sun is the source of light magic. When the sun first illuminated the world, it created day and night. In other words, the sun is a symbol of the magical power of light. The protagonist excitedly said that the people of the hero's world conquered the sun. Is it possible that UV can prevent the extreme bright light? Mages of the extreme system, which is so strong that it broke through the barriers of the first demon lord. They can accept it with their bare skin and stand still. How strong are people from another world? Suddenly Thor fell, and Mabel called out to him. He said that everything was fine, he was just dizzy from the possible variations. But this is the item he was looking for. If they have it, it will be able to withstand the holy sword. One of them is an umbrella-shaped UV blocker. It says that this umbrella blocks light magic if you just hold it over your head. The other one is a UV lotion. It seems to work if you just apply it to your body. The protagonist calls out to Mabel and asks, is that an abbreviation for ultraviolet light? She agrees and can't think of another abbreviation for this magic. Thor thinks that it's hard to believe right away that umbrellas and lotions can prevent high magic that broke through the Demon Lord's defense, but it's still worth trying to create. In the meantime, he needs to prepare the materials, but should he do it now? It's already the middle of the night, and they can't ask the General or Agnes for the materials now. Then they will start working on it tomorrow, and thank her for her efforts. Mabel asks if he wants to freshen up before going to bed. He notes that it's a good idea, and then she will cheer him up. Thor asks her to wait, since he can do it himself. He thought, the question is, what should he create first? An umbrella or a lotion? He should write down the advantages and disadvantages of these items and compare. The lotion is stronger than the umbrella, because by applying it to the body, he will have two hands free, and he will be able to hold a sword and shield, defending himself from the attribute of light. On the other hand, the umbrella leaves a free hand, which seems to be a disadvantage compared to the lotion. However, if he uses the lotion, there is a chance that he will be hit by magic on his back, which he cannot reach, or on parts that he has not applied the lotion to. This is good when he works in a group, but a disadvantage when he acts alone. Even if he tests it in practice, the lotion is very psychologically stressful. Because it must be applied to the skin. The item must be reliable, otherwise he will not want to use it. In that case, maybe the umbrella will be more convenient to use. It gives him protection like a shield, and is not so stressful with its method of use, then it will be easy to use and understand. The protagonist exclaimed that he had made a decision. Mabel called out from behind the door that she had come for hot water. He allowed her to enter and said that he had come to the conclusion that the first thing to do was make a UV umbrella. Mabel looked at him sheepishly. Thor happily asked, would she help him? She excitedly agreed and asked, that was all well and good, but why was he naked? The protagonist looked at his clothes in fear and said, he thought while drying himself and his hands stopped while apologizing to her. Mabel asked him not to worry about it, she would wipe his back. She had thought that this would happen, so she had prepared a special item. Thor delightedly asked, special? She took off her clothes and said that these clothes were made of water magic fabric, in which it was not scary to get wet, and for the sake of caring for him, she decided to go so far. Thor sheepishly noted how beautifully it emphasized the curves of the body. But there was no need to overexert yourself, okay? She exclaimed that she could not let him catch a cold and let her at least wipe his sweat. The protagonist looked at her in bewilderment and said that he had given up. After a while, she rinsed a rag in a basin and Thor was shaking nervously. Mabel said that she would start then and put the wet rag on his back. Her chest pressed against his back, and he thought about it. She said that if there was anything he wanted from her, he could say it. She was most glad that she could relax next to him. After a while, Mabel wished him good night and smiled. Thor waved his hand and thanked her, wishing her back. He said that Mabel was amazing after all, and while she was wiping his body, thoughts about magical objects completely flew out of his head. She also did this on purpose, using a new object to change the environment so that he would not immerse himself in work. Although in reality she should be very ashamed and should try not to make her worry. She knows his habits well and nothing can be said, since this is in the spirit of Mabel. For today, he will finish work for now and just go to bed, and from tomorrow he will try his best to create an object. Meanwhile, After this, in the Empire, Rigus happily greeted the Minister of the Army and exhaled heavily. He asked, "Is there a wound on this arm?" Zagran looked at it and said that it was just a scratch. "But what kind of chaos is this?" Rigus exclaimed, "This is a toast," and suggested that they celebrate the success of their conspiracy together. Zagran said that the operation had failed and their work with Count Rigus was over. He looked at him in bewilderment, and he said that his letter played no role, so he should immediately go south. Rigus threw the bottle on the floor and it broke. He grabbed his head in horror and asked, "How so? Is it true? Does he really want to say that Thor refused this?" Zagran asked, "Was there another option?" He followed his instincts and disobeyed him. "Better let him say, did he really do this of his own free will?" Rigus asked excitedly, "What is he saying? Children should respect their parents, and even if this is a stupid request, it is his duty to understand this. This is a reasonable calculation, and if he again becomes the highest nobility and can return to the Count's house to happily carry out his orders." Zagran noted, he said that now is not the time to use his son. The letter was needed to violate the integrity of the Demon Lord's territories. His son, moving according to his desire, was not taken into account until the end. His subordinates reported this under the pretext of discipline. He humiliated him, insulted him as a loser in public. And in the end, he happily gave him to the demons. This is the kind of parent he should care about? Rigus asked fearfully. The letter reached Thor's hands, right? Why did it fail? Once he received it, if he kept it to himself, his subordinates would be suspicious. Wasn't it a wonderful plan? Zagran said that it was true. Thor took the letter and did not open it himself, but read it in front of everyone. Rigus thought in surprise that his letter had all the true intentions. That is, when the letter arrived, this plan had already been revealed. But even so, without the Demon Lord's deep trust in Thor, no one would have believed him. Agran pointed out that this was the problem. In addition, he had abandoned his family name and became known as Thor Hannon. This was the decisive point. Rigus asked in surprise, had he abandoned his family? Zagran said that they had seriously miscalculated by trying to interfere in the Demon Lord's affairs, and now they had lost all chance. He called out to him and said that his son was undoubtedly a person of an extraordinary caliber. Rigus thought that he did not understand. After all, he had always been a weak and awkward guy. What could someone as clumsy as him do? Rigus called out to Zagran and asked what would happen to him. He replied that he would send him to the southern front as planned. Rigus asked discontentedly, "But what about their conditions?" Zagran replied that he remembered that when he proposed this, he said that in any case, success would require expanding the influence of the house. However, the failure of this operation was predictable, wasn't it? Hence the southern front. Rigus asked hopelessly, "But what about his house?" He said that it was decided that the Rigus family would remain. While Thor remained in demon territory, it was decided not to provoke him. He asked in surprise, so as not to provoke Thor? Zagran noted that if he was completely removed from the map, he would have no choice but to settle permanently with the Demon Lord. In that case, they chose to reduce his hostility, leaving the option of returning to the Empire. Rigus shouted that he was the head of their clan, when suddenly Zagran interrupted him and said that his role ended when he wrote that letter, and now he must atone for his sin. Rhea asked in confusion, "Sin? What did he do?" He answered, "By insulting and exiling his son, he created an enemy of the Empire in the very center of the lands of the Demon Lord. And with his plot against the Fire General, he created even more enemies for himself. For this alone he could have been destroyed, but he was able to save his face and name only thanks to the merits of Thor, and he should thank him." Rigus, in madness, asked him to thank him.